Rachel McAdams' Send Help was on top. It pulled in $10 million this time around, enough to secure the number one spot. Kevin James' Solo Mio debuted in second place, and it took in $7.2 million. Iron Lung, the surprise hit from YouTuber Markiplier, continues to chug along, and it took third place and sold $6 million with a solid $6 million. And then we have K-pop concert film Stray Kids, the Dominate Experience,
right,
which came in fourth at 5.6. And then Luc Besson's Dracula came in fifth place with 4.5 million.
I didn't even know about this Luc Besson.
You like him a lot, right?
I do. Fifth Element and The Professional and all that stuff. But I mean, this just came out of nowhere. I think, and it's basically the Bram Stoker, Francis Ford Coppola version.
Okay.
Done again.
Yeah. Yep.
It's already been done.
All right, so today's show, Savannah Guthrie says that she and her family are willing to pay a ransom for the return of her mother, Nancy Guthrie. In a video that was released on Saturday, the family said that they received a message from the people they believe are holding her and will meet the demand amount. Nancy, 84 years old, was last seen January 31st. She was dropped off from her home in Tucson. News organizations reported receiving a ransom note that listed two deadlines, including a new one that was set for today. The family had earlier asked for proof that she was alive, and it was not clear whether they received confirmation. That's what I'm hearing, that I don't think I think they're trying to get confirmation that she's alive at all.
So I purposefully kind of stayed away from this story because there's just a glut of stuff and information surrounding it.
Yeah.
And so I dove back in a little bit yesterday. And so the proof of life thing is clearly, part of the deal. There is about 2,000 separate tendrils to this story that people are pulling on, and I don't see where they've gained any much more information. I mean, it still seems really vague.
Yep. Late Saturday, investigators returned to the home of Savannah's sister, Annie Guthrie, where Nancy had dinner hours before she vanished. Officers were inside for several hours. They were seen photographing rooms, and they've not said why they conducted a new search. And earlier in the week, a vehicle was towed from Nancy's garage, and a camera was removed from her house. Authorities say that they haven't identified a suspect, person of interest, or a vehicle in the case, but a man has been arrested for allegedly sending fake ransom demands, which obviously you can't do that.
There's an an interesting element is what I meant to say, concerning the Ring doorbell camera, which was disconnected apparently.
Right.
And I don't know if they're suggesting it was disconnected with the efforts of the people who person who kidnapped her, or if it was just disconnected by happenstance. But apparently they think there's a way perhaps to retrieve footage off of it regardless.
Oh,
I don't know.
Let's see. NBC has increased security around the Today Show with added private security and NYPD presence implemented. As the investigation entered its sixth day on Friday, Hoda Kotb had returned to the anchor desk in a visible show of support, telling her co-host, "First of all, I just want to say this whole thing is breaking my heart, and I'm happy to be sitting here with you." While Guthrie remains in Arizona with her family, Kotb had shared, "I think there's this helpless feeling, and we're all so close to her, and we want to try and help her."
The question that keeps coming back is that she has this medication situation where 24, 48 hours without it, she could potentially die without that. Now, they're suggesting that if somebody had really planned this, they would make allotment or allocations for that. So I don't know. They're trying everything.
Yeah, it could be this big orchestrated plot, or it could be a opportunity that somebody just was a psycho, and who knows at this point.
I mean, it's got to be. If we're confused and frustrated by it, imagine what the family's going through.
No, I can't. All right, so Halle Berry confirmed that she's engaged to Van Hunt when she was on the Jimmy Fallon show on Thursday, and that cleared up a few rumors that she had been proposed to before and turned him down.
She had been attracted to Van's brother, Michael.
Oh, is that right?
Mike Hunt?
Mike Hunt was
Seriously?
really...
Seriously, I didn't even know. Okay.
And Halle's often said she has no problem with Mike Hunt, but...
So Jimmy said there's some confusion that he asked to marry me, and I said no. And she said, of course I said yes, I would marry him.
Do you know who introduced him to her?
No.
Butthole.
No. But we just don't have a date. She said she also flashed her engagement ring, saying that Hunt did put a little ring on it. The clarification follows Hunt's comment from last year on Today with Jenna and Friends that his proposal was still on hold due to Barry's hesitations after past marriages. The couple has been together nearly 6 years, by the way. They met in 2020. Barry has been married 3 times before. Hunt has divorced once before as well. So it's not their first time.
She had made the declaration that she was never getting married again.
Of course.
Of course.
They do that.
All the time.
Who is this guy, though?
I don't know.
He's a singer. And
It's Mike Hunt's brother.
Yeah, Mike Hunt's brother.
Well, I know Mike, but I just don't know Van.
Van Hunt is, I
know
think
what?
he's R&B case. I don't know. And if now that I've said that, guarantee it's wrong.
I don't know anything about this guy, but I know they've been together for a while now. So Robert Irwin is making the most of the experience of going to a major American sporting event for the first time. He went to his first Super Bowl yesterday after teaming up with the NFL to announce that the 49ers are going to be headed to Australia in 2026 to play the Rams at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Before the Dancing with the Stars winner made it to the big game, he spoke with People magazine, admitted he had some questions. He was saying, this is my first Super Bowl, so I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I'm asking everyone, what do I bring? What do I do? What's the tailgate culture? All this stuff. But he shared that he hoped that the Seahawks would win the game and that he was looking forward to seeing Bad Bunny perform, teasing that he'd be using the ballroom dancing skills and pulling out the salsa 100%. But when asked if he was bringing someone special as a date, he gave an unexpected response. He said, I have a snake named Priscilla that I'm bringing to the game.
All right.
And I wonder if he was able to do that. I'm assuming he was just joking.
Probably. I don't know
really
if they
know.
clear a snake.
But yeah, maybe he snuck it in his underwear or something. I have no idea, but that's what he said the plan was.
He had one down there
In
already.
there. Yes, he did. It's his trouser snake, Maris. All right, is love in the air for 2 heated rivalry co-stars is the question. Connor Story and Francois Arnaud have people wondering if they were seen together, after they were seen together having dinner at a restaurant in California. TMZ took some photos of the pair. Of course, they starred in the hit hockey drama. They shared a cozy booth at the Smokehouse in Burbank.
Did they eat a table pancake?
Which has sparked dating rumors. Once again, no word on flapjacks at the table, Steve.
I guess I have to check into the show at least a little bit because it's such a phenomenon.
Yeah, it's become, just absolutely massive.
I'm like 4. I don't want to say I tapped out. I may end up going back to it, but Press, you were talking last week about the giant dong in the Game of Thrones.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms, yes.
I'm fairly certain.
Are there dongs aplenty in this one?
I have not seen a dong
Not a
yet.
dong.
Not one dong.
Huh.
I've seen heinies, and you see simulated oral, but I don't think I've seen one full frontal.
Rip off.
in this
I've
yet.
seen, so far this year, I've seen 2 full dongs on TV shows, not on standard broadcast television,
Right.
but on the pit. They showed full close-up of not just a dong, but a guy who had priapism, which, if you know what that is, you know what it is. And then, yes, Sir Pennytree, or whatever the guy's name is, from The Night of the Seven Kingdoms. It's all the rage this year. More and more often.
The crazy thing about that pit scene is that people are handling it. Like, so it's not just
Yeah, you're right.
Like,
they're doctors attending to a
They're pretending to make phone calls with it.
Yeah. Hello?
you'll never guess where I'm calling from.
I'm calling from this guy's dog, and it's bent.
Oh, my God.
No, I'm talking into the balls and I'm listening to the shaft.
Wow.
The Francois guy is the guy who canceled his social media a couple weeks ago.
Oh, did he?
You guys remember this?
Yeah.
So he's 40 and the guy he's dating is 25.
Okay.
And so they're saying that may have played into all the canceling of the social media and all the drama.
Not that bad. Steve just sent me a story about Don McLean this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
American Pie, Don McLean, 68 years old. His girlfriend is 48 years younger than him, right?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
He's 78,
He's 78?
and she's 48 years younger, so she's 30.
Yeah, 48 years younger.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah, which means, and they've been together for 10 years, which means when he was 68, she was 20.
Yeah. Don McLean.
That's crazy. And she's a former Playboy, not like a centerfold
She
model.
says she loves him, Preston.
I know she does.
And he's super attractive anyway. So.
Look
What a
how
looker.
hot he is.
We're looking at a picture
My
of
boyfriend wrote Vincent. What?
the two of them next to each other. So 45 and 40 and 25 or whatever that is.
That's
Marissa?
fine.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
40 and 25. So, yeah, you're right.
All right. But anyhow, the latest sighting of the duo, this is Connor Story and Francois Arnaud, follows them being seen making a fashionable exit from a Paris Fashion Week party together late last month. But the romance rumors first started when Story and Arnaud were snapped leaving from JFK Airport after their press week in January.
God, I would hate that life. Could you imagine? Listen, this is what we do for a living. I love it. I love the level. I love the Galentine's party. I love all this stuff. Having to go to Fashion Week and fashion parties, or maybe they're doing it because they simply love it. I'm just assuming that they're doing it because someone told them to be at a place, but maybe they love it. Who knows?
Yeah, it might be the opportunity to do it.
Maybe
You've
the
never gotten
opportunity,
to.
yeah.
Steve, I was thinking paparazzi. Do you know Gabby Bryan, David Bryan's daughter?
Yeah.
Got paparazzi'd outside of Helium last week.
Really?
After her show. There were paparazzis waiting for her on Sansom Street.
I wonder if we didn't have to get up at 3:45 in the the morning. I mean, that's
a
when
good
I get
question,
up. If
yeah.
I would want to go out and do more things or not.
And now that I think about it, no.
No, I might.
I think so. I think so. Listen, Brandi Carlile's in concert tomorrow night, and I'm a huge Brandi Carlile fan. But also, her opening band is the Head and the Heart, and I've fallen in love with those guys in the last year. I would love to go see them, but
you can't.
No.
no,
It'll kill you.
I can, but we
It'll
got
kill you.
Valentine's Day on Thursday night, and to me, that's a real a bummer, man.
And maybe you're right. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe if I had the sort of carte blanche, and we're of a mind that we've got to be to work on time. We've got to do this. We've got to make sure all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted. But maybe if I could have a little bit more latitude, I would start to move over and go, maybe go out to a few things.
Well, reps for Story and Arnaud, who are all over the place, haven't commented on speculation, and neither have the actors for the most part. When Arnaud appeared on an episode of Watch What Happens live last month, and Andy Cohen asked if he was single these days, he shot back, "None of your effing business." So,
Snap!
yeah.
In your face, Andy Cohen.
Hey, congratulations to Michael Keaton. He was honored as Hasty Pudding Theatrical's Man of the Year at Harvard. He was presented with his Pudding Pot Award during Friday's celebration, where he also jousted with an Oscar statue and made burgers as he was roasted by the theater group. Afterward, the Beetlejuice actor attended Hasty Pudding's production of Salooney Tunes. In case you didn't know, the award is given out to people who made impressive and lasting contributions in the entertainment world.
And a lot of people will go, it's an honor to go. Some people will go pick it up.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. All right. Timothy Busfield was formally charged on Friday in his child sexual abuse case. He was indicted on 4 counts of criminal sexual account of a child by a New Mexican grand jury. The county district attorney said, as with all criminal proceedings, Mr. Busfield is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Doesn't look good for him because this one suggested character witness is Jared from Subway. That's just, it's not going to work.
This case will proceed through the judicial process and is expected to move forward to trial. Busfield civil attorney Larry Stein noted that this indictment was not expected, by the way. All right, if you've been anxious and awaiting for the Practical Magic sequel, good news for you. Warner Brothers has bumped up the release date to September 11th. This post-Labor Day weekend is typically when they drop their horror and genre movies, so it makes some sense. It'll now be going up against the Sense and Sensibility redo from Focus Features. Practical Magic 2 previously was supposed to come out September 18th, so they moved it up a week.
Oh, they want to bump it. Now they're in a mad rush.
Yeah, right.
After how many years?
A long time, right?
Yeah.
I don't even remember if I liked that first movie. It's been so long since I've seen it.
It was like they were both witches.
Yeah, it was Nicole Kidman, Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember it making that big of a
It wasn't
splash.
huge.
It was niche-y.
We were Y100 when it came out.
Yeah, I don't. It's been so long. I just remember the basics about it. So, as part of the switch, DC studio Clayface has been pushed back to October 23rd. I didn't know they were making a Clayface.
Making a
movie.
Clayface and an asshat movie.
What's Clayface?
He's a character. He was a villain from the DC universe.
Okay.
But I like the idea of asshat. Oh my God,
This is asshat. Clearly the work of asshat.
dude. They had so many of those Batman characters. would have fallen right in line with ass hat.
Yeah.
Two-Face, ass hat, Clayface.
Pajamak. What is that? It's a pajamak. No.
Dude.
Tell me, is that your stomach or a vagina?
It's both.
That is my new favorite villain, Vajumic. Oh, my God. Somebody needs to render that right away.
We have so many competent artists out there who do wonderful stuff. If you can give us Vajumic and asshat.
All right. By the way, Marissa is scrolling through. Go back up. Marissa is scrolling through some DC or some Batman villains in particular. There was one that was called. These are a list of the bad ones, of the kind of dumb ones. There was one called Condiment King.
That's a villain I can get behind.
Yeah, that's
well,
true.
the culinary world.
That's true. Some honey mustard or something like that.
Relish,
Yeah, come on.
Clayface should be good, though. I mean, they're throwing a lot of talent behind it.
I mean, what if you were Condiment King? Your massive weapon should be Miracle Whip, right? Like,
Yes.
that would be
Repulsive.
yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question, though.
I'm not as anti-miracle.
But some form of hot sauce could be pretty.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Aggressive.
Like some sort of an incendiary device.
All right, I have a couple other things we have to get to. We could talk about condiments all morning long, folks. Austin Butler is set to play disgraced cycling icon Lance Armstrong in an upcoming biopic. The film will chronicle Armstrong's rise and his fall as he becomes entangled in the doping scandal. Edward Berger will be the director for the upcoming movie. Berger is known for directing movies including Conclave, and All Quiet on the Western Front as well.
All Quiet on the Con. I would say the movie will miss an obvious, so they don't spend at least a half hour to 45 minutes about his cameo in Dodgeball.
No, please. The cyclist story was told previously in 2015's The Program, starring Ben Foster.
There's a great documentary, I've mentioned it many times before, where the whole idea of the documentary was to celebrate his wins, and this is when he was completely denying any sort of cheating. And about 3/4 of the way through the production of the documentary, it came out, it was clear, he even fessed up to it. And the whole tone and tenor of this documentary, I'm not going to say real time, but essentially that changes.
Yeah. All right, Wicked for Good is finally coming to streaming. The musical will hit Peacock on March 20th. The sequel performed a little bit worse than the first film in theaters, pulling in $525.5 million at the global box office. That was enough to bring the total for the two films an impressive $1.2 billion overall. The streaming release will include a few extras as well, including commentary from the director John M. Chu, a sing-along version, some deleted scenes, and a little bit more.
It was completely shut out by the Oscars.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
There was like one award that was
For Condiment Man.
yeah. So that doesn't even count, really.
Was there like a best song? Or, I don't remember what it was.
No,
Yeah.
it was some non-important, not a major category.
Best Flying Monkeys.
All right, and then finally, Charlie XCX is set to star in Takashi Miike's upcoming Japanese slasher film, which is called Untitled Kyoto. The singer will appear alongside Supergirl star Millie Alcock and Walking Dead actor Norman Reedus. The horror story follows three lifelong friends whose reunion trip to Japan spirals into terror when Charlie's character becomes possessed by a violent spirit.
I think she's pretty talented. Her SNL hosting gig, she was good. So you can tell some people had the acting ability, and she does.
Written by Ross Evans and Yumiko Aoyagi, and based on the original idea by Charlie and Mike. Untitled Kyoto also features Akiko Mitsuhara and Sho Kasumatsu in the key roles and is scheduled to begin filming in Japan next month. Charlie XCX is producing the project through her Studio 365 banner, adding Untitled Kyoto to her growing slate of film work. So
she's a horror fan. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
she's getting into that. All right, we are going to roll a couple clips here for you. Vanished finds a woman searching for her boyfriend who she believes was kidnapped on a French train. And here, Sam Claflin shares what it's like to work alongside Kaylee Cuoco.
It's always nice meeting people who have a very sort of similar mindset to yourself. Like people who are professional will know their lines, and when it comes down to it, will actually work hard, do what they need to do, but equally someone who's willing to have fun and be kind and generous.
Shut up, dummy.
The new episode Vanished streams today on MGM Plus. Here's our next clip. Power of Pearl Jam's music to bring awareness and, hopefully, a cure to a rare skin disease is explored in the documentary Matter of Time. And here, Eddie Vedder discusses the importance of the project.
Being able to tell the story of that, not just that weekend, but the power of community and the power of hope in all the work that the scientists and doctors are doing, because, there's so many positive things potentially on the horizon.
Matter of Time is streaming today, and you will find that on Netflix, by the way.
Excuse me for asking, but did they have the information about what skin disease they're talking about?
No, it does not. It says a rare skin disease is explored in the documentary Matter of Time. So,
I wonder if it's scleroderma or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Which is the tightening of the skin?
Yeah.
Good question. Marissa's looking that up right now. Epidermolysis bullosa. A rare, devastating, and incurable genetic skin disorder that causes skin to become incredibly fragile and blister or tear at the slightest touch, often referred to as butterfly skin. Wow.
That sounds horrible.
Okay, so that's available today if you want to take a look at that. All right, one of the things I forgot to mention is the fact that we have our Galentine's Day party on Thursday. We're getting the gals together. Would you like to be one of them? I have a pair of passes for caller number 9 at 610-660-9333. You are cordially invited to join us, the presidents of the Zeta Eta Pi sorority at Parks Casino, and we're going to set you up with a free drink. We're going to set you up with a happy hour buffet. We have giveaways in the form of bingo on Valentine's Day as we all hang out.
That's a bingo.
You have to be at least 21 years of age. Ladies only, by the way. 610-660-9333. And some of the bingo prizes we have are going to be like a VIP night out.
Nice.
At Parks. We're going to have like $100 worth of food and beverage, some tickets to see a bunch of different shows. Melissa Etheridge, The Wallflowers, Cheap Trick. Also, we'll have Barbecue tickets to give away. And more. So
that's good stuff.
Evanescence tickets. Chris Stapleton said, we're not messing around.
They say LLB, ladies love bingo.
Yeah, ladies love bingo. So we're going to be playing the game. We're going to be giving away great prizes. How about you hang out with us? We're going to have a good time. 610-660-9333. We'll do some passes through the show today, tomorrow, up until Thursday when we have the event. So don't call unless you can actually join us. We'd appreciate it. When we return, if you're just tuning in, we have a very large explosion, quite literally, that is going to be taking place in our parking lot here in One Bala Plaza, courtesy of our friends from Celebration Fireworks. It's in honor of the Eagles ending their reign of Super Bowl champions. We have a balloon that has remained fully inflated for an entire year, and it's a 3D balloon of an eagle.
Near miraculous.
And we send it to the great beyond this morning in a fantastical fashion. We'll do that live when we return, so make sure you stay with us.
Had given to her. It wasn't like she brought it on the plane herself.
Man, I'm still thinking you got to clean it up.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. It wasn't that she wasn't going to clean it up. It was just the way that they went about it and were like adamant that they wanted her to get every single drop and, not.
They should have said Colonel instead of
not drop.
Because that's what probably confused her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's pregnant. She's got baby brain.
What are you talking about? No, but I mean,
right,
so I think
Kayla.
both sides sort of, now listen, it doesn't give you carte blanche to be rude.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know. He didn't, in this particular post, he didn't indicate anything about them being rude.
I also think, like, anyone with kids where this is happening, they know, and you just got to hope that they're going to get it. Like, to say you need to clean up every last thing. Like, who says she wasn't going to,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can't wait until they're off the plane to find out that they didn't.
Oh, you follow them home.
I mean,
I think I was going to follow you, did you?
I don't side with the lady whatsoever. And Kayla, like, she's calling in like she was standing there listening to every single bit of the conversation. And
there's a flight attendant at the front door.
Yeah, and she wasn't there, so she doesn't know. And I'm just looking at the mess there, and you just clean up after your kids. I'm sorry that you're pregnant and that you have 2 kids with you, but You know,
I agree. You almost sounded like Joker a little bit with the first one.
You want
Is
to
it the
know
scars?
why there's popcorn on the floor? Because it hasn't been trained properly.
Let me go.
And he carved a smile in my face.
Let me go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you guys?
Good morning.
Good morning, Ed, buddy. What's going on?
All right, so I have 4 of those little things that tend to follow me around everywhere.
Yeah, right. Damn things.
So by like kid 2 or 3, you kind of, like Nick said, you know.
Yeah.
You know you want this to happen, but this is going to happen.
Yes.
There's no avoiding it, so we always just kind of plan ahead. When we sit at a restaurant, I'll get a couple napkins, unfold them, and put them on the sides of the high chair. And we have, like, for when we fly and everything, we have travel, like, little mats.
Oh, we're losing you.
Travel.
On there, you just bundle it up,
Little
and
mats.
dump it out in the trash can, and move along.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you should be prepared for the mess. Yeah,
I
agree.
flew, Jeff, in fact, was it flying back from
Florida?
Florida? There was a mother and a kid next. This kid was like, mother? Like
Oh, yeah.
like a more
I was
traveled.
sitting in front of you.
Right.
Yes.
This kid, you heard me? I kept saying, what, is this a dwarf?
It was a
What
nice-
is this kid is better traveling than adults?
If you're traveling
Thanks,
with a child or a toddler, inherently, my heart goes out to you because it's a chore, right? And there's also that part of me that, like, when I'm on the plane and I hear the baby crying, it's annoying. Like, if I want to go to sleep, I get the fact that, like, it's going to get on the people's skins, but as a parent, there's very little you can do to control that. Your heart has to go out to the parents.
Shell was a pro at traveling with our kids when they were babies.
She was such a pro.
She had a system.
She would help out other parents on the
Yes.
plane. Your wife would come on the plane with treats for other kids.
She didn't want me to fly with them because I would mess up
it
the
up?
system.
Yes.
Yeah, I kid you not. She
It's
preferred
stressful.
it when we
I don't
flew
want you
separately.
there.
Yeah.
You don't know how to treat them.
Yeah.
Preston, this makes me think of this hilarious. I think it's the pilot episode of Modern Family. Cam and Mitch, the gay couple have adopted a kid. They're getting on the plane. They don't know how to travel with the kid, and so they I think it's Cam is feeding the baby some treats, and so somebody walking by goes, look at the baby with the cream puffs, and so I forget which one is Cam and which one is Matt, but the one who's the lawyer gets like, oh. A gay couple with
cream puffs.
and he's feeding him cream puffs. And then, I think Cam gets up and goes, we'd like to pay for beverages for everyone.
All right, so here's a different side of this conversation that somebody texted in about. So this says, my husband gets peanuts at the Phillies games and drops all the shells on the ground under his seat. It bothers me so much, but he acts like it's no big deal.
You know what? So here's the deal.
I'm a
You
hypocrite.
actually raised a
That's
good
what
question.
you do there.
Yeah.
Like, you remember the ground rounds? Of
course.
That was part of their thing?
That was their thing. You could throw peanuts on the ground, the shells. It was no big deal. It's expected.
I went to a urologist who had the same policy.
Wow.
That was the same policy, a medical waste. No, but so that at a ball game,
Peanuts,
do you collect up your peanut shells?
and sunflower seeds.
Yeah.
People spit them out.
How
you
do they
know.
clean up the seats? Because I've never
Isn't
actually
it the-
stuck around to see how all that stuff is done.
A leaf blower, right? Don't
Is
they-
it a leaf
Don't
blower?
they come through and
Yeah.
like literally blow down the sections?
Yeah.
Would you guys hold on to the shells and put it in a cup or whatever?
No,
or
No.
right
No,
on the floor.
I do the ground
Okay,
thing.
all
Yeah,
right.
because it's
Total
it's what
hypocrite.
everybody does.
So you just when talked about this woman, she has to clean up.
Well,
Now you're
that's the-
tossing peanut shells at your feet.
but I
it's
wouldn't
at
do it on a
ball-
plane.
It's at a ballpark.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of ledge.
Now, I also
Now, I would put it in
listen,
a cup, Kathy.
Hang on, I wouldn't leave my empty beer cups and other
Right, right,
trash.
Stool.
But and
Peanut
I'm facing my hypocrisy here. But peanut shells,
Yep.
they go right on the ground.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
They're biodegradable.
They're biodegradable.
You're
It's good for the
outside.
environment.
Yeah,
We're
agreed.
making compost over here.
Yeah.
I do keep it in my area. Like I will try not to do it to the row in front of me.
I'll tell you the delineation. If you're eating peanuts or popcorn in a theater, you're not going to.
No.
No,
Nope.
you're not going to do that.
Yep.
Because that's indoors. This is an outdoor park. I can understand the gray area there. I myself, I probably would still, put the shells in a cup or something, or on the person in front of me's head.
Yeah, so I was a busboy, I was a waiter, and I also cleaned the cafeteria at college, right? So after lunch and dinner, I would clean the cafeteria, and that one pissed me off because when you go get your food, you get it on a tray. And when you're done with your meal, you take the tray and you put it right. There were racks for you to put your trays, and nobody would ever do that. So this is not me bitching about that, but it gave me more of an appreciation. So I tend to clean up after myself. Like if I go out to eat with, whether I'm with the children or not, I will. When I'm done, kind of like
stack
and put everything
it on the
together
tray.
And,
put it on the tray and bring the tray back up. That's what you do.
We try to make it as efficient for the server or busboy as we possibly can. It's just something we've always done. I mean, Rochelle was a server. I worked in a restaurant. I was in the kitchen. So
you're pre-bussing.
We kind of pre-bus the table. I don't fully do the wipe down or anything like that.
But you'll refinish it.
I collect everything. Yeah, we'll put a little lacquer on it.
I sand it down.
Stain.
You got to sand it down first.
Yes.
Right.
Then you got to clean up.
Yeah. Hang on. I want to go to Steph, who is a server. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah. What's up, Steph?
So I'm a server. One, I want to agree with Casey. That girl has no idea what went on that flight. She was not there.
All right. Okay.
Second, I watch people all the time come home with kids. 1, 2, 3 kids. Sometimes it's just 1 and 2 parents, but the kid will outnumber them no matter what. Mess everywhere. I see them start to clean up. I'll usually stop them because they made the attempt. Just making the attempt made me happy.
Okay.
In fact, I like when they just wipe it right on the floor. It's so much easier just to sweep it up. I'm okay with that. But at least try. At least try.
So what we said earlier, and I think that's it. Just that effort alone for you, and you deal with this all the time, makes all the difference in the world.
That's right. Never
All right.
be presumptuous. Thank you.
All right. There we
Thank
go.
you.
See, from
Appreciate
a
it,
professional.
Hang on here. Pat has a comment. Hi, Pat. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning, Ed. Yeah, what's up, Pat?
Patrick.
I just wanted to say, on the other end of it, when a flight's over, I mean, they do clean the planes, right? In that situation, I see a pregnant woman, there's a mess on the floor, and I'm an employee there, I'm probably going to talk crap about them behind their back, but I'm probably just going to grab a vacuum and clean it up before I go tell a pregnant woman to get on the floor and clean it up.
So, Pat, you're the passenger who's supposed to get onto the next plane, right? And your flight's at 1:30, and you got to wait for the flight attendants to clean up after all the kids that are on the plane. You can't board the plane until the flight attendants clean everything up. So, what you're saying here now is all right, well, there's 150 people on the plane. Everybody can make a mess, and the flight attendant's got to clean it up.
I mean, I could probably, with a little dustbuster, clean up my popcorn in about 10 seconds.
No, so what, they come in, they're ready to go, and they can clean it up. However, just would it be too much to make an effort, Pat? I think that's what people are saying. Is that
not at all? Not at all. But I'm just saying, rather than ending up on the news, just grab a dustbuster.
You got to understand, there's literally nothing else going on in the world than this.
That's the thing.
And that's why you cut through.
It's on the news not because of the flight attendant, but because of the privileged
Celebrity
player.
Baseball player. Yeah. All right. Well, interesting. All right, Pat. Thanks for your 2 cents. Let me see. I will go to. Hang on a second. Peter. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Peter.
First of all, as Pierre would say, it could have been avoided. To Nick's point, it's going to happen. Parents, though, can be a little bit responsible, but giving a kid a toddler popcorn is like giving them a glitter bomb. It's going to end up everywhere. And in a public location, come on, man, a little foresight.
Are you talking about on the airlines side?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Because the airline gave him the popcorn.
Yeah.
So something that's more containable as a treat or to keep the kid occupied, anything other than popcorn.
Well, my understanding is they usually hand out to the kids, they'll hand out gravy boats.
Oh, okay. Well, no, listen, any snack item you're going to give to a kid is like that. We're talking about Cheerios. We're talking about, pretzels and things like that. So it's going to make a mess, no matter what. I mean, here, we keep calling these kids it. All right. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's not trained.
It's angry.
Mommy. That sounded horrible. Oh, my God. I will.
You spilled it all over the floor.
I have Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Mike?
How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
A bunch of years ago, when my son was a lot younger, we were shopping at Acme, and he accidentally knocked over a display and knocked over a bunch of stuff. So he looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, you know what you need to do right now, right? He said, clean it up. I said, that's my boy.
There you go.
He started cleaning it up. No muss, no fuss. Next thing I know, a woman comes around the corner, sees what's going on, and chastises me because my son's cleaning up his own mess. And she started to clean it up for him.
Wait, this was a customer, a fellow customer?
Yeah, just some random person.
Was it a woman? Does a woman just butted into your thing?
What's that?
A woman just started criticizing you out of the blue? Was that who came around the corner?
I think we lost it. Yeah, it was a fellow customer.
Yeah.
Who said that? I'd mind your own goddamn business.
I'd punch her right in the face.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. I was furious. I looked at her. I said, he's my son. Nobody's upset. I'm not yelling. He's simply cleaning up his mess as if he was home.
No, that's your business. You told him to do the right thing. If somebody knocks over a display, you're supposed to at least again make the effort and try to do that.
Yeah.
You were right.
Exactly.
She was wrong.
And I looked at my son.
Let me see if I can hear her first and foremost. She's joining us in the parking lot. The back parking lot of One Bala Plaza. Marissa, can you hear me all right?
I call shenanigans on these warmer temperatures.
Shenanigans.
Poor Marissa.
She's bundled.
My hand, I can't feel it.
All right, well, let's take a look at traffic, then we'll get into the details. What's going on this morning, Marissa?
All right, we're slowing on the Vine westbound 95 out to Broad Street, then 76 eastbound from Montgomery to South, and 95 southbound from Cottman to Allegheny, or Aramingo. This traffic report is brought to you by Pico. When it's cold out, it takes more energy to stay warm inside. Pico offers tools to help you manage your energy all season long. Get started at pico.com/winter, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMR. Can you guys see the tear rolling down my face?
It is beautifully poetic.
Marissa, I got to tell you, you all bundled up like this look just
She's adorable. You look like a huggable avocado.
I am telling
And
you.
put my hood up. It looks even funnier.
So we have, we're watching this via Zoom in our parking lot. We have not only Marissa outdoors, but Ryan Shuttleworth is outside as well. Hey, Ryan, how are you holding up in the frigid?
It is a winter hellscape out here, Preston. It is just very, very cold. My brain cells are kind of there. But we're going to get heated up in just a little bit. So.
Yeah.
That we are, man. So let me lay the groundwork of what this is about. So obviously we had a victory celebration a year ago. We were on cloud nine. I mean, it was just crazy how excited we were after the Eagles won.
It was all brought into focus with last night's Super Bowl, how the complete sweep of emotions, because I was so disconnected from last night, and we were so orgiastic last time.
Yeah, and we had a celebration planned, obviously, in the form of a parade, and in preparation for that, we had this wonderful balloon display put together and hung on the wall here in our studio. Thinking of Balloons by Victoria. She put the whole thing together.
It was amazing.
And the balloons lasted a while. They stayed up as long as we could let them stay, and most of them kind of fizzled out and deflated, and eventually we had to take them all down. Well, there's one that remained. And we figured we'd hold on to it because it was still alive, so to speak, at that time when all the other balloons died. And we thought, well, eventually a single fizzle out and we'll have it, here in the background until then, and we'll throw that away whenever it happens. It never, even the slightest bit, had shrunk in any way, shape, or form. It is a Mylar balloon, but it is in the three-dimensional shape of an eagle.
Yeah.
And we've just been impressed with this thing. And as we were heading into the week or two before the Super Bowl, Steven noted, he's like, look at that thing. Look at how that's lasted.
It's never changed at all. And at that point, it occurred to me, is this a message from beyond?
Yeah.
Is this are we being told something that involves explosives?
And this was Steve's idea that we should ritualistically do something, some symbol, some act that takes place to maybe create the good juju that we need for a victory next season.
I was thinking of the proverbial phoenix rising from the flames and setting free whatever, as you talk about juju, that is in that Mylar balloon and maybe get us back to the Super Bowl next year.
So we reached out to the only people that we knew could help. and that is the geniuses at Celebration Fireworks, who do, of course, the amazing displays, not only fireworks, but drone displays at our Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
This last year is just absolutely incredible with the tributes to Pierre and everything. We were just so impressed with them. So we reached out to them, and then we realized also we need permission to do this too. And so our friends from One Bala Plaza, the building that we work in, said we were okay as long as we got the thumbs up from the fire department. So thank you to the Lower Merion Fire Company, and Marissa, the Union Fire Company as well was involved.
Yes, so Engine 28, they're right in front of me. Marissa's actually speaking to the fire department right
perfect.
now. So they are all here. Everything is locked and, I think, ready to go.
Yeah, Marissa, a former fire company member of the Lower Merion Fire Department. All right, so Ryan, who do you have there with you right now?
So I have the man with the switch right now from Celebration Fireworks. So we have Scott Hopkins. Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Are you warm enough?
Yeah.
Scott, can you hear us, Scott?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
All right, cool. Yeah, I apologize for this, but you guys are amazing, and we really
no
appreciate.
apologies needed for that.
And also, by the way, thanks to Rodney, the incredible Rodney Bird, the engineer extraordinaire, who's out there getting this done as well. So I'm sure you get lots of calls like this to blow up things in the morning. It's par for the course.
Well, not normally at 7 a.m., no. I work a lot more at night than I do in the morning.
So, as you know, we are huge fans of the device that you brought with you this morning. It was the first time you guys were involved with Camp Out for Hunger. We could not believe what we saw in these giant flame explosions that took place. What is the name of that thing? What do you call that?
We call them fireballs.
Fireballs.
Apt to name. Yeah.
Nice, straight ahead, fireballs. But again, Preston's right. We'd never seen anything like that. And it's kind of become sort of the signature thing that you do. What goes into putting this together, this particular effect?
It's same as any other firework. Black powder, a fuse, and some boom to go with it.
Okay.
This boom particular is gasoline, but it makes for a nice effect.
Now, I understand the part of the process is water has to be added. We have to make sure that the water does not freeze. So there's a sort of protocol in place so that if it were to freeze, I just assume it wouldn't detonate, correct?
It would actually detonate still. There's enough black powder in there. The water acts as more of like a lift to help the fireball get a little higher.
I see. All right.
Okay.
It's always the water that gets the lift out of your fireballs.
Hey, Ryan, have you been at the Camp Out for Hunger and seen this in person when these go off?
Oh, I haven't. What I'm focusing on right now is the setup, but you have to see the remote control that detonates this device. Can you do all the TVs in the studio as well with that, or?
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
We're looking at it. What all is that device used for? Is that when you guys do the full production fireworks, do you use that?
Yeah. This is one of the firing systems that we use. Everything that we fire is electronically done, so that we're not standing 10 feet away with a flare. And this firing system's been very handy for us over the years.
One of the coolest things we got to do was I hit one and you hit one. Didn't you hit the remote?
I don't think I did. I think you got to do it,
I got
Steve.
to do the remote, and it was, you can't believe the amount of stress and angst when you're the guy who's the switch guy, because, I think I'm going to F it up, but it's pretty amazing.
By the way, there's a key on it and everything.
It's like a nuclear sub,
Big red button and everything.
Yeah.
I love this. So how high will the fireball, the actual fire go? Any idea?
This one will get probably 40, 50 feet up.
Wow.
So, quick question. This is a little bit of a concern. Do you think that fireball will be able to take out that Mylar balloon?
Yeah.
A little giggle first.
By the way, Casey wants me to point out that this is streaming live on YouTube right now. So head over right now, log on, watch us. This whole thing is being carried live as we speak. So it looks like Marissa is our fire company representatives. Oh, she doesn't have her headphones on. Hang on just a second here.
Marissa. Yeah, she's
getting untangled. The little talking avocado.
I believe that everything from the fire department is ready to go. Just verifying from Marissa right now.
Hey, 28 guys, are you guys good to go? We're getting a thumbs up from Engine 28. They are ready to go. That's a Union Fire Department down here in the Bala-Kinwood area.
Marissa, which is that? Did you work with these guys, or where were you?
I ran at Union for like a minute.
Yeah.
Steve, come over here and come say hi.
Yeah. These guys are out in the morning and helping us out. We can't thank them enough.
By the way, did we already add the water to the Ryan? Did they add the water?
We did already add the water.
All right. So maybe we need to.
We'll make this quick. Go ahead, Marissa.
You guys can say hi to Steve Weber. Steve actually just retired from firefighting. How long you retired?
Steve, congratulations. Are we the reason you retired?
36 years in the township. Yeah.
He said Steve, and all of the crazy stunts we've made you do over the years, the reason you retired.
Absolutely. It was probably one of the best times ever coming here to do all the events with you guys.
Oh, that's great.
Probably one thing that I will totally miss.
Better than being a firefighter with me.
Well, I mean, that's probably next to it.
Well, listen, we have everything poured and laid and ready to go. Before we blow this, we haven't even shown the balloon though on camera. Is there a way to get over there? Is it too dangerous for someone to walk nearby? All right,
Sam's gonna safely walk towards the. So we are like 50, 100 yards away.
About 100 yards.
All
yes.
right. All right, so Sam is walking up a little bit closer right now with the camera. You can see the wings sticking up. That pot is a lot smaller than I thought it would be.
I thought the same thing, Preston. I thought it'd be like a wading pool.
Yeah, all right.
Preston, if I may, big things come in small packages. So
Oh, there you go.
I just want to let you know that.
Speaking from experience, yes. Can you get a little bit closer?
Little closer.
Go. I think he's a little nervous, guys.
I can imagine he would be nervous.
Look at pot. Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
Put it back in.
It blew out. Okay. Hold on. The eagle just blew out of the
He doesn't want to go.
This
the pot.
balloon is fighting for its life right now.
really is.
Somebody's got to put it back in there.
All right, so
Scott is running out right now to do that.
let a trained individual return our Mylar balloon to the pot.
So
I love the guys from Celebration. These guys come ready for everything and ready for every adventure.
You know what? They're wonderful. They're by the books. They know everything. You know what? It's finally, because it's so cold out there, Preston, it's starting to deflate a little bit.
It is. All right, so
exactly.
we need to move on this. All right. As soon as Scott has that in place, which he does, look at that. Look at that eagle.
Mighty Phoenix. Mighty eagle.
Marissa, when Scott gets back over there, we're going to play the Eagles fight song, and at the very end of it, you guys give him the cue, and then it's going up in smoke, okay?
All right. I need to talk to Casey for a moment. We're doing Eagles fight song. Are we doing a chant? Is there a chant at the end?
There's a chant at the end, yes.
EAGLES Eagles, and then boom. In fact, you guys can chant down there, too, if you want, and then that'll be the signal to set it off, okay?
All right, so like EAGLES Eagles is like our countdown.
Correct.
Yeah, pretty much.
Eagles, kaboom. All right. As soon as you are in place and ready to go, this is streaming on YouTube. Our numbers have just doubled for people tuning in. All right, you guys ready?
I believe that we are. Let me just get the final word from Celebration.
And we'll start the song when you're ready.
All right, Scott, we ready to go? Preston, we are ready.
All right, Casey, fire it up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. After a year, the balloon says bye-bye. Here we go. Eagles fly on the road to victory. Fly, Eagles fly, scoring touchdown. 1, 2, 3, and low and high. Ready? Eagles fly, Eagles fly on the road to victory. EAGLES Eagles!
The majesty of this moment cannot be understated.
Look at that. Please describe what you saw and felt.
I felt the full force of the Phoenix. It rose through the air. Debris is still coming down. It was pure majesty. The one tear that I shed is immediately frozen. Scott, you're a wizard, man.
That was amazing. If you notice in the cloud, the plume of smoke that rose into the air, I saw the image of Jalen Hurts smiling.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It was
my
amazing.
God. It's an apparition. Marissa, could you feel the heat off of that?
I think my eyebrows singed a little bit.
And you're far away. That shows you how
I am
powerful that is.
Far away, and I could feel the heat on my face. All right, fans will know this. When Jalen Hurts walked off the field during that Super Bowl they lost in 2022, he had the energy. He actually saved a photo on his phone screen. Guys, I am screen capturing this, and this is going to get me through till next September.
Yes! When we win the Super Bowl. That's how it's going to play out. We've just sealed it.
I gotta see if what is left of that balloon. If it's completely
There is
vaporized.
some debris. Sam is actually going up right now to show what is left from this. We'll need to collect this and put it back together when they win the Super Bowl next year, too.
I'll be shocked if anything is left from that. I mean,
I would be stunned, Preston. I mean, the thing was sitting in the pot.
Black powder
Guys,
and gasoline.
I think we need to build a mantle in the studio to put the ashes on.
Put it next to Birdbot.
There is leftover pieces.
Holy crap!
Oh!
Yes.
What is that?
That is a wing.
Pick it up. Is that a wing?
Tail feather. That's a tail
That's a
feather.
tail
That's a tail feather. Well, we're keeping that.
Yeah.
We're keeping that.
I just gagged a little bit, like you just picked up a piece of a carcass.
Wait a second, though. The tail feather was the closest to the fire.
You know what, Steve? You're right.
Right?
The butt end was down in that tank.
How would that survive that?
All right, we'll pick up the fragments. We'll store it next to Birdbot, and we'll have it memorialized forever.
Yes.
And so, yes, we are indeed picking up the pieces.
Thank you,
Ben-
guys.
No environmental
Ben-
issues.
Ben from Celebration Fireworks just handed me a singed wings, guys. It's very sad.
Yes, collect all
It's
of
all
that.
crumpled and singed. Smells like burning mylar.
All right. Well, we'll bring the pieces back up to the studio, and we'll find a wonderful place for them. I want to thank our friends at Celebration Fireworks for making this whole thing possible.
Amazing.
Lower Merion and the Union Fire Companies for participating.
The best.
And the amazing Rodney Bird for putting together our broadcast equipment and facilities to make sure that we can actually pull this off. So you guys can come on up to the studio. We'll shut it down for there, and we're gonna talk Super Bowl a little bit now. All right, Marissa, you good?
Sounds good. Go Birds!
Go Birds!
All right, and thank you, Ryan, for going down there too. Well, there it goes.
Wow.
And I can't believe that a part of that actually stayed together.
The part closest to the detonation was intact. Mind you, it was blanched a little bit. It was bleached white, but that was pretty impressive.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, real chat, I guess, about the game last night, if you want to call it. It wasn't much of a game to watch.
I
watched till halftime and I was done. The actual, at least you want to see a little more action during the game itself.
little more game.
And it was pretty anticlimactic in my mind.
I mean, listen, you want to see. I listen. I knew this was going to happen, right? I called it. I talked to our friends down the hall at the sports station. This was going to be a defensive, battle, and but honestly, field goal after field goal after field goal,
boring as F.
just boring ass football.
In general, it was boring as F. I was not joking on Friday when I said, again, we had such an amazing run with last year and the Super Bowl and the parade and everything, and that is still looming large in our collective memories.
Yep.
And this was okay.
You know what I did appreciate though? I thought NBC did. I liked their coverage.
The coverage you're good with, yeah.
Well, they didn't overdo it.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Because I was picking up on there are years when I'm listening to the way they're presenting things, and it's just
Fox.
They push it too much.
Fox goes a little crazy.
Warriors.
Yeah.
And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, come on, man. They toned it down with the introduction of the starting lineups, and it was just the guys saying their names and their school, and that was it, as opposed to the ones where they would be puffed up and zoom in and they turn and look and give this. You don't need to dress it up that much.
The posturing is what a lot of times is a turnoff for me.
Yeah, me too.
And also the milking. I get it. It's a huge, huge business thing. I got it. I understand how these things work. The thing was created to be that.
Yeah.
I agree. There were moments that I thought were solid, but I really found myself bored and slogging through with the actual game.
Yeah.
The commercials, we'll talk about that as a separate thing. Underwhelming. Some were really good.
Yeah, a couple were funny.
The Goodwill Hunting thing was terrific for Duncan. I thought Green Day's performance was really pretty solid.
They
at the
were
beginning of
solid.
it.
I agree. Do we have a clip of that?
Yeah, we have a couple of them doing Boulevard, and then another one of
By
them
the way,
doing American Idiot.
Mike, at least I could tell stadium-wise and mix-wise, it sounded really good.
By the way, I didn't know Green Day doubled in size.
Yeah.
There were 6 guys on stage.
Yeah, you gotta fill that
I
sound
have
out
to
a little
mention
bit
this.
more.
Yeah.
I saw this on social media and I had to chuckle because why does Billy Joe look like an astronaut's wife with his hair? Did you see his hair?
Yeah,
It's all puffed up
I don't
blonde.
get astronaut's wife.
Like an old style 60s.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But I thought they sounded great.
Terrific.
So we'll play a little bit of this.
I'll walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's home to me, and I walk alone.
And they played a little bit of, we have a little bit of American Idiot to play for you.
Walk to only contention, across the heavy ambition. Everything is meant to be okay. All the memories of tomorrow, we're not the ones that we follow.
Solid job.
I don't know if you noticed, but they had the largest security woman I'd ever seen in my life.
I did not.
Down in front of the stage.
I did not.
Huge.
I thought that Charlie Puth did a wonderful job at the national anthem. It was not, and that's another thing. So the America the Beautiful and the national anthem, they didn't overdo those either.
I know.
It was Brandy Carlisle, right?
Yeah.
And it was just her acoustic guitar and a cello and a violin, and I thought that was perfect. I don't like the full orchestra.
Yeah.
But it's a bit too much of a production. And then Charlie's version, a little bit on the bluesy side to begin with on America, the national anthem, but then he kind of went straight ahead with it.
Yeah.
I thought that both those performances were fantastic, exactly what they needed to
Get him on, get him done.
Yeah.
And with the proper reverence, whatever you want to imbue
proper
it with.
reverence
Yeah.
and good, really good, solid performance. Yeah.
And they were initially supposed to have a F-22 flyover, and then that was
a B-1 bomber.
They scrapped it apparently because they had to go out on like a military mission. So at least that's what I had heard on Saturday.
Do you know what's so cool? Because they have the flyover, and then they cut to the shot of the guys in the cockpit, and they fist bump.
Fist bump, that was cool.
Like, that's as badass as you can get.
Yeah. And obviously, the halftime show is what a lot of people tune in for.
I actually watched it twice.
Oh, did you?
Yes, because my daughter decided she needed to go take a shower at some point and missed it. And when she came back down, we had to rewatch it. And so I watched it again, which is fine because I'm telling you, the game sucked. And I was able to basically fast forward through all of the third quarter where there was only a field goal scored in the whole third quarter. So, but I didn't mind watching it again. So I was able to pick
halftime
up
show.
on
I thought was energetic. I thought it was good. You know what it reminded me of, and so to me, that's not mainly my style of music.
Yeah, me
but if
either.
you ever go to a tropical resort or that's what you're going to hear.
The only turn off. I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve,
no.
but what were you going to say?
No, but it was energetic.
I don't know any of his material.
No.
So I went in completely blind on it. I didn't really care for the more rap-oriented stuff that he did. It's just not my flavor. But when they got to the more, like bossa nova and traditional.
The wedding thing.
Yeah, the traditional. Once it got to the wedding part, I'm like, oh, this is fun, man.
By the way, did you guys know that wedding was an actual wedding?
Yes.
I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I didn't know, but I thought it looked like one.
Casey, I'm glad you watched twice because there were so many Easter eggs buried in there. Like, did you guys see all the celebrities that he was
I saw
dancing with?
Pedro Pascal.
Cardi
Jessica
B,
Alba.
Jessica Alba.
Oh, I missed
Mitch
her.
McConnell.
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell.
Which I thought he was sick, man.
I just do because I can do the impression. That's right. I thought what I was impressed with, and here's the thing: I got to wonder. I'm watching it on TV. There was so much nuance. They put in sugar canes and all of this thing and bodegas and all these. It was an amazing sort of maze. It was like a bizarre Puerto Rican corn maze.
Yeah.
But there were things that you could only catch if you were, even if you're looking at a jumbo screen at the stadium. If you were there, you missed a lot.
Yes.
Right.
Steve, did you guys see all those grass? All the grass were people dressed?
Actual people.
Yeah,
They
in
were
costumes.
running on and off the field and they had a position.
Well, here's my disappointment. Why didn't they do a choreographed dance thing? We at the beginning beforehand, we're like, somebody's in that grass. That's a person wearing a costume.
Yeah.
And we thought for sure there was going to be a Oh,
Yeah.
they were going to
Yeah.
do a big
Yeah.
choreographed movement or something, but I was a little let down by that.
And it was also cool that like all those stores, the bodegas, the restaurants, were also like actual stores in the United States. Like one of them it was like a bodega in New York. And
Cho's
one
was there.
Cho's was there. No, but like the restaurant was a restaurant in Los Angeles. And so those were actual, it was like, an homage to actual stores that exist in this country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lady Gaga killed it. That,
Yeah.
that woman can sing. She's got a phenomenal voice.
And Ricky Martin.
Well, and here's the deal. I haven't seen Ricky Martin in so long.
Right.
I wasn't sure if that was him or not. When he came on, Rochelle and I were both like, who is that? We're like, is that Ricky Martin?
How is it that friggin' Ricky Martin looks younger?
Oh, man.
Than Bad Bunny.
He looked great.
He's been on that show Palm Royale, which is an Apple show, and so I've been seeing him a lot recently. And yeah, he is handsome. He's pretty much the star of that show.
It was. I thought it was impressive.
Yeah.
And really was. It didn't. Sometimes you can be watching it and it feels like it drags on forever. And that one was fairly efficient. I
I'll
thought.
tell you what
Felt
it
that
also
way
had.
anyway.
Pound for pound, the sexiest halftime show.
Well, they were definitely doing some booty popping.
Yeah, I mean, like,
there was some twerking,
crazy.
That was impressive.
Yeah, the women and the guys, everybody
Yeah.
was just it pumped, and that was nice. It's just this lead up. You know what? Case from your angle, from the sports angle, when you're playing, these athletes, I assume, and you take a pause that long.
Yeah. Well, that's why, and they've learned over the years. I'm not exactly sure what happens in the locker room, but I'm sure people are stretching and on the exercise bike and,
I would think so.
all of that stuff to make sure that their muscles stay loose.
Because that is a chunk of time. The performance, and then they go immediately they go right to the color commentary. That's a pause. The commercials, that's a pause. The halftime show itself, that's a pause. The telling you to go download everything on Apple Music is a pause. It's
I wonder what
a
the
long break.
I wonder what the difference in time from regular season to Super Bowl is during that break. Given all of those stops that they do, I wonder if it's an extended 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that.
It's got to be. It's certainly not the norm.
Normally it's 15 minutes and like it's 15 minutes to the second, right?
Right.
So the second, like in a regular season game, the second quarter ends, you see the clock goes 15, 14, 59, and then it counts down.
Yeah, and then at like 12 minutes, you see the kicker come out and start warming up. And I'm, on YouTube right now, and Bad Bunny alone was 13 minutes and 41 seconds.
Okay.
And then think about all of that around it, too.
Yep. All the prep and all the commentary that happens as they got this in place.
What's weird is that you're watching it happen with sunlight. All that's taken. And I'm watching it, I'm thinking, oh, wow, the sun is still out there, and it has a different complexion to it.
Yep.
Just to go back to Green Day really quickly, and they have been touring with a lot of musicians. So when you see them, they'll have a lot of people on the stage. There was this moment, so they brought out all of these all these legends, Super Bowl legends, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, and those guys walked right up to the stage, and then as soon as they started letting fans out, I just looked and all of those guys jetted. They were like, oh, we're going to go over here. And they ran off to the side. They didn't want to be close to the fans.
Well,
I guess they thought it was going to.
My guess it's also a security issue, too.
Yeah.
No, because they had security guards that were there to block them. In fact, that
really?
hole stayed empty for a while. Yeah. But you could see they were all like, I don't think we want to be up front with this punk band.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, we'll let the youngins slide in here
And
now.
I'm sure the Mannings were all thrilled to hang out front.
We'll get out the way at this point. But as far as the commercials went, there wasn't anything that was like, oh my God, or anything that looked. The only thing that looked like to me that it's going to be a campaign moving forward now is the Pepsi has commandeered the polar bears.
You caught that, and
from
there
Coca-Cola.
were a lot of people that didn't catch that. I'm like, oh my God. Pepsi stole the Coke Bears.
Yeah, so
and the
I didn't even realize
the
that.
Coca-Cola Polar Bears.
It was like a Christmas themed spot that they ran for years.
I used to collect the Coca-Cola Polar Bears, and I'm like, Pepsi has them now? It's pretty wild.
I thought that was a pretty cool
wild.
little maneuver, Steve. And they parodied the Coldplay
concert, which was great.
With the polar bears.
I think a campaign that's going to be a continuing one is the meh. Campaign.
I missed it.
So
what was it?
Sometimes things are just meh. It's for what was it for? I took so many freaking
It's
notes.
funny because I watched
ChatGTP.
Okay, while you're watching that, I watched just up to halftime and then I went to bed.
Right.
And I watched pretty much all the commercials. And then when I got up this morning, I started doing some digging around. I missed a whole ton of them. I guess they save a bunch for the second half.
You know, is that my guess is overall, obviously it's the Super Bowl. Numbers are going to be big. But when you've gone, as you say, Kathy, after 4 or 5 field goals, and it's as boring as F, I bet you the tune-out was dramatic.
I mean, I'm sure the only areas that didn't tune out were like Seattle, Pacific Northwest, because, if I were a Seahawks fan, I would have been thrilled with what happened yesterday. They absolutely dominated on defense. And, don't get it twisted. The score is not, representative of the game that we all watched. Because there were 9 points scored by both teams in the first 3 quarters. And then I think, 31 points scored in the fourth quarter alone. I think it was 17-14 in the fourth quarter alone, 17-13.
Mm-hmm.
So 30 points were scored in the fourth quarter alone. Listen, I don't want to see a defensive battle. I don't want to. That's not a
boring.
Boring.
Casey and Steve, to your point about the viewership tuning out, except for those watching. My friend actually lives in Seattle. He works for Boeing out there, and I mean, it was just he said he could tell the when things were happening by the level of fireworks that were going off. And it's like, oh, there's the field goal fireworks, and again. And again. And again.
Casey, if anybody ever said that our Super Bowl was boring last year because it was such a blowout, at least we scored touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly.
And had offensive
there
plays.
There was offense.
Yes.
At least there was offense. And then there was scoring on defense and all that. But I knew that this was going to be the case going in.
Well, and then that was, you're right. A lot of people were predicting that. On the commercial level, Preston, there seemed to be a lot of shorter, 10, 15, at least they seem even shorter than 30-second commercials. One that did catch my eye was the Benson Boone, Ben Stiller.
Oh, yeah.
Which
but I
is very
saw
fun.
that ahead of time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I saw that earlier in the week.
There's a 2-minute version of it.
Oh, is there?
Yeah,
okay, all right.
that has been running, but that was the falls and stuff. That was funny.
I like that they recorded it square, too, like an old television.
I didn't notice that, yeah.
Yeah, so it was 1080 by 1080 instead of 16 by 9.
Well, speaking about that, Marissa, what they did, which is they did an old 70s style commercial for The Adventures of Cliff Booth, which is the sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
It was the trailer, right?
Good.
You know that look. That's they put up the old ratings card, which was terrific.
And by the way, he looked younger in that than he did in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood to me, which I was like, for a moment, I'm like, are they doing kind of a prequel to his story?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
It's The Adventures of Cliff Booth, so he's got a mustache.
So
maybe it's possible.
Yeah. All right, but that looked really good.
That looked really good.
There was another one. The other thing that I thought might be a forward campaign as well, moving forward, is the Duncan one. You mentioned it with Ben Affleck and playing off of Good Will Hunting. Do we have a little clip of that? All right, and they brought back a bunch of people from 90 sitcoms in it, so I'll play a little bit of it for you.
Hey, Will, did you arrange the Munchkins in the Fibonacci sequence? I got a genius working for me.
He's such a genius, then why'd he put ice in his coffee, huh?
Come on, Chucky, I'm just Will Hunting. I'm not a genius.
Jennifer Aniston was in that. Jaleel White.
Jasmine Guy.
Alfonso Ribeiro. Yeah, Jasmine Guy. Jennifer Aniston. Yeah, so I think they'll move forward with that.
The de-aging, by the way, especially on Matt LeBlanc, looked creepy. But it was intentionally so.
And Ted Danson.
Ted Danson.
Yeah, Ted Danson.
Yeah, Matt noticed that they added bar rails that they have on the counter.
Of the Duncan?
The Duncan, yeah.
You're
when
right.
Sam came over to give his advice.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really
I loved and the Xfinity had the Jurassic Park.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, so they de-aged the cast for that.
How did that look?
It looked a little weird.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were a couple other ones that the Guy Fieri one. They used a little bit of CGI, although they did the practical stuff with his face.
Yeah.
But some of that stuff, and of course, they played off of AI in some of the spots too. There was an AI person talking at the beginning of the game. Did
you get the impression at all during last night's Super Bowl, Preston, that ChatGPT wants you to know that it's friendly and it's going to be good for you?
Well, and then there's that competitor. Cliff or something. It begins with a C.
Right.
And they're saying that they don't have ads on it because ChatGPT is now starting to say, hey, ChatGPT, will you do my taxes? I will not do your taxes, but may I recommend that you use TurboTax and things like that. And so it has ads within it.
Okay. Somebody texted in and said the manscaping one with all the pubic hair.
It was actually really well done.
That was pretty funny.
Piles
Or
of
body
pubic hair.
Yeah.
There was this. I thought it was just cool to see them, but Kurt Russell and Pullman.
Yeah.
What's his name? His first name. He was great in Thunderbolts and
know who you're talking
Maverick.
about.
But anyway, I didn't quite understand the gist of it, but I like seeing them. There were the Mandalorian spot. The movie trailer was kind of good because it was a parody, or at least it was supposed to be. You thinking it's the Clydesdales running along as the Tauntauns, which was terrific.
cute.
So
some good ads. Yeah, Marissa.
Yeah, no, there's one. You guys don't use it, but Ramp. That was Kevin from The Office, and it's a program that we use here at Beasley. And it's just such this random program where you use it for reimbursements.
Okay.
So when we, pay to get a fire company to come out here, I will use Ramp. And I was like, oh my God, I use that. And it was out there. It was
They
very
should have had
cool.
him look a little bit more office-y. They had him looking more businessy, and we're not used to seeing him that way.
I'm actually gonna go follow through, and I didn't see half of them, so I'll check them out. They're all online if you want to see the ads that were run last night. But some good stuff, but nothing that was like groundbreaking. Oh my God! In my personal opinion.
Well, you remember years ago you'd be sitting there and you're like, oh, I can't wait. What's the next one? And I'm like,
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we need to take a break. We got a lot to get to. We have the B-File coming up. We're going to have more chances to win Galentine's Day Party passes, which is Thursday at Parks Casino. And we're going to have Olympic snowboarder shortly. Louie Vito is going to be joining us in just a few. So stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Being more mature than that person was.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mike, I hope you follow
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's about. Get your nose out of this guy's business.
Listen, Preston, have you ever? I've seen adults knock stuff over and walk away. Not even kids.
Yeah.
The other day, so I'm in Acme, and if anyone Acme has wonderful chocolate chip cookies, and then they have these smaller versions now that are perfect to have with tea. So there's in one of those plastic containers, where all four parts of the corners the little dimples have to lock for it to hold. So I'm walking around, and of course I have a little bit too much in my hands, and it falls on the floor. And I'm like, so what? This is how I did it. And you can tell me whether I'm wrong or not. I collected up everything. I put it back into the container. I took the bar code off of it and went up and checked out too, because I dropped one of their things they were attempting to sell and made it unsellable. And so that's how I did it. I've seen adults.
They didn't make you pay for it, I'm sure.
I
Right?
paid for it. I did self-checkout just for the hell. I felt bad that I ruined a product. I know
All right.
that might be a bridge too far for some people, but cleaning it up was the thing as well.
Right.
And man, those cookies were rolling all over the place.
I broke a bottle. I was at a liquor store, and I went back into the cooler because they had beer there too, and I had a bottle of gin, and I dropped. Or no, I went outside. Actually, I went outside. I had just bought it, and I dropped it. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me! I broke this full bottle, and I brought it back in. I'm like,
look what your bottle did.
They said as long as the seal wasn't broken, that I could get a replacement.
Oh, nice.
So it was. They.
That's pretty nice.
They have that in place.
Did you pick up the pieces of glass or whatever? Or
I couldn't. I mean, I told them that I made a mess, and of course they were gonna. I can't go picking up glass. I don't have a broom or the dustbin.
What I can do is give you a free commercial on the radio show.
Hang on a second. Let me hold on now. Chris is a flight attendant. Hi.
All right.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, Chris?
So I'm a flight attendant, and kids come on all the time and make a mess. So do adults. But I would never have them clean up the mess. I mean, we talk about them afterwards and say what slobs they are and love to see what their house looks like. But we never get them on their knees or even ask them to clean it up. We just talk about them afterwards.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So
do you think this flight attendant was out of line to say? And I don't know how they said it. I don't know if they said, "Oh, ma'am, could you please? Your kid made it made a terrible mess here. Can you clean it up?"
Goodness, I would never ever going to adjust it. I just talk about it and afterwards.
Well, let me ask you, Chris, what is the one thing that passengers can do that are guaranteed to make the flight attendants talk about you? What do flight attendants hate the most?
Oh gosh, taking their shoes off, constantly getting up and down or leaving the overheads open.
Okay.
Just and leaving a mess. I actually had an adult that went and he came on and he ripped up, he was mad, and he ripped up the entire safety demo card. And I saw him doing something, and I thought he might have been doing that. And I thought, I'll just clean up his mess later. And he was just angry about his seat and everything. And as he was deplaning, he threw it all up as confetti, and it went everywhere.
Oh, my God.
What an idiot. Hey.
So it's not just kids.
And he did this just because he wanted to, or he thinks that the safety features are a joke, or we have no idea?
He's annoyed about his seating.
He's annoyed about his seating. Okay.
So you tear up the safety card.
But wait a minute, the shoes thing? Come on, man. I have like little slip-on shoes. In fact, I just took them off. I just took them off right now.
I don't care what people think.
The planes are cleaned, like, they're not really cleaned well. And, when you get to a city and you have a quick turn, you're lucky that we get all the trash out of the seat pockets before we have to board everybody.
Right.
Also, they're adults. They can keep their shoes on, Chris.
Oh, no. No, they're not.
No, I mean, honestly, you, Kathy, Chris, whoever, you guys can think and say whatever the freak you want. I don't care.
As long
My
as your
shoes are
shoes,
coming
as long
off.
as your feet don't smell.
Yeah.
So what?
Do you know, though? Are you nose blind?
I am not nose blind.
No,
with my feet.
I'm taking my shoes off. I don't give a crap.
Mine are off right
Well,
now.
Chris is a professional, says to keep your stinky feet in your
I'm
shoes.
with you, Chris.
Tough crap.
I
I'm
don't
taking
have
them
stinky
off.
feet.
Yeah.
All right.
Come down with ice on, spray your feet.
Yes, spray your feet with Axe body spray.
You don't even use soap
That
to
would
wash
be
your
worse.
You don't even use soap to wash your feet. Don't say they're clean.
There is soap that travels all down my body that eventually ends up on my feet. My feet are squeaky.
Chris, Preston does it. Kathy says Preston doesn't wash his feet.
He doesn't.
Can you imagine that?
He lets the soap run down his legs.
It just runs down
She
his
knows.
legs.
She knows.
Exactly.
I think though they also give you the little slippers so you can put them on, right?
No, I don't want slippers on. I want my
Gives you
socks.
slippers.
Well, you just in your socks. You're not your bare feet. Then you're fine.
Exactly. Yes. I don't take my socks off. I'm not an animal.
Casey
Come on,
probably
man.
does.
Casey, do you take your socks off?
No, and I resent you for saying that, Kathy.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chris.
They should give you slippers, though, right? Like as long as we're tossing stuff out there.
Excuse me. It just took its socks off.
I don't know. Slippers?
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Do
Do you guys ever wear them?
I did once. I
hell
hated
yeah.
them.
What, on the plane or at home?
No. At home, around the house.
No. Slipper season. Hell yeah.
Right now?
All
No,
year,
we're coming out of.
Yeah, we're coming out
We're
of
almost
slipper
done. Yeah,
season.
we're in flip-flop season now.
I never
year.
wear.
Casey, I can't believe he just asked who wears slippers.
I
Casey,
wear slippers.
Casey and I wear the same UGG slippers. If you don't wear slippers, you have to get these, and you'll wear
Okay.
slippers.
I do like slippers.
Yeah.
I will wear
I'll
the
try them out.
sneakers or whatever my footwear was, unless it's like formal stuff.
Yeah.
I'll switch. You don't know if a deer is going to come jumping through that window.
Right. You
You got to be
But
able.
that's why you keep your slippers by the door. You
No, you
just
gotta
jump in
wear
and
them.
get out of
sneakers
there.
by the door.
I can go outside with slippers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
totally.
these
In
are
an
these are like
emergency.
rugged outdoor indoor
Yeah.
slippers.
They're
Yeah.
tactical slippers.
Yeah. These are, and those are, I would say, more of the colder weather slippers.
Sure.
I have warm weather
Yeah.
slippers as well.
So do cold weather slippers, that coincides with sweatshirt season, right?
I
They're
think so.
the same, like hoodie season?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yellowstone
are
pajama
cold.
pants season. Yes.
We're working our way into foot
Hold-
bath season, by
Real
the way.
quick, I just want to ask Casey one question because I think here's where we're going to separate. Do you wear those? Do you actually wear those slippers outside?
I do.
Okay, yeah.
Not like-
now we're on different pages.
Well, like to take the trash out or something like that.
Take the
If it's
trash
chilly,
out,
you got to run
or-
outside real quick, go get the mail,
Stomp down the mulch.
Or
Yes.
if I'm like I got to go pick somebody up from not class, but like practice or something
Oh,
like
she
that. If I'm
just
gonna be
got
in the car.
side-eyed by Kathy on
I'm
that.
like,
wear
driving.
pajama pants to Wawa.
Yeah, but that's what the
Oh,
kids are
dude,
doing.
I want to have I want to get a group of people to go to Wawa in pajama pants because it's very freeing.
Talk
I
is
love
cheap.
it.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Let's do
Let's
it.
rent a bus of people. We'll get
Yep.
rent a bus. We'll get everyone in their pajama.
Yep.
And socks, no shoes.
I would love to do that. All right, hang on. I want to go to Todd, who worked in a store that kids would frequently mess up. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Good, buddy. What's going on?
So I actually have an interesting story. One of our beloved Philadelphia Flyers, I'm just going to keep his name private.
Okay.
He came in with his wife and his two little crotch goblins, and the kids were running all over the place. They were throwing pillows all over the floor. They had like cookies or.
This is a mattress store that you work at, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and look, it's expected. You know, I've had it a million times where people come in and they throw pillows around.
Right.
It happens. You know, I get it. But the idea is, like, at the bare minimum, tell your kids, pick the stuff up.
Yeah.
Or make an attempt to just, before you leave,
yeah,
follow them around and pick stuff up.
Sure.
That's all you ask.
When they left, the you know, like I said, our beloved Philadelphia Flyer and his wife did nothing to pick anything up. They walked out. Now, they bought a lot. I was happy with them because they bought a lot. I got a good commission from it. But
Were they
still,
French
like,
Canadian by chance?
They were not.
Okay.
That narrows it down.
All right. Well, yeah. So you left. They left, and you had a bad taste in your mouth because it was just disrespectful.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I think
it's a courtesy.
you're obliged,
I
even
agree.
if you're a Philadelphia
Thanks,
Flyer.
Tom. Yeah.
Your kids, if your kids go in and do something, you need to correct what they've done. If it's knocking down a display, if it's sullying the reputation of the NHL, it's what you do.
Let me see here. It's Eric that we're going to go to next. Hey, Eric. Morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, it buddy. What's
Eric.
happening?
Hey, congrats to Marissa for getting married.
Pass along your love.
So I used to work in customer service, retail. I work in construction now. Shout out to Glazers 252. But I was raging to Nick through the text earlier. This Anthony Bass guy. What gets me the most is the entitlement, like the basic human decency of just pick up after yourself. Teach your child to pick up after yourself. It's your job as a parent. And Nick, you can check the stats on me. He can't even do his own job as a closer in baseball. He can't do his job as a parent. He blew up online. This dude's failing. He's a trifecta of failure.
All right. So if he were an effective closer, he'd get a pass.
And now he's going to, hopefully, if anybody working at United is listening, I hope this person doesn't get fired because of this dude's fucking.
He's fired up, Eric.
Fargan.
Oh my God, I'm so
No,
sorry.
no problem. So, Eric, let me ask you: if the flight attendant was rude, would that change your perspective of this?
Okay, so I understand there's probably, three sides to the story. What the flight attendant says, what Anthony Bass says, and then what actually happened. I'm sure what really happened is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
But how he came across in posting, like what he did on Twitter, it just ruined anything that could have gone in his favor. And to top it all off, if you go back and check his Twitter, he posted a picture of his kid holding a bag of popcorn, like, oh, look at my cute little kid, like as a deflection. Like, come on, dude.
Well, no, I agree about the nature, the tone of his original post seemed a little pompous.
Yeah. And by the way, you're right, Eric. His ERA is like 7.36 or something like that. So
yeah, it's terrible. And the fact that he doubled down on it, saying, "Oh, I got," they're going to take care of it internally. United, whoever's listening, please don't let somebody lose their job because this guy can't teach his kids how to clean up after themselves.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, I agree.
Thank you,
At least a
Eric.
4-year-old, right? The 2-year-old.
5-year-old can clean up after
5-year-old can clean up after
Yeah, right,
themselves. Yep, most definitely. All right, I want to go to one more call. We're going to take a break here in a moment, but Don wants to comment. Hi, Don. Good morning.
Morning, guys. What's the word?
Yo.
Nope.
Not going to do it.
Too late.
All right, so you are you're a rideshare driver.
Yeah, I'm an engineer, but in my off time I do ride share. And people get in and they treat these cars like their personal trash pit with their kids.
I'm sure.
They get in, they want to eat food, they want to have chips. And when something happens, they don't say anything or they're just like, they'll get out of the car. Even the adults do the same thing. And it's just, they don't teach themselves. They're not parents to their kids. They think it's somebody else's problem to clean
Thanks,
up.
Marissa. Real quick, shout out. Somebody had texted in and they had a birthday over the weekend to mention. Says, hey, Presbo, this is Chad Durad, and I am writing in regards to a pretty great friend of mine who's getting married. Actually, they got married on the 7th. Timmy Ziccola and his wonderful fiancee, Noelle, are tying the knot on the 7th. Timmy is the biggest Preston and Steve fan I know. Could you sneak in a nice stinky shard out for this dynamic duo? Thank you, and rage on. So we'll do that. There is the shard out for you, my friend, and congratulations to the new happy couple. I want to mention that in a little bit, momentarily, maybe right after the Bizarre File, if I don't forget, we'll do some tickets for Galentine's Day Party, which is on Thursday night at Parks Casino. We're getting excited about this, so get yourself set. In the meantime, I've got these stories to share with you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by The Bagster. You can buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. Well, the Wisconsin woman is in a bit of a stinky situation after drones allegedly caught her in the act of defecating in a city park. Now, before you have some sympathy for this woman and think, well, maybe it was an emergency, multiple reports were made to the Staunton Police Department from residents using the park who found human feces and used toilet paper, like regularly.
This was a regular thing for her?
A serial pooper. The department set up trail cameras and was able to establish a pattern of someone who was defecating in the park during the early morning hours.
I don't like that.
Was that the regular Saturday night thing? Or?
I think it might have been. After the pattern was established, a drone operator used a drone on Thursday morning to record the suspect in the act of defecating in the park.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Police made contact and cited the 46-year-old woman for indecent conduct. No other information
Just
is
probably like, what?
available. Yeah, what? Yeah. Boardman, I'm not sure where the town of Boardman is, but police were called to the home, to a home Thursday night to investigate a report of domestic dispute involving a tray of food.
This looks like a job for Boardman.
When officers arrived at the scene, they found a married couple who, according to the report, appeared to be very intoxicated. A man at the house told officers that his wife had yelled at him and then threw lasagna in his face.
You call that lasagna?
Officers noted that they could see pieces of lasagna on the man's shirt and in his hair.
Oh, man.
The woman told a different story to police. She claimed the man was being aggressive toward her. Later, she told an officer over the phone that she threw the food because the man was being rude and had tried to push her out of the house. A partial transcript from the police report recounts the conversation between the officer and a wife. The officer said, I asked her how he had gotten lasagna on all over him, to which she stated, I threw it at him. When I asked why, she said, because he was being a butthole. When I explained to her that was what she did was assault, she stated, well, he chest bumped me 4 times, then punched me in the face.
Oh, man. Well, that's not good.
I asked if she wanted to pursue charges. She said no, and that she never wanted police involved anyway. Police told the man and woman to stay away from each other for the rest of the night to avoid further trouble.
I'd say the rest of the month might get it done.
A Navy reservist was at the controls of an unauthorized commercial drone that was down on Tuesday over Naval Air Station Whidbey Island, the Navy said. The drone operator was a reservist on temporary duty, according to Michael Welding, the Air Station spokesperson. He said during a break, unbeknownst to his supervisors, he deployed a personal drone in violation of base regulations. The drone was detected once airborne, and countermeasures were deployed to render the service inoperable.
Oh, man.
They blew it up.
He's in deep trouble.
Whidbey Island, about 60 miles.
can do this?
60 miles north of Seattle, is the home of the Navy's carrier-based AE-18G Growler electronic warfare squadrons.
Oh, man.
Base security and explosive ordnance disposal personnel secured the drone and found that it did not carry any explosives.
I didn't do it.
Or payload that constituted a physical threat to personnel. No one was injured in the incident.
What's the dollar value of that thing?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Agents identified the suspect and detained him for questioning. The Navy did not identify the person responsible or indicate what, if any, action would be taken in response to the incident.
I'm sure they encourage you, if you're around a piece of equipment, you want to screw around with it, see what you can do.
Well, I'm wondering, it was his own. It was his personal drone.
I didn't get that.
So I think he's just like, I'm going to fly this around for a little while.
Oh, man.
Boom!
I thought he was using one of their drones.
No, it's just a personal drone. One night in 2023, Eric, a gentleman named Eric, was scrolling on a social media channel that he regularly browsed for porn. Seconds into the video, he froze. He realized the couple that he was watching, entering the room, sitting down with their bags, and later having sex, was himself and his girlfriend.
Oh, wow.
3 weeks earlier, they had spent the night at a hotel in Shenzhen, southern China, unaware that they were not alone. Their most intimate moments had been captured by a camera hidden in the hotel room, and the footage made available to thousands of strangers who had logged into the channel Eric himself used to access porn.
Man.
Eric
Why
was
didn't anyone tell me my ass was so hairy?
no longer a consumer of China's spy cam porn industry, but a victim. So-called spy cam porn has existed in China for at least a decade.
Oh. I assume it's illegal, right?
Yes, despite the fact that producing and distributing porn is illegal in the country. The issue has become regular talking point on social media, with people, particularly women, swapping tips on how to spot cameras as small as a pencil eraser.
Jeez.
Eric, who's from Hong Kong, had been watching secretly filmed videos as a teenager, attracted by how raw the footage was. He said, what drew me in was the fact that the people don't know they're being filmed. I think traditional porn feels very staged, very fake.
It's because he's really deep thinking, this one, isn't he?
But he explained what it feels like to be on the opposite end of the supply chain when he found the video of himself and his girlfriend, Emily, and he no longer finds gratification in this content.
This is just wrong.
When he broke the news to Emily that their hotel stay had been filmed, edited into an hour-long clip, and uploaded to Telegram, she thought he was joking, but then she saw the footage of herself and was mortified. Emily was terrified the clip would have been seen by colleagues and family. The couple didn't talk to each other for weeks after that. Eric and Emily remain traumatized by their experience. They always wear hats in public in case they are recognized and try to avoid staying in hotels. Eric no longer uses the Telegram channels to watch porn, he says, but he still checks them occasionally, terrified that the clip could resurface.
Sure, that's why he's checking them.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what we'll end with in the Bizarre File. I have other great stories I'm going to get to a little bit later on this morning. But let's have a party. All right, we are headed to Parks Casino, and the sorority gals are getting back together for Galentine's Day. We'll take caller number 13, 610-660-9333. And we're playing bingo, gang. We have a lot of great prizes to give away. We're giving away tons of free slot play from Parks, also a VIP night out with food and beverage and all the stuff. Tickets to shows like The Wallflowers, Melissa Etheridge, Cheap Trick, also the Barbecue, Evanescence, and we have a bunch.
It's a ton of stuff
online for the prizes. So not only will we grab you a free drink and great food that is for free as well, and a chance to just hang with us, but we'll be giving away some great prizes too.
Yeah.
So we'll take that caller, number 13, 610-660-9333, and you will be able to join us coming up this Thursday. I believe it starts at 6 o'clock. Yeah, 6 to 8 at the Liberty Bell Beer Garden inside Parks. We'll come back in a moment, and we will get Olympian Louie Vito joining us next, so make sure you stay put.
It's the wrong way. I remember years ago, Preston. You remember the Good Charlotte we had on years ago, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, or maybe it was their mother who had worked in a hotel and would clean rooms, and
there were some girls went up and hung out with them in their hotel room, and they were the girls were getting a little bit rowdy and they were making a mess, and one of the guys, Benji or Joel, goes, "Hey, somebody works here, and they have to clean that stuff up,
right?"
And I think they said, "Yeah, our mom was worked as a hotel maid or staff or whatever." And they were like, "Don't do that."
Gives you a different perspective.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
of them too.
That's why we eventually married those guys.
Be observant of that. No, they got married to Lionel Richie's daughter. Wait,
Nicole Richie and Cameron Diaz. So I always consider us them.
I know.
Yeah.
Me
Oh,
too.
yeah.
All right, I lied. I have time for one more call.
All right.
I want to go to Kendra. Hi, Kendra. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Kendra, are you weighing in on this whole mess thing, or what are you calling about?
I just won $1,000.
It's our concert cash winner, Kendra. And Kendra, you also get tickets to the Barbecue as well. How's about that?
That is so great.
Yeah, congratulations.
$1,000 going to buy a lot of popcorn.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. And my birthday's Friday, so I can buy myself a nice present.
Oh, that's awesome.
birthday.
Huge. We are so happy. Where are you from, Kendra?
I'm from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
All right. Thank you, Jersey girl. We appreciate you listening and especially calling in and winning. And we will see you at the Barbecue, and we'll give you $1,000 for listening to MMR. All right, Kendra?
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Happy birthday.
Let's hear it for Kendra. All right. Next chance coming up about 1 hour from now exactly, because it is 9 o'clock. So hang in there. All right, Casey wants me. We're going to, do it when we return.
Yes, sir.
We have a concert announcement when we return. So we'll take a quick break. I know it's a lot to take in. We'll come back in just a moment, and we'll get to all that. Stay with us. And Sarah Silverman is going to be joining us as well. Stay put.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. As we have stated a couple times, today is April 20th, which is 420. And that is, of course, the international celebration. I assume it's international. I know it's definitely national. Of marijuana and all things pot.
As you're saying all this, I realize, what is the derivation of 420?
I'm glad you asked that, sir. Because I've got the history of it.
Right.
And I know we've mentioned it before, but it's easy to kind of forget because it's this weird little thing that happened. The most credible story traces to Marin County, California in 1971.
That's it.
There were 5 students at San Rafael High School, and they would meet at 4:20 in the afternoon by the campus statue of Louis Pasteur.
Right.
And they would get high. And they chose that specific time because extracurricular activities had usually ended by then. And the group of guys, Steve Capper, Dave Reddix, Jeffrey Knoll, and Larry Schwartz, and also Mark Gravich, became known as the Waldos because they met at a wall. There was a wall there, and they called them Waldos.
As simple as that.
So they would say 420 to each other just as a code.
Yeah.
So, if they were in the hallways at school, they'd say, 420, and it was just for them to know. Now, the interesting thing is how it got out into
national.
Yeah. And to become part of pop culture. So,
and I want to find out if it has extended to other countries as well.
That is a good question. I'll bet you it has. So Reddix, one of the guys, told Time Magazine in 2017, he said, we got tired of the Friday night football scene with all the jocks. We were the guys sitting under the stand smoking a doobie, wondering what we're doing there. And it continued long after 4:20 p.m. as well. The group challenged each other to find ever more interesting things to do under the influence, calling their adventures safaris. Safari. Yeah. Sick. Going safari. Doobies. So here's where it started to catch on. So later on, Reddix's brother helped him get work with the Grateful Dead bassist Phil Lesh.
Oh, boy.
As a roadie.
That's like the dream job if you're a pothead.
So the band is said to have helped popularize the term 420. And on December 28th, 1990, a group of deadheads in Oakland handed out flyers that invited people to smoke, quote-unquote, 420 on April 20th at 4:20 p.m. And one ended up with this guy named Steve Bloom. And Steve was a former reporter for High Times magazine.
Is that even around anymore?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I would
Steve.
imagine, God, if it had gone away before all of this, it'd be a crime.
So the magazine printed the flyer in 1991 and continued to reference the number, and soon it became known worldwide, it says here, Steve, worldwide as code for marijuana.
You know what High Times should have done? And if they haven't done it yet, maybe they can, because it's such a good idea, Steve. One of their pages should be smokable.
I think I know the case. I think years ago when it was really a controversial magazine and be on the shelf, didn't they include what they call a roach clip in one of their issues?
No, but like it's
they
a paper,
did something like that.
Yeah, it's a paper magazine, like maybe page 4 or page 20.
Right.
You know,
Is
smokable.
Rolling papers or actual marijuana?
No. Like
but something
like
you
a
can
rolling
roll up
paper,
in.
like a blunt wrap, or something that you could roll it into.
I get
and
Acid
smoke that,
magazine and their tabs of acid on it. No, it's. I remember how controversial that. Look, I don't smoke. I don't use the product myself. Yeah, but again, it's another one of these situations where I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
I was fascinated by what's the big in Amsterdam. They have the
Cannabis Cup.
Cannabis Cup. There's a documentary about it that is amazing.
Yep.
I mean, I don't smoke anymore either, but like I did, and it was like sort of ritualistic. I will tell you that, like, once I started it, it like kind of like took over. It was like everything to me, and
I have a history with 15. So I said, listen, I grew up. My sister, my uncles, they were all weed smokers. It was around me even before I was a teenager, and I was kind of used to it. But I started around that time, and I have never quit, and I enjoy it. Now, I am not the level of some weed smokers.
You're not Doug Benson.
There are people who just smoke it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm an everyday user, but I am not, and I have my medical marijuana card, but I'm not a, just get baked out of my gourd person.
Preston, the agent who used to book me into colleges and booked me around in my early days of stand-up comedy smoked pot the way most people smoke cigarettes,
right?
Like heavy cigarettes. So he was constantly smoking pot. And I'd have to say to him, is there any effect at this point? And he would say, not really. I mean, that's how much he smoked.
Yeah. I remember maybe it was a decade ago, 12 years ago, we would occasionally have people from Normal on our show talking about making it legal and recognizing it. Essentially, for the most part, those guys have won. I mean, I really find it to be fairly it's not really an issue anymore. If you don't want to smoke, you don't have to. If you do, you have options to do so in most states. And I like that. To me, it's one of those things where, like, it was being done so much anyway. If you want to smoke legally, now most of the places you can. Even Utah, for crying out loud, there are legal shops.
Do you know what's happening now, though? And I just read an article out of California where the image of I'm a local grower and I'm doing my own. Those businesses are getting swallowed up by corporate.
Sure.
Yeah, the same thing's happening with that industry as well.
It's funny, though. I mean, because I don't want to be like super prudy and stuff like that, but I do feel like there's a time and place. And like, I don't feel like I should be walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking into the fashion district of Philadelphia, or walking through a cloud of pot smoke as I'm walking down the boardwalk in Wildwood.
Yeah,
and it happens. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, the pot in New Jersey is just as legal as people drinking their White Claws on the beach, and I have no problems with that. But I think the difference is like I'm not smelling your
not wafting over.
You don't get a contact buzz from somebody drinking a beer.
Yeah.
And you may not necessarily from somebody's from smoking weed, but if you're someone who's in recovery and you go by and you smell that, you have inhaled a little bit. You know what I mean? And I can see that be concerning, especially for people who've gone through
What about
recovery.
cigarettes, though, man? You've defended people smoking cigarettes out in front of a building in the past.
Yeah, I know, but I love the smell of cigarettes.
Everyone picks their poison.
No, in fact, I haven't. Not out in front of the building. Like, I think, like, here at this building or, like, at a mall or something like that, you need to give them cover, right? Like, when it's raining out, it's not like, oh, tough crap, you stinky, filthy smokers. Like, go smoke in the rain.
Stinky people.
Yeah. But,
so you're talking about make some sort of area where they can congregate.
But not for the pot smokers?
Right outside the entrance?
Well, but you're the one that said it, not me.
Yeah, I'm right out. Okay, first of all, it's not legal in Pennsylvania recreationally, right? Like
in Philadelphia, it is.
Yeah.
Recreational? Smoking legally is recreational in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania's odd because it's by municipality in most areas. Smoking weed, as far as I understand it, is allowed in Philadelphia in public.
I don't know.
Let's check that.
It's the public thing that I'm curious about, Nick. I think that you can have small amounts and it's okay, but consumption, there are regulations on when and where you can do that.
Can you be the mayor giving a speech smoking a blunt?
You're the mayor, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
So let me see here. Whether people buy marijuana legally in New Jersey or illegally in the underground market, it's a crime for them to possess, consume, grow, or sell marijuana in Pennsylvania.
Except in certain instances.
Okay. All right. Well, we can.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's odd. And that's part of the reason why it's still so strange is that there are.
Passed away this weekend. Yeah. He was 47 years old. He had stage 4 kidney cancer diagnosed last year. He wrote that song when he was 15 years old in class. He was sitting there. He was bored at class. And it just started. He just started jotting down some words. And he finished the whole thing right there in his class, from what I understand. But it was just sad news to see that over the weekend. We'll get into a little bit more detail on that in the music news segment later on this morning. couple of things like that to report, unfortunately. We have another guest who is standing by. We'll get to him in just a second. Let's take a look at traffic first. Marissa, what's going on?
We have an accident on 295 northbound. It's right before 30. The left lane is blocked. Traffic is back up to 42. Then some slowing on the Vine eastbound from 76 to 8th Street. Westbound from 95 out to Broad. Blue Route northbound slowing 95 to the Media Bypass. Southbound, the earlier disabled vehicle has been cleared right before McDade, but it's still jammed back to the Media Bypass. Slowing 76 eastbound, Boulevard Divine. Westbound from Fair to South Street and City Avenue out to Gladwin. Then 95 northbound road construction has been slowing from Allegheny out to the Betsy Ross Bridge, and southbound from Cotman Avenue out to Betsy Ross. This traffic report is brought to you by In Touch Ministries. Find strength and guidance at intouch.org. Sermons, devotionals, and hope for your everyday life. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Marissa. So our next guest is vying to win an Olympic medal, but he's winning an award right now for the most beautiful background zoom we have ever seen in the history of this show. It is stunningly gorgeous, and I hope you'll tune in on YouTube right now and watch our live interview. You've not only seen him perform and compete in the Olympics before. This will be his third Olympic Games, but also performed on Dancing with the Stars.
Hey.
Please welcome Louie Vito joining us this morning. Hey, Louie.
Hello. Thank you guys for having me.
Of course, man. Nice to see you, dude. And that is, now listen, you're used to landscapes like that. You're a snowboarder. You spend your time, but that is stunningly gorgeous. Are you in Cortina right now?
I'm actually in Livigno, so just another one of the mountain spots that they have here at the Olympics.
Wow. Jeez, it's gorgeous. So you're, it appears to be up on a balcony with the town below you. So many of these towns are like, we hear the population numbers are like, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Around the Olympics, though, do you sense the enormity of the Olympics? Are you finding areas crowded, or is it just because it's so spread out, you're not experiencing it that way?
It's funny because I've been to 3 very different Olympics. Vancouver, I was spending most of my time in the city of Vancouver, which is going to be the mecca of everything. I mean,
Right.
where a majority of the people are in the cities. And then I did an Olympics in China for COVID, and there was nobody there except for the people that kept sticking, Q-tips down your throat and up your nose. And then here, it's pretty spread out. You get a good vibe of the Olympics here because all the freestyle events are here and they all kind of funnel into one main area. But like over on my left here, which you can't see, they have a scaffolding that's like a skyscraper where they're doing the big air. But other than that, you kind of cruise around the town. You see a lot of foreign people, they might be repping the nation that they're here supporting. But it's pretty chill. It's just different in Europe because we're used to the States. Oh, I'm going to the mountain town. I'm going to Vail, Aspen, Park City, and it's so developed. Here, they're villages, and the architectures, it makes you feel like you're in the Alps.
Wow. So listen, you are competing for Team Italy, and this is your second time doing that. For those who may not be familiar with your story, tell us how that came about, because there's a number of remarkable things about you, and that happens to be one of them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I went to the Olympics for the U.S. in 2010. 2014 was a heartbreak. 2018, I got hurt. I broke my back, and the cortisone wore off, halfway through that season. So I tried to push through that. But my dad and I have always kind of thrown out crazy ideas, and you never know what sticks. There's no stupid idea, and we thought it would always be super cool to be able to represent your country where you're born, and then represent the country and your heritage where my grandmother's from, because my grandma's from Italy, and so my dad's from upstate New York. And I always tell people, somebody's Italian American because they're going to tell you they're Italian American.
Yes.
So we always thought it would be cool. And I started the process actually in 2016, getting all the paperwork and getting my citizenship and all that. But it was just something that I wanted to do to honor my family, my heritage, and my grandma. And like I told my godfather when I was switching to Italy, I mean, he cried. So it means a lot to the family. It's bigger than snowboarding to me. It's bigger than results. But to be in a position to go to multiple Olympic Games and now be able to represent both sides that are such big parts of my life is a dream come true.
Now, you're also the oldest Olympic halftime snowboarder ever. How does that make you feel?
It's funny, conflicted at times because I'm very proud to be at the level that I've been at for so long. I've accomplished a lot of my career, and this is a new badge of honor. But it's also kind of funny because so many of these kids I mean, I have videos where I'm signing their jacket when they're a little kid, and now I'm competing with them at the Olympics. I have multiple of those. And so it kind of makes you wonder, like, what am I doing? But I just love snowboarding. I don't know if it'll get broken anytime soon, because I don't know if it's more of the challenge that people won't want to do, or they're not as dumb as I am to keep doing it at my age.
Well,
I don't know yet.
You're resilient, and your love of the sport is what drives you through. And I wanted to ask you, Lindsey Vonn had a terrible accident. She was kind of wowing us all with her. Very similar, same determination, same love. I got to do it. I got to try it. And I mean, we're fascinated. I'm a bigger fan of the winter sports because I just think they're pretty, amazing. It's all pretty amazing, regardless. But there is this capacity to get severely injured. When you see something like that, does that give you pause for thought, or you don't even think about it?
I mean, you always know that it's there. And I always say it's not if I get hurt, it's when I get hurt. And you go into it knowing that, one wrong move or one mistake, it's going to be a very painful mistake. But right now I have 3 bulged discs. My L3, my L4, my L5 have been bulged, for half of my career now at this point. But it's just something that it's you got to have the love for it, and you got to understand the risks. And I say it's risk assessment. I see people on X, this is medical malpractice to let Lindsey compete. Like, she knew what she was doing. She's not a 12-year-old person who's getting pushed, and you just weigh out your options, and it's same in my sport. My sport, every day I could be doing a routine trick that I do every day, and just one wrong move. I've seen it happen with the best snowboarders in the world. They do a trick 10 times harder, fine, and then a trick that is pretty second nature to them, and they get smoked on it. It's part of it. But I think it's easy to have an opinion sometimes, like, what are they doing? What are they thinking if you haven't been there? But when you're in it, you love it. You're going to fight tooth and nail to do it as much as you can, and you understand that it could have a long-term effect. I say when I'm 80, I'll probably be in a wheelchair, but I'd rather have lived this full life and be in a wheelchair at 80 than be 80 and super young and spry, but I didn't really do much in my life.
Right.
I
hear you. It's just a mindset.
Yeah.
It makes complete sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you spent decades on the half pipe. How much actual snowboarding do you do? Like downhill, just kind of touring and stuff? Or are you just only on the half pipe?
It's funny because you try to get actual snowboarding in as much as possible. But the last 2 years, I would say, haven't been as much as I would like. I mean, I spend a lot of my time in Utah, and last year I did 2 days in Utah the whole season. And so far this year, the only day that I have really not riding a half pipe is when I was back in Ohio for Christmas. I went to the mountain I grew up riding when I was younger. And other than that, it's just been 2 days practice contest, 2 days practice contest. And then I was in Switzerland for the last couple of weeks, just riding half pipe. But springtime is super fun because the weather is great. There's no ice. We ride icy half pipes all the time. So I try to get as many days as I can. But at my age now too, when I'm done with the contest, I'm like, let me just chill first. Let the body rest, let the back open up, maybe get my inch or 2 inches that I just lost from the last week of compression. Let me get that back.
But you know what? I'm going to piggyback on Casey's question, Louie, because it's the stuff you guys do is outrageous. Does just kind of carving, cruising, does that hold any fascination to you at all?
I mean, they have snowboard racing at the Olympics, which is just such a different thing than I've ever been around. I've done it a couple of times with the hard boots and around the gates when I was in school. But other than that, I look at it I don't care what type of snowboarding people do. I just want people snowboarding, and it's fun to mix it up. I love riding a resort. I love going to different resorts. I mean, I grew up on a 290 vertical foot hill. That's where I learned to ride. So anytime I can snowboard, I don't care. Snow's good, bad. I've done old landfills that are ski resorts. I just want to go snowboarding. And time on my board's a blessing. And we're lucky. Like you said, you made a comment about my beautiful backdrop. Sometimes you're sitting on a chairlift. You have to make sure you take a moment and just really take it all in, because you don't ever want to take anything for granted. But when you're in the mountains a lot, sometimes you catch yourself like just not paying attention to this beautiful surroundings.
Now I was going to piggyback on Preston, piggybacking onto Casey, but you just answered my question, because to me, if you were to lose the sublime wonderfulness, to just be able to pause in the quiet of the nature that you're in, it would be, because sometimes when something becomes your vocation, your occupation, and no matter how much you love it, there are the aspects of it that just become a drag. So I'll ask another question. Do you enjoy shoveling the driveway?
Oh my gosh.
You know, the best part about that is I always did. Maybe it's because it was something my dad used to tell me he liked to do in New York when I was growing up, and we do it together. I've been in Utah for almost 20 years. It'll be 20 years this summer. And my wife got me a snowblower for Christmas before we were married, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And it was the first time I've ever had a snowblower. I always did it by hand.
Yeah.
But now at my age and with my back issues, sometimes I feel a little bit, I'm like, man, I'm more sore than when I just did in the half pipe, just shoveling this stupid snow.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Hey, Louie, so I know you've had, some very proud moments being in the Olympics and also Dancing with the Stars, but I'm wondering if one of your ultimate achievements is that at Go Fish Seafood Restaurant, they have the Louie Vito roll there.
Yes. What's funny is when I go there, I order so many of them. I'm like, and I don't say anything because if I just kind of go into the restaurant, I'm like, I'll take 4 Louie Vitos, please. And I think first off, they're like, this kid is a fatso. But also, I actually love the roll. I mean, it's good. It's a great roll. I recommend it for everybody.
Well,
high quality stuff right there.
What sport's more closely associated with seafood than snowboarding?
Yeah, true.
I know, right? Just under everything, all the snow on top of it.
Yeah.
So, Louie, you used to train in the Reading area. Is that how this restaurant and you got tied together?
Yeah. So I wanted to find the best trainer in the world, pretty much. So I was looking at all different Olympians, winter, summer, and who is somebody that is just known for their shape and their conditioning. And it was Apollo Ono. And it's funny because Apollo and I both were on Dancing with the Stars at separate times. So when we were at a Dancing with the Stars taping, I said to Apollo, I said, "Oh, Apollo, like I'm looking for a trainer, and I really respect what you do. And I know that you know this stuff, like you study." And he's like, "Actually, my trainer is here." So that's how I met John Schaefer, who has Winning Factor in Reading, PA. And so I had a call with John after I met him, and he said, "Okay, I'll take your body to a place it's never been and back and there again and back and da-da-da-da-da, but I need 5 to 6 weeks." I'm like, 5 or 6 weeks? I've never been in one spot for 5 or 6 weeks. I'm always on the road. He's like, "I'll make you stronger than you've ever been." I'm like, okay, I've had this NBA trainer. I've had all these different people. Holy cow. That was everything he said and more. And I was there for 5.5 weeks and haven't changed. I stayed on his workout since, we're 15, 16 years I've been going to Reading to see him.
Yeah.
And he's one of the best. He had LaShawn McCoy forever, as I know you guys all know who Shady is. And he had him back in high school, college. And then I'm going to say my own little toot my horns because I came in one season and he was working out again with John and he had his crew there and we're working out and they're like pushing him. And I was like, I'm kind of getting into it. I'm like, man, I could be in the NFL. I'm feeling good right now. You're like, thinking they're talking to me, but I'm going to say he did this summer with John. After a few years off, he came back and got the rushing title. I don't know. He knew what he was doing, but yeah, I love Reading. I love Philly. I love the Buckman's guys, the snowboarding there is awesome. So I have a lot of friends and family there, but yes, that's how I got in touch with Go Fish. And, you always want to have great food when you're traveling because being on the road, it's hard to cook in other kitchens, I think. And you don't always want to go out to eat, but when you find a spot that's good quality food after I'm dying in the gym, I don't want to be putting crap in my body. So that's kind of how it all what came about.
Let me ask you a question because we know the physical demands of just the aspect of competing, the actual sport itself. But there's everything that surrounds it as well, which is getting backing and financing and people, your team. How much of your time is consumed with that aspect of it? Obviously, when you're first starting out and building it, I assume it's a lot more. But even at this point, does that part of what you have to do still figure prominently into your schedule?
I would say back in the day, it was a little more demanding in that sense with some of the sponsors I have, but I've always done everything kind of on my own. So I've had Olympics where I've had McDonald's and TD Ameritrade and Smuckers and all this. And then I've had, the Red Bulls, the Monsters, the Nike, all of these. And so those ones, when they were really booming, they were pushing it a lot. But with Italy, for instance, I don't receive any funding. Everything's out of my own pocket. And from my sponsors, I've been fortunate to have sponsors for over a decade. I've been with Toyota for 15 years, G-Shock watches for almost 15 years, Wiener Schnitzel, which is a food restaurant. They've always supported me. I have branded bills now. So those deals are kind of like, they know what I'm doing. It's more of almost an ambassadorship too. So if they like Toyota might want me to come with the San Francisco region and I just go riding with them or do whatever event they're doing and hang out. So it's not as much. And I kind of just do what I want to do training. So, I have the coach that I've had for a long time now. I pick who that is. We all ride together. So it hasn't really changed switching. And I would say it was a lot more busy back in the day than now, but I love being busy because if you're not busy, then maybe the interest in snowboarding, the interest in your personal brand is going down. So I like to try to stay busy because it means that people care about snowboarding.
Yeah. Hey, I want to ask this is a personal for me, a personal question because we're off on Monday and I'm thinking I was thinking about driving up to Vermont and I saw that you actually worked out at Stratton Mountain and that was one of the mountains I was looking at. Would you recommend going there? Listen, I'm not a half pipe guy. I actually don't make fun. I ski on snowblades. I'm just, I just want to go out and leisurely skiing. Is Stratton the place to go?
I'm going to be honest with you. I went to Stratton Mountain School for winter of 8th grade and all of high school, which is a snowboard boarding school. They have those. Yeah. And so I haven't been to Stratton in a while now. We used to have a U.S. Open there. So I haven't been there in a while, but everything that I've read and seen lately, it seems like it's still a hot spot and a great place to go. And for me, it's just anytime you can get on snow, but if you just want to get away from your area, go up to Vermont. And I don't know how many days you can do, but you also have so many resorts there. You have Okemo up there and Killington over there. You have a lot of options if you want to mix it up too, if you have more than one day.
Nice.
Louie, when are the half pipe competitions and what's the competition looking like as far as, favorites and where you fall in the expected, anybody can win it, but how are things looking so far?
Well, we've had one day of practice last night. We have a night practice tonight. And then we have a day practice, and then we go on Wednesday night, Europe time. So we're 6 hours ahead of you. So probably right after lunch is when it's going to be on in America. Uh-huh. It's looking pretty good. Last night we have a meeting after we have practice. Everyone kind of meets at the bottom of the half pipe, meets with the guy who builds it. And we kind of say, hey, can you fix this? Maybe adjust this. So, every day it's going to get a little bit more fine tuned. The Japanese are dominating snowboarding, whether it's slopestyle, big air, half pipe.
Wow.
They're definitely with the ones to watch. And it's like plug and play. When one decides he gets hurt or he decides to retire, they have 10 more waiting. And it is insane to see some of these young kids that are coming up through the Japanese snowboarding pipeline. But they're definitely, I would say, the ones to watch going into this. And for me, it's just to leave it all out there and ride the best that I can. And, at this point, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to keep my body healthy, persevere through, the ups and downs that I've had with my back issues. But I'm just going to try to put down the best run that I can. And the thing with snowboarding is subjective. I can put down something that, all the riders love and the judges don't. And that's all that matters what the judges do. I can control how I ride. I can't control the scores, the other riders. So every time I go in, I just try to put something down that I'm happy with and leave it all out there. Have zero regret.
I think it's the genuine love of the sport that's fueling you. It's really the purest kind of sports story you could have. I wanted to ask you, since you're married, correct?
Correct.
Does the Olympic Committee then still give you the complimentary 1,000 condoms, or is the in that gift bag that they give all the athletes?
I didn't receive any, but I'm actually not even staying in the village. Italy got their own hotel, so we have our own hotel, and which is amazing food, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Milan's probably a little bit crazier than where we are right now. But yeah, I scored with my wife. She's a professional golfer, doing mostly social media now.
Yeah, so, she's got almost 1 million followers on Instagram. She's disgustingly gorgeous, by the way, Steve.
There we go.
Yeah. And a good golfer.
Yes, that's probably the best trick that I've pulled off.
Yeah.
My entire career is somehow having Haley Ostrom decide to marry
That's what you call the full pipe. Yeah, right?
Yeah. There's a full pull on that one, so it's been good. But we're kind of a little bit distant out here. Like I said, it's we have a handful of events here, so the village scene is a lot more chill than Milan because it's just like a cluster of 3 hotels.
It's probably nicer because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I'm loving life. I come down, I have 2 pasta options, 2 meat options for lunch and dinner. I'm like, but the problem is this is a sweatshirt that I'll snowboard in. But most of the outfits they've given us is like 98% white.
Wow.
I'm like, okay, white and pasta and me. Not a good combination. So I'm eating like this as I'm trying, like leaning over the table like an idiot. But I'm like, I know how I am. I grew up eating pasta. I know that this is going to end up on me somehow.
Yeah.
And you guys gave me all white.
Hey, Louie, kind of making a left turn with this question here, but in the snowboarding community, what was your guys' take on that? The Canadian drug dealer dude, Ryan Wedding, and that whole thing, man. That must have been like, oh my God.
Well, you know how many people text me like, Louie, do you know this guy? I'm like, first off, I'm not that old. But second, no, snowboard racing and snowboard freestyle are kind of 2 different worlds. But yeah, my mind was blown because it is kind of ironic, I guess, because in '98 Olympics, they had another snowboard racer that got popped for drug testing for weed, but second hand. So
yeah.
And then this guy was on I think they were on the same team together. So I'm like, what is going on in that 98 team they got?
He's next. I mean, it's one of the world's most wanted, criminals. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. But
I don't know if snowboarding we want to claim him, but that's kind of a big claim to
that's
say.
right. It's what you call extreme drug dealing. That's what it is. Yeah.
Whatever he does is to the extreme. That's for sure.
Louie, you're so busy. You've got the practices and all that stuff. Do you have a chance to see any other events at all? Is that even in the on the menu?
So if you want to go to, like, if I'm in Milan and I want to go to a hockey game, I have to go through a few hoops to get the tickets. But for outside venues, I can just go. So I watched men's big air qualifiers, men's big air finals, because I have a lot of friends in that. And then last night I caught the end of women's big air qualifying because we finished practice. I just ride down for the pipe and I'm looking right at the landing. So I watched a little bit of that. Ski slope style women's went on today, their finals, and I did not watch any of that. But I mean, I can literally walk 5 minutes and I'm at the venue. So for outside ones, I'll go check it out. And then I watched a lot of practice when I first got here because snowboard, slope style, big air, half pipe, we travel together a lot. I've known a lot of them since they were young. And so I like to support, and it's kind of my vibe, right? It's a lot of action.
So obviously you have the adrenaline, you have that need to really, to push your body and push to extremes. What's the one sport? Is there a sport that you look at that's taking place out there that you go, no effing way?
I was talking to one of my friends who he competes for Switzerland, and he's 30. So there's not many people. I'm still like 6 or 7 years older than the next oldest.
Right.
But we were watching big air, and we're like, would you rather be doing triple corks in a half pipe, which is a pretty new popping thing right now, or 2160s on these jumps? And it's like, I think I'm going to stick to half pipe. These guys, I mean, they like, you spin fast, and then there's what they're doing. I swear sometimes the cameras almost glitch with how fast they're spinning. And the jump here for big air isn't even that big, and they're doing 2160s. I mean, I remember when 900s and 1080s on slope style jumps were big, and now that's like what they're going to test the speed. Let me just do a 1080 real quick, double cork 1080, just to let me see if how I feel.
Wow. I mean, you look at the history of things like that, and in skateboarding and similar, sports that have similar movements, and they keep pushing it. They keep pushing. I mean, there's got to be a threshold someday where it's like, this is as far as a human being can get. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem is they keep adapting the size of the jumps and the size of the half pipe. When I started riding half pipe, it was like hand dug. Then it was like a 12 foot. Then it was like an 18 or 16, then 18. Now we're at 22 feet.
Jeez.
And so you can go even bigger. Wow. And I think too, like the training, the way you can train it with these airbags now, like when I learned most of my double corks, there was no airbag. Now they have these airbags, and now they just have one in Japan that just opened last summer that is like a fake synthetic carpet type material. We call it a dry slope. And then you land in an airbag that's shaped like a half pipe. So you can just rep. My friend was telling me it was like, you get like 60 reps a day in your session. And to emulate that on hill is just, it'd take a week to do 60 reps.
It would seem impossible. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And so you can still get hurt. I know people that broke their legs on airbags and torn this, that, and the other, but it's a hell of a lot easier to just swing yourself and be like, let me see how my rotation is. And if you land on your back, you're not landing on an ice patch.
Right.
You're actually landing on something a little more cushion. So I think that these things are going to change the game. The half pipe airbag is going to change the game, especially with the age of these kids that have access to it, and they can just go there and rep. And then when they go to snow, most likely they'll land it first try or within 3 tries, and it minimizes the risk on it.
Yeah, of injury. Wow. Well, it's incredibly impressive what you guys do and what you are doing at your age now, the oldest Olympic half-pipe snowboarder, 3rd Olympic Games. Very impressive stuff, man. So we're looking forward to seeing your performance. And we appreciate you taking this time to check in with us, man. It was really, really cool.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. And you guys really helped with working with my schedule because it's, 2:30, 3 o'clock over here. So I'm going to get ready for practice. But I appreciate you guys letting me join you. And it was fun, especially listening to a little bit of the radio before I got on. I think we're good to go.
We saw you singing along, man. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
All right, Louie. Good luck, man. We appreciate it. Louie Vito, everybody. Check in from Italy this morning. And the Olympics underway. And wow, what a cool guy.
Yeah, man.
And what an impressive career he's had.
I mean, that's the stuff you see in movies. Yeah, that sort of, that's a Rocky type story. And obviously he has his success, but to keep at it at this age is pretty amazing.
I will never fully comprehend that mindset of any extreme athlete like that because I've gone, BMXing and jumped my bike and jumped off of diving boards and belly flopped. And, the second I get hurt, I was like, I don't ever want to do that again.
Right.
Right? Not like I want to try it again to see if I can do it and not get hurt.
Yep.
And then there's Chipotle.
Chipotle.
You got to live for Chipotle.
And it's a little bit like so casual when you're in it. I watch my husband. I'll we'll watch the Olympics and he'll watch a run and I'll see his body spin and he's kind of doing it as these athletes are still doing it so many years later. And he was one of these guys that snowboarded with Louie, and he was the old guy now, and Louie was the young guy, and now he's seeing him all grown up and in the Olympics. Pretty wild.
That's cool. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for getting them on, Marissa. We appreciate it. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. We'll do some more invites for Valentine's Day party before we are done today. I promise you that. We'll be back in just seconds. So stay with us.
From state to state, and not only does it vary from state to state in Pennsylvania, it varies from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh.
And federally, you can still get in trouble for it, even though it's legal.
Oh, they got to shake all this stuff out. What kills me, Preston, is about this the creation of 420 as a thing. There's a good organization attached to a commercial that we run on air that mentions DBH. Do bong hits is what I hear.
Of course.
That this thing would take off and become the thing from a school playground with DBH was your school thing.
Yep, that was our thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And our
DBH,
thing,
we had it written all over our notebooks and stuff,
Our thing in college was, Hendrix, right? So we would, be at a party or whatever, like, okay, we're going to be at Hendrix at, midnight. All right, meet me at Hendrix. But Hendrix was a gravestone. It was somebody's name. And there was a graveyard next to our fraternity house, and all the way back in the far back of the cemetery.
That's where you guys would congregate?
Right next to this big tree. It was the biggest, and the last name on the headstone was Hendrix. And it was, so when you're talking about DBH and 420,
these things become lore.
They're these cool little ritualistic things that, and it's code, right? Not everybody knew what Hendrix was, and you could say that, and people knew what you were talking about.
Right.
I think line one might be able to help us.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I have Mike on the phone, who is a police officer in Philadelphia. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Well, we're a little confused, Mike. That's clear.
But that's par for the course.
Maybe you can help us out here. What's the story with marijuana, smoking it, possessing it in Philadelphia?
So it is recreational use. You can walk down the street and smoke it. It is basically when I'm working in the city and we're driving by and you smell it, it's like, oh, well, that's just the new smell of Philly. So instead of, you get down to the subway when we're working down there and you're like, oh, that's the smell of Philly. But up on the street, it's just the smell of weed everywhere.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that you could smoke it outside. And that is Nick correct in that it's only.
Here's the thing. I'm partially correct. And maybe, Mike, you can expand a little bit upon this. It's decriminalized. However, it's not legal. But I don't know what the difference between decriminalization and legality is.
Realistically, there is no. I'm sure there is a nuance And if you're caught with it with like a certain amount and it's all baggied up, then yeah, it could be that it's criminalized. However, it's gotten to the point now where it's so prevalent out there that there's no point in doing anything about it because of how willing people are to just say, oh, okay, yeah, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's so low level that it's hardly worth the waste of time.
Exactly.
And
Somebody. So the biggest things you get is still federally. It's not, and I'm a federal law enforcement. So even for us though, we're not touching it because there's no, nobody's going to touch for a couple joints or a couple, whatever.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to even mess with it. But if you're flying out of the airport and you have it in your bag, like your carry-on bag, and they do the search, yeah, it's getting confiscated. You're not going to go through it because at that point, once you go through, it's a federal building.
That's why you got to pick up the ass buddy for transporting your pots.
Right. I mean,
so they're going to confiscate, but they're not going to arrest you?
Correct. It depends on the amount, though. I mean, you might get like a citation and like almost like an ROR where they're going to give you a citation for it, depending. But most of the time, they're just going to take it and let you travel on, especially if you have a medical marijuana card.
Yeah.
But they could,
and
right?
There are some nuances with that where, and I'm not. I'll be honest. I'm not 100% privy on it because that's more local level.
Right.
And I know for us, we're not dealing with it unless we're actually finding it by the tonnage or the big pounds, and then it's like, oh, all right, that's for us.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a different question? Because I've heard about from people who said they don't want to get a medical marijuana card because then they wouldn't be able to purchase a firearm. It's like you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Is that
that is false?
Okay.
False. Okay.
That is false. So I have friends of mine that have the medical marijuana card and also have a Pennsylvania state carry permit. So it is false. It's there's obviously if you get caught carrying and you were smoking and you're high, yeah, there's some implications, right? It's just like drinking. Like even for me as a Fed, I can basically carry anywhere. However, where I can't carry is anytime if I decide to have a drink, right? I'm not supposed to have it on me, and if I do, that's it. It doesn't matter who I am and what I am. It's an automatic, okay, yep, you're done.
Okay.
Right?
So
because that's the implications.
let me ask you, Mike. So I do a lot of human trafficking, but I want to get a Class C license.
Yeah.
Is that going to be an issue?
I mean, it won't be, but what's your address again?
All right, Mike. We appreciate the info. Take care, bud.
No problem. Thanks for talking.
All right, see you later.
Hi, Mike.
All right, we actually have a police sergeant.
There you go.
Who wants to correct a couple of things that Mike may have missed out on. And he's in Philly as well. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, it's just that you look so nice.
That's a great callback.
All right, Joe. We're good, man. So what's what can you clear up about this conversation?
Yes, I need to retrain Mike. Mike's pretty close on a couple things. It is not legal. It is decriminalized.
Okay.
Meaning anything less than 30 grams possession, it will be confiscated and you get issued a ticket for $25.
Okay.
If you're smoking it, the ticket is actually $100. But a code violation notice is the same thing we issue for a house with high grass, or if you're like smoking in the entrance of a business because businesses don't allow smoking. It's a ticket.
Okay.
So it's not that big a deal as long as you pay it. There's no criminal offense. You don't have to disclose anything on a job application.
Okay. Oh, all right. That's what I thought. I thought that there was that you can't be just standing out on a sidewalk, on a public sidewalk, just huffing away. I thought that was, if not illegal, some type of a violation.
Yeah, but it's become so prevalent. It's almost become that drinking a beer in a brown paper bag.
Right.
Cops aren't going to chase everybody through the park.
Yeah, you're
on your
it's
porch, or your
situational.
house, or in your car. We're not going to make an issue about it.
Joe, you'd gum up. I mean, if you were to go after everybody, you'd be gumming up. The paperwork alone would be insane going through all that stuff, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd make it 2 blocks from headquarters before I get
Yeah.
So,
All right, say, Sergeant, real quick, because I just got another text from my friend who is a state trooper here in Pennsylvania, and he says that guy is absolutely wrong about the medical marijuana card and firearms. He says You absolutely cannot have a medical marijuana card and purchase a firearm in Pennsylvania. He
Is
said
it
that
purchase
is
a firearm or
purchase
concealed permit?
purchase a firearm.
Your state trooper friend is exactly right. If you have a medical marijuana card in Pennsylvania, it automatically prevents you from being able to apply for and purchase a firearm.
But if you had a firearm first, what if you had a firearm first?
In theory, you're supposed to turn it into the state if you get caught. Now, I imagine nobody's kicking down your door to take your legally purchased firearm because you got a card. But it's probably in your best interest to maybe not disclose.
Wow.
Why is that, though?
Just go visit Jersey more often.
Why is that? What is the reasoning behind that?
Because it's federal. So the state, which is
got it.
when you purchase a firearm, you have to register it with the state.
Right.
When you purchase that firearm, because it's state, it's all submitted to the federal government.
All right.
Where
Got
the
it.
federal government, all marijuana is still illegal.
All right, Joe, let me throw this scenario out to you. Let's say I have a medical marijuana card. I am defending my home. Someone breaks into my house. I have a firearm. I use it. Does that complicate things?
It can and it can't. What you're looking at, I mean, is you can justify the use of deadly force. In theory, I can take my firearm and leave it at my father's house. And if my father used that firearm to defend his property, he violated no law. He was not in possession of that firearm outside the house.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, what about driving under the influence of marijuana? And does that vary from state to state?
It does. And one of the issues in Pennsylvania they've talked about is because we're kind of decriminalizing and there's the medical, when you get pulled over for DUI for alcohol, there's a limit you have to reach. It's 0.08 is the limit of alcohol. If you're below 0.08, you don't get charged with an offense.
Right.
If you have any marijuana in your system, and I believe it can last anywhere from 3 to 7 days, depending on the level. If you have any marijuana in your system, you're automatically charged.
DUI.
Even if it's you smoked weed 2 days ago and you have trace amounts, because that they test for, I think there's a doctor in court who does this part, but I always look at his sheets. They test for THC, and I think it's delta hydrocannabinoid 9 or something. And when they test for all of that, as long as it shows up in the system, you're charged with 3802D, which is the drug offense.
So you're just like a bad driver on a certain day, and you just do a dick move as you're driving. But if they test for it, and it could be a couple of days old, they'll charge you with that under the influence.
Yeah, it's one of the things that they've been talking about addressing because you can leave the bar and you're at 0.06, you're free to go home, but you have that little bit of marijuana and we smell. Drug test.
So and it's the weird thing, Joe, and we talk about this because there's so many from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from state to state. There's the lack of parity, and again, I was reading an article in the paper about how it's hard to really, at the time of arrest, determine how far along someone is if they've smoked a lot of pot.
Yeah, they need to refine the testing process, but you would think that would have been done by now. Because it's been around for a long time.
It's one of those things that decriminalization happened so fast, and it was essentially, look, we're just going to, because it was a Philly thing. It was, we're no longer going to arrest for it. We're just going to issue tickets.
Right.
But the state is the one that makes the determination on criminal and motor vehicle code violations, and they have not caught up.
Okay. So, all right. Can you have a medical marijuana card and a fishing license?
I think so.
They're still working on that.
Hey, the firearms thing, is that nationally or is that just in the state?
He was saying it was federal.
But
so firearms, it's all submitted federal, so they still fall under federal guidelines. Not every state has a medical marijuana program.
Okay. Got it.
That's still local.
Okay.
They're still state by state.
All right, Sarge, thanks for the info, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
All right, you too.
I'd be the worst. But my brothers are all both law enforcement. I'd be the worst at it. What code is this again?
Yeah.
I forget the Miranda rights, all that stuff. I'd be the worst.
Wow.
I mean, I couldn't even umpire a softball game.
Could you imagine going into a drug bust? I thought you said go into the bag.
Is this infield fly rule?
Thank you for saying that because the umpire yesterday missed 2 infield fly rules, and we were losing by like 1,000 runs. I'm like, please just give us these outs.
Real quick, one of the funniest moments of my life was watching my father try to explain to my mother the infield fly rule. And it took about an hour and a half, and she still doesn't understand it. But boy, did my brothers enjoy the process.
Well, it seems like all this has a multitude of infield fly rules.
Yeah,
people are trying to hash out, Nick.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It is. But, I mean, things have lightened up so much. If you look back, 25 years ago as opposed to now and where things are. I mean, me as a user, I love it. I think it's great.
You're so right, though, Press, because years ago, I remember he smokes pot.
I know. Or if I were to mention it on the air, would have been, even just a couple of years ago, would have been really taboo.
And now we have advertisers.
Yeah.
Bill walks around toking all day.
I still think of it that way, though, a little bit. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, he's a pot smoker.
My romance with weed is I can remember back to my teenage years, like really good bags specifically of pot that I would
journey
get.
faithfully.
And just I hold these
real quick before we I've got something that we want to get into, but I could easily go look this up on my own, but I just saw this, and Marissa, search for this if you can.
Can you Google that?
In the ski jump,
yes,
when they are coming in for a landing. Now I haven't watched any. I haven't even seen if they've done the event so far in the Olympics yet, but. Do you ever notice those little sprigs that are sticking up out of the snow?
No.
What are they?
Yeah, they're sprigs.
But I mean, they're put there intentionally. Are they for visible so they can see how far down the ground is when they're jumping? But there's these little things. They look like little.
Are they gophers?
Saplings.
Well, I wonder.
No. They look like little bitty trees or twigs or something like that.
I wonder if it's just the ground underneath. I have no idea because I know that when they do like
you're talking about the full ski jump,
Marissa, not springs, sprigs.
It auto corrected me. I did have sprigs.
Or what is coming up from the snow on the ski jump?
I also want to know: is it where the back of the ski lands or the front of the ski lands is the landing point?
I would imagine the back, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, here's a picture. Look at that. Those are little twigs. You don't see that anywhere else on the mountain on any of the events except for the ski jump, and it's always the ski jump.
They do look like little natural growths, like plants.
All right, so they kind of explain it in the movie Molly's Game. If you remember that movie, it's based on a true story.
Yeah.
Molly Bloom, I think her name was. And one of those sprigs ended up like ending her career because it accidentally...
Cut her leg off.
No. It got into her binding, and then her ski had come loose, and she ended up crashing really, really bad, and that ended up starting her career.
Well, then you probably shouldn't have them there.
Yeah,
I would mow the snow.
Yeah. Marissa Googled it for us. It says the small green plastic-like markers or twigs sticking up from the snow at the bottom of the ski jump hill are, according to Business Insider, used to aid in depth perception. There you go.
That's
they help
it.
Jumpers identify the ground, manage speed, and know exactly where they are in relation to the surface while landing at high speeds. Okay, I thought that's what they might be.
Well, what if you think you're so far away that they're actually full-grown trees that look tiny?
Yeah, what about that? You're like, wow, I'm really high up. You're only 5 feet above us.
Those people look like ants.
Yeah.
So I learned this weekend that those type of things really do help out. Like on a half pipe where they have the blue lines that are going on.
Yeah.
And what I love now with social media is we're seeing a lot more behind the scenes. And now every time a snowboarder does a run, whenever one of those blue lines is destroyed, somebody comes out and repaints it.
Okay.
And apparently on the hill when you're waiting, everybody starts cheering those guys on.
Okay.
Like, because they're like coming out and they like swoosh out.
Well, it's very important,
and go in and out. But it's fun because I mean, I'm sure it's entertainment between runs.
Sure.
With all of those things.
I was, God, I just had a brain fart the location, but I was at the base of one of those, the ski jump, that
maybe like Lake Placid or something like that.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. And you look at it, you go, no.
Yeah.
No
way.
No way.
No way on God's green earth.
I'm getting sick to my stomach just looking at it.
Yeah. I'd like to go to the top of one of those and just see what those guys and gals are, what they're looking at as they get ready to go on that, because it just looks crazy.
No effing way.
Well, thank you for indulging me. I appreciate that. Something I'd like to do, and we have not done it in several weeks, but we're loaded up with surveys.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah.
And we're going to do Survey Says this morning.
You are going to do Survey Says? That's
It's
crazy.
a segment where I have a lot of different stupid surveys, and we call it... Thank you, Casey. Survey Says. I get these all the time, and I set them aside, and then we can do them in bulk from time to time. So here is a survey of 2,000 adults and it asks about things that most people keep in their cars. It says bizarre things. I didn't really find any bizarre things in this particular survey. But
what about a glove box full of dildos?
Nobody had that. There's only one person.
What about a container with a toe in it?
That was my mom had her 2 hammer toes, her 2 pinky toes that were left in the glove compartment to a car they sold and left the toes in there.
Oh, look, French fries.
Wow. So no, they found that 46% claim that their cars are clean.
Yeah, that'd be me.
But a third are embarrassed at the state of their vehicle.
I can tell you everything I have in my car right now. I have a box of kitty litter for traction.
All right.
I have a shovel. I have a scraper, and I have shopping bags.
Okay.
And a sunglasses.
All right, this is stuff sitting out.
Oh, okay.
I guess. Or is that all tucked away?
I keep my hammer toes rolling around loosely on the back seat.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are put away properly.
Okay.
So you're saying in the car.
My center console is loaded with stuff. I've got tons of things in there. I've got my little, I've got like one of those seatbelt cutters.
Oh, really? Just in case.
Oh, yeah. I've got some food for an emergency. I've got like peanuts and things like that won't go bad for a while.
All right, Steve, what about your center console? What is inside your center console?
It is actually, it would be the sunglasses container.
Okay.
It would be where I put my phone, which charges in there, and a couple of dollars.
Okay.
I keep sunglasses cleaners. I keep, what else I have in there? I have some breath mints.
I'll tell you.
I have some napkins.
Yeah, good stuff to have.
Yeah.
In the door, I have in the door compartment, I have some napkins.
Okay.
Okay. So that's standard stuff. Hand sanitizer.
Now my trunk, I have my golf clubs, of course. Always, without question. And I also have.
Do you don't take them out for the winter?
No, I don't. I leave them in there just in case. And in fact, I have rotating outfits. Depending on the season that are in there. So I have my winter golf gear in there with thermals and change of underwear and everything. Even though I'm a member of a country club and I have all that stuff in my locker there, I keep it in my car for just such an occasion. And when the weather changes, I will switch that over to, springtime and then summertime outfits. And I also have, I've got a couple of different first aid kits.
Yes,
I have. You have that stuff too. So there's more in there than you think.
I have the bag, the travel bag with the water and the things that I'll never use.
Around this time,
but that's in the trunk. It's not in the body of the car.
Around this time last year, my son's car died. He stayed at a friend's house in the city, right by the art museum. So I had to go and jump his car. And on the way, I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a giant first aid. I had to go buy an external battery to jump the car. So I ended up buying one of like a really good first aid kit and roadside kit, and it had a flare in it. And I had to expressly tell him, this is not a toy. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, I never had a flare when I was 17, 18 years old. I would have burned that thing the second I got it.
By the way, I'm looking at your Apple Watch, and Alexa has been recording everything that you've been saying that entire time. Yeah.
Exactly. I'll use this later, buddy.
Okay. But I have battery flares, not actual catch on fire flares.
That you put out if you're on the side of the road changing a tire.
Yeah, they flash,
My car is probably somewhere between your cars and whatever's described on this list.
Okay.
And I think it's also partially like apartment city living in that it is also like an extra closet for me.
All right.
So I have returns that I've been intending to make. Every time my mom gives me a magazine, like if one of you guys are in a newspaper.
Straight stuff.
So it usually just ends up in my back seat and then somehow like climbs or falls under the seat. So I'll find that a couple months later. I definitely always have some gum, maybe a bracelet that broke recently that I put in the cup holder and it's just been sitting there for a couple months. If you open up my glove box, I do know that there is definitely a purse or two that I've changed in the middle of going out.
There's not much that room in your car. You're in a two-door Jeep. I know from experience there's not much storage in those things.
But our stuff is tiny.
It is. It's small.
I keep a little handful of money, a little bit of cash, not much, but just for an emergency.
Like a couple $1,000.
Couple grand.
Clutch, a good pair of tweezers. Because if you catch one eyebrow hair that you want to pluck while you're at a red light.
I have no eyebrows.
All right, so let's see. There, 23% said they have old food wrappers in their cars and
I know too.
21% said that they dropped food can be found somewhere on the floor of their car.
Errant French fry, maybe.
36% have old bottles, cans, and takeout cups taking up space in their ride. I used to be that way.
By the way, years ago, I think you and I are fairly similar. My car was a mess.
Oh, yeah.
A mess.
Yep, same here.
It looked like a crime scene.
A third of car owners keep clothes inside of theirs.
You do?
I do, yep. Somewhere between a jacket and 2 weeks' worth of laundry. I don't do that.
I'm going to drive the laundry around, hon.
Yeah.
Listen, I will not take the blame for the way my car looks right now because I've been doing like rotating cars for the last few months when the kids come home. So, the Outback was my car for a while. And then when everybody came home, that wasn't my car. So like whatever is in that car right now, I'm driving the Outback again, is not a result of me. It's my son. So
beat his ass.
Well,
clean that out.
He's 18 now. I can lay a hand on him, right?
Absolutely.
By the way, and I found this interesting. This is according to those who answered the survey, but Gen Z seems to be the tidiest. The youngest age group polled feels most confident in their vehicle being kept in a tidy state.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting.
Never the tidy car guy, but I have been for years now. I even iron my car.
I'm going to go to Mel, who's joining us on the phone. Hi, Mel. Good morning.
Hi. Is this the line for the sorority bingo party?
Oh, it is, but you got to call when we tell you to call for that. What's up, crazy Mel?
Hi, guys. So my car is a mess. Not only do I always I have every single thing you have mentioned on this survey, but I also have an emergency supply of costumes and K-pop light sticks. The K-pop light sticks are also for flashlights. I bring them out at the Camp Out for Hunger. You know that.
Yes.
Do you keep the glowing middle finger? Do you keep the glowing middle finger in your car?
Oh, yeah. I keep it in the car just in case I need it.
All right.
Yes.
But then, what?
How many costumes do you have in your car?
I have 2 strawberry costumes, a pickle Rick, several fairy wings, and just whatever else I have at any given time.
Jesus.
Mel, a bunch of Disney ears.
Mel, are they just strewn about or are they in bags?
It depends on the day. If I've been using them, I'll throw them right in the trunk, but I do have specific bags to put them in because then I also have to be able to get to my musical keyboard, my Irish drum, my baron that's just in there. I have a copy of the Brahms Requiem just because sometimes you need to sing classical music. Anything that you need is probably in my car.
Wow. That does not surprise me, Mel. I love it.
She's a rolling Renaissance fair.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mel. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, bye. All right, so, there's a number of different things you can keep in.
What I used to have by the bushel were Hagstrom, Brand McNally maps, tons of maps.
Yeah. All right, let's see what other survey I came across. A bunch of them. There's a new survey of 1,000 working adults has found that 72% of those surveyed rely on at least one source of secondary income. They have a side hustle of sorts going on. The poll was by My Perfect Resume. They suggest that side hustles have turned into long-term financial strategy as people try to manage rising costs and economic uncertainty. The extra income doesn't just fill gaps. It helps create stability that their primary jobs can't do alone.
Just to make sure you have you're stable. I'll do lap dances.
Yeah.
For money.
You're pretty damn good at it.
Thank
Listen,
you.
I think about this stuff all the time because my reality is that A, I'm older, and B, I really don't have any other discernible skills. So I'm always looking about a potential side hustle for whenever you guys figure it out and get me fired. Something you guys really honestly should have done like 26 years ago, but or longer. But and I thank you for your loyalty. But I get scared. Like our contract currently takes me to, I think my youngest gets her through her junior year of college. And like, I just only need to be employed through her college, and then after that, I can live in a paper, a cardboard
paper
box.
bag. Preston and I have been talking,
Yeah.
and we would like to move over. We made the decision to go into bare knuckle boxing.
Okay,
and we think that's if you guys are into it, we would like to bring all of you as well.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm like, I don't know how to do anything else.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Not at all. And I've thought about it too. And when it comes to, side hustles, which means not just another thing you can segue over to, it's something that you can do in tandem to what you're doing now.
Yeah. So
like,
that you have
the amount of time to be able to do something like that is wow.
That's why if you let people use your body for sex,
Yes.
That's pretty easy.
It's pretty easy.
It's manageable.
Yeah, yeah. You just lay there.
But I forgot, Marissa, who we were talking about. You and me were in the studio talking about people that are like gig workers. Like an example I used was Kate Flannery.
Yeah.
So doing a comedy show and then taking a singing duo group out, or trying to land a part-time acting job. I mean, like, you don't have a steady thing. You're working on this job and that job and this job and that job, and the complexities that come along with that in filing your taxes and making sure that you're getting the money that you're billing the proper hours and stuff like that. That is a job in and of itself, just organizing that stuff.
I've had times in my life where I had multiple streams of income and where you're doing for different things. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Steve, all your stand-up years, and then you were working at the radio station as well. So I have a lot of friends that do this. And I mean, there's apps and there are programs now that make that part of it so much easier, as long as you're organized, tracking your hours and you just have to have that. But I know a lot of people that it's a self-motivation that drives some people in not wanting to have a steady 9 to 5. I mean, during like COVID, when people would like pick up and go live in the islands just because they could work remotely and things like that, it's pretty could
It's like Dumb and Dumber. Sure, if you don't mind working 40 hours a week.
The poll, by the way, found that the extra income doesn't just fill gaps, it helps create stability.
Yeah.
That their primary jobs can't do alone. So these are people that need to do this. So nearly 3/4 believe side income will become even more common for U.S. workers in the next year. Inflation has significantly increased, and that is increased the need for income at 38%. 72% say rising costs have made the side work more necessary. More than half, 53%, expect to keep their same level of secondary income this year. And half of those polled said that only a major raise would convince them to give up their side hustle.
What's interesting now is a lot of those side gigs, like, doing DoorDash or driving Uber, you can kind of make your own schedule as well, too. So if you have something to do Saturday night, if you have a wedding to go to, then you don't drive.
Okay, so those are the ones I hadn't really considered. Where if you need to be getting in some extra money, there's a way to make that happen. As long as you have a vehicle and, you got to maintain it properly. But somewhere to organize it outside of your regular day-to-day gig, that's one that could work.
One thing Chuck mentioned that I thought would be a kind of a cool do-it-on-your-own schedule type of deal is mobile car detailing. You charge a few $100. You just got to do a couple of gigs a week, and something along those lines. Have you
ever detailed a car,
dude? Yeah, it's work.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. I know, but if you're
not backbreaking work.
If you do it, but I mean, it's meticulous. It takes a lot of time. That's why they charge so much for it.
It's like when Homer set up a computer service provider, like an IT department, and he had his pencils in the bar of butter.
I don't mind meticulous work. I don't mind that at all. The backbreaking stuff, I can't do it.
lifting and heavy stuff over and over. That's backbreaking work, like I said. So it's not physically, but it's time consuming. And might be a little tough. But if you don't mind doing that kind of work, rock on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you're selling yourself short. There are other things you might be. There are other occupations or things that are tangential to this that would work for you.
I think you could work at a charity or something like that. Very well, Casey. The way you organize the Bend to the Shore stuff.
Absolutely.
And you're creative in that regard too.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys, listen, thank you very much for the compliments, but you really have no idea who I am. You really don't. How much does like an Uber guy or girl make in like a good weekend? You know, like we're in a Friday, Saturday night, something like that.
$5-6 grand.
I think it depends on longevity and how many fares you pick up and how far they are. So it all depends.
Well, let's throw it out there. If somebody's listening and you do rideshare, just a weekend, just a 2-day stint, what's the type of money that you could pull in? Let's say average, and good versus bad as well.
So, because my cousin had done that, and it was just like he doesn't drink or do drugs or anything like that, and he'd be down the shore, and he's like. And so we just kind of picked it up. And at that time, this is probably 8 years ago, there weren't a whole lot of Uber drivers down the shore. And he was picking up fares all the time.
Casey, I went to a wedding down the shore, and we were all staying at one house, and each one of us arrived at different times. Going to the wedding, we all had the same driver.
Stop it, really?
Because there were so few drivers.
It's a lot of money. I'll tell you this, and I found this out, a friend of somebody we all know, between gigs, said, you know what the hell? Let me do like Uber Eats. Was collecting unemployment. Well, that's a tough situation to tread because unemployment says, oh, you're working. In other words, you're working. You can take anything. Like if you're saying I'm not working today, or the ability to design your schedule. Right. Well, now you have access to work all the time. So it creates a gray area if you're not considering that.
Somebody texts in and says, I don't know if this is legit or not. I have an app where I get paid to play mobile game apps. Is that legit?
Could
if
be.
so, let me know.
Yeah.
I got time for that.
I can play Toon Blast.
Hang on. Let me go to... All right, I got some Uber drivers calling in. I got John. We'll go with him first. Hi, John. Good morning.
Yo, Preston, what's going on?
Yo, buddy, we're curious about you and money and maybe just a couple of days a week. Do you have any? Can you answer some questions?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been Ubering for about 10 years, since before it was even legal in Philly.
Wow.
And right now I'm between jobs, so I'm actually doing it full time. Okay. So during the week, I go out from 5 a.m. to about noon, and I make about $30 an hour. On a weekend, I can make anywhere between $300 and $400. A weekend for a Friday, Saturday night.
So with that schedule, what would you pull in a week?
So I'm bringing in about $1,000 to $1,300 a week.
It's nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's not. And but all right, so I wouldn't want to. I don't think I would want to deal with drunk people on a Friday, Saturday night. So you say you do like afternoon stuff. Do you prefer that over the weekend nights?
Yeah, yo, Casey, it's John back to me. O'Hara Swimming.
Oh, hey, what's up, John?
What's up, buddy? So I typically end around mid the weekends because I'm getting too old to be dealing with the drunks. So I go out from around like 5 p.m. to about midnight on the weekends, if I do decide to go out.
Okay, 5 p.m. to midnight on the weekends, and then 5 a.m. to noon during the week.
Yeah, and last week I got a $250 Premier ride from Drexel Hill all the way up to JFK Airport.
Wow.
$250 in one trip.
All right, and so to go back a second, John, just as for a couple of days, you're saying, and on the weekend you could make $300-400 for a couple days worth of work.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I'm working a full-time job, I'll go out on the weekends, make an extra $300, and that was going towards vacations, Christmas. If I wanted to go take a guy's weekend, I have to take money away from the family, a family account. So, yeah.
All right,
dude. If I had had that option years ago, I would have taken
Make some
advantage
extra
of that.
money? Hell yes. And I mean, you have to consider the cost. So there's maintenance, there's upkeep on the car. You're logging a lot of miles, right?
Yeah. So it's about $25 to $26 net an hour once you take care of your gas.
Okay, and gas.
So,
too,
wear and tear.
All right, John.
I can't find another part-time job that you make that much money.
Well,
Thanks, buddy.
moonshining.
Appreciate it.
Moonshining.
All right, line 4, you're saying, Chris?
Yeah.
This is Chris?
My name's Casey.
What'd I say?
You called me Chris.
I'm sorry. We're going to Chris here. I was looking at this. Hi, Chris. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks for taking my call.
It's all good. So you're a DoorDasher?
Yeah, I'm currently a DoorDasher because I was recently with Uber for about 2 years, and I had a Subaru Outback. It died out on me. Got over 209,000 miles on the thing.
Wow.
And that was about it. I inherited an older car that doesn't qualify for Uber, so I switched over to DoorDash.
All right, and so before we ask you about the money you make, how about the work? Which do you prefer?
I stayed away from DoorDash exclusively because I didn't want to have a quote-unquote heartache of dealing with people's food, but I'll tell you what, it's actually a bit better.
Huh.
I've found 99% of the customers just totally amenable, shall we say, or nice and grateful. And I didn't encounter too many issues with Uber when I was driving for them, to tell you the truth, because I did avoid those crazy late night weekend hours where some of the drivers deal with some drunks and whatnot.
Yeah,
I didn't want to deal with the cleanup afterwards if there was an issue, shall we say.
I can completely see that, Chris, because I use DoorDash fairly consistently, there's an army of people that come and deliver. I always, give a nice tip. And I mean, these people and then when I've talked to them, they seem to have a lot of hustle. So, but you're not dealing, it's not like the French fries and the hamburger in the passenger seat is, pissing you off. You're just delivering, you're a courier, basically.
Right. And in fact, right now, as we speak, I picked up an order at Staples in Doylestown, and I'm going out to Langhorne to drop off.
Wow. I thought they would have a Staples out there. Yeah.
So
yeah,
you do
go ahead. There was a little bagel delivery that was thrown in there in Doylestown, so I'm making $25 within 45 minutes just to do these two little runs.
Okay.
So you'll DoorDash down the shore. Which shore town? Do you do multiple shore towns, or you just stick to one?
Well, I don't DoorDash down the shore, but I have a friend of mine who is like really hardcore and is still doing Uber at the shore. He stays over for 2, maybe 1 to 3 nights on a weekend during the summer, and he was pulling $400 to $600 a day.
Wow. Okay.
That's a lot of hustle, I'm sure, to do that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he's doing maybe 12-hour days also, spanning throughout the day when people are going back and forth from the boardwalk to the beach. He stayed primarily in Wildwood, but then you get, of course, the dinner crowd and then the drinking crowd after that, which he had a run-in or two, but it wasn't anything major, and it wasn't anything that thwarted him from continuing. He's still at it, and bless him, he's pulling about $1,200 to $1,500 a week.
Okay.
It's nice.
Hey, Chris, with DoorDash, like rideshare, is it just you get and go whenever you want to? It's completely up to you, and when you're on the clock, that just starts?
Yes. As you begin, you kind of get these orders that kind of like test you, I guess you would say. I don't think that they're intentionally trying to vet you, but it's these not well-priced or paying out distant runs. But as you get in a higher status as a driver, shall we say, like I'm ranked as platinum, which is the highest, I get the highest pay, and I get to schedule my rides whenever I want, and you could pause them for chunks of 35 minutes at a time as frequently as you want. So I'll schedule a day from 8 a.m. till maybe 7 p.m., but I can take as many 35-minute breaks, whether they're individual or consistent, throughout the day.
So Chris, I always end up talking to the people who do this. I'm a chatty guy, probably much to their chagrin. But I've encountered a lot of people who do Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, do the whole collective. Is that common?
From what I hear, yes. I was encouraged to do Lyft on top of Uber when I was driving, and I meddled with it a little bit, but sometimes I heard the previous caller went all the way up to JFK. I was not going to JFK. I was not going to the other airports, either in New Jersey or Baltimore. I just stayed exclusively to Philly because I'm out of Doylestown, and I found myself satisfied with the pace and the time that was committed to it also.
Right.
All right. Cool, Chris.
That's pretty wild.
Thanks for peeking at DoorDash. We appreciate that, bud.
All right, rock and roll, guys.
All right, man. We'll see you soon.
Does that appeal to you at all? The notion,
almost kind of a little bit. Yes.
I could see it.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I don't know about the DoorDash, the getting in and out of the car thing and running in to get and kind of jockeying, at the restaurant.
But you always have something to eat.
And yeah, I know. And potential spillage and things like that.
Yeah.
I'd rather just pick people up and take them where they want to go.
Right.
But yeah, oddly, driving is kind of comforting and I wouldn't mind interacting with some people, not everybody.
Right.
There are some people, that you might not gel with, and that is a concern. But
what about if you could overhear people's problems and then step in and help them solve them?
Well, I wonder if so if you're driving for Uber or DoorDash or whatever, and you have to pay tolls, what the compensation is for that. Like if you were, if you're down the shore and you have to drive somebody from Wildwood to Cape May, it's a $1.50 bridge toll to get over the one bridge.
We got other callers. Let's ask Zach, and then we're going to move on to something else here in just a second. Hi, Zach, you're on the air, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. So you do some weekend Uber work?
I do. It's pretty good money. I have fun with it.
And is this a supplemental income, or is this your main job?
Well, I'm a single father, so I kind of work my schedule around my daughter.
Oh, that's nice.
So I do Uber in the mornings and on the weekends, and then I service air quality equipment during the day.
Okay. All right. So this is extra. And on a good weekend, what rather than a good weekend, what's an average weekend for you?
Average weekend's $300 to $400.
Okay.
That's Thursday through Saturday.
Okay. And to answer Casey's question, what about tolls and things like that? Casey, you asked about compensation?
Yeah, like if you have to pay a bridge toll or anything along those lines, going through a toll booth, that goes through your Easy Pass or whatever. Do you get full compensation for that?
I think so. I'm not sure, but that's a great thing to check out on my taxes with getting them itemized.
I wasn't sure if it wouldn't make sense. So, but if the fare reflected that or not, you know what I mean?
It might, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It all depends on the distance and the timing and the surgery. But when the college kids are in town, it is nothing but 4-minute trips in circles. I don't even get to a full quarter tank of gas.
And you're around University of Delaware, it says here.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So
my friend Pat
or
says
Wilmington or Westchester.
Yeah.
Okay.
My buddy Pat,
decent money.
Yeah, my buddy Pat says zero toll compensation.
Oh,
so what happens with a bridge troll if you're trying?
You have to answer 3 questions,
right?
If you don't get them correctly, they kill you. They eat you.
That is a liability.
Zach, thank you, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Good luck with everything.
I would like to do in the summertime. I drive down the shore, and you can see if you're an Uber driver, you can see you can see where you're taking the person, right? And you can decide whether or not you want to pick them up. Like if I was driving down the shore anyway, and I'm headed that way anyway, why not? Yeah, pick up a few rides on your way there.
I think sometimes they will do that. In fact, we talked to somebody before who was maybe traveling to another state to visit family or something like that, and I'll make a little money along the way.
Nice one.
If the route is worked out properly for you. Hang on, I want to besides Uber and ride sharing, Mark has 7 jobs.
Wow.
Let's go to him real quick because we were talking about gig workers, and this is a survey that was about side hustles. Hey, Mark. Good morning, man.
Good morning.
Hey, I'm reading here. Number 1, you have 7 jobs. It says on my info sheet here that one of them is you do pyrotechnics for the Eagles.
That's correct. Yep.
Wow. Okay. So the fireworks that shoot off when there's touchdowns and stuff like that. That you work on that stuff.
Yes, do all that. Yep.
How long you been doing that one?
Since COVID year, actually, November 2020 was when I started.
That's pretty cool.
Are most of your other jobs in the pyrotechnic realm, or what are your other occupations?
No, not at all. So my main job, I actually work in site and highway construction. So that's I would say 9 to 5, but it's more like a 7 to 5.
Yeah.
And then I do pyrotechnics. I'd say that's my second job, just because it keeps me the busiest. And that's, pretty decent money. That's a nice little side hustle. And then I also work retail, a job I've had since I was in college. I just kind of keep a foot in the door, work a couple hours a week here and there.
Where you've kept a job that you've had since you were in college? Where?
So that's actually at the Ski Bum in Delaware. So it's a ski shop. I just work part-time. It funds my habits. I've got kids. They all ski, so it helps pay for some of that.
Nice.
That's terrific.
At this point, it's like family there. So
yeah.
I don't know if I can leave even if I wanted to.
And
is that seasonal, or do you do it year-round?
That's seasonal. So I'll start there usually in November and then work through February.
Okay. And then you've got a couple other things going on, like what?
Yeah, so I have a couple small businesses that I own as well. I have a photography business. My wife and I have a business. She's a florist, works out of our home, and I also make like skincare products and stuff like that out of tallow. But
wow,
Renaissance man.
Yeah.
What I figured out is I can fund my habits, and I can also get some tax write-offs for the things that I love to do under those
Question,
LLCs I have.
Mark, is it all necessary, or is some of this just extra?
No, it's mostly extra. I'd say at this point the fireworks gig is kind of necessary. That provides a decent chunk of income for us, but the rest is pretty much extra.
Okay.
If you could combine the two and make explosive skincare products, that would be amazing.
That'd be a sight to see.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, Mark.
Yeah.
Hang in there, bud. I don't know how you do it, but that's some side hustle. And take care, man. Thanks for calling in this morning. All right. Well, it's pretty common in this particular survey. 72% of the 1,000 people surveyed said that they rely on at least one extra source of secondary income. But fortunately, there's some options out there for you like that. So, all right, let's go to another survey. All right, listen to this one.
Is this a stupid one?
Survey of 100,000 students from the anonymous college app Yik Yak.
Yik Yak
has found that some people are texting during sex.
Wait, what?
Texting during sex.
35% of Gen Z has used their phones during sex. Now, sometimes it's not just texting. It can be doing 35% admitted to texting or checking social media during the act of sex.
So checking texts, texting, checking social media, scrolling,
yeah,
while having sex.
Yeah.
What the hell is happening?
This is made a lot easier with an Apple Watch.
True.
Because you could read a text message.
It's right there.
Yes.
It's on. Yeah, you don't have to.
Do you guys-
you just turn your wrist over.
How many of you guys wear an Apple Watch? Just
Casey has one.
I have one. I wear it periodically.
And I wonder if, like Casey earlier this morning, his watch started recording our conversation.
Yeah.
If sex ever gets recorded.
Well-
and then Alexa spits it back to, or not Alexa, Siri spits it back to you saying, ooh, baby, so good. More of that. Dig a little deeper. Put in 2.
I wonder if that game you play where you hold your phone on your head.
Yeah.
Could your partner wear the phone that way so that you can check your
Heads up.
Yeah.
While they're having sex.
Well, I can't believe I was going to ask this, but Casey, I was wondering if you do wear your watch at all times, like when you are having sex, because I have a lot of friends who share their health activity with each other.
Mhm.
So you'll see a spike
Yep.
when they're having sex.
Oh,
can see that.
I don't share my health activities with anybody.
But do you wear it all the time?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I get really good battery life on it, so I try to wear it when I sleep and all that stuff.
Okay. So maybe have you ever thought about it if the watch is on during the act?
I've only thought about it when it like buzzes because I've gotten like text messages. During all that.
So it has.
Yeah.
You have. Okay.
Do you know what I find difficult is my watch that's on a chain. It's wearing that while having intercourse.
Okay. So of this survey, and it was of 100,000 students, 24, it doesn't say percent, it says 24 students said that they picked up their mom's call while they were having sex.
Oh my God.
Hey, Mom, I was just thinking about you. You had a couple of fingers in the butt.
Oh, my God.
That to me, it's always been a distraction. I've never, the notion of taking a call or...
No.
I'm preoccupied.
I guess if, it's
not good.
It rings and you glance over and it's something, it's somebody important or something like that. I don't know. Hang on. Let me go to Ryan, who's calling in now. Ryan, you're on the air, bud. Good morning.
Ew, good morning.
Hey.
Chicken pot
Pie. What's up, Brian?
What's up, guys? Hey, so me and my girlfriend were getting started doing the deed, and then all of a sudden we hear a hello. Well, here my Apple Watch had called her son.
Oh,
Get out.
my God.
That's pretty awesome.
So, and she just like stops me dead, and I'm like, I just like hung it up.
Can I call you back? I'm banging your mom.
We were just like, oh my.
Banging your mom.
How old was the kid at the time, Ryan? Any idea?
14.
Oh, man.
Hey,
old
bud,
enough.
Can I call you back?
Old enough to be completely aware. Oh, that's...
Old enough to know, but I don't know. We don't know how much he heard or anything like that.
Are you
but,
guys still together?
Yeah, it was something else.
That's a great story. That's a wonderful story, Ryan.
Yeah.
You'll always have that. Oh, dude, thank you for sharing.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it, bud. Oh, my God. And then it goes on to say, and this kind of sidesteps, those are the only two stats that I really have.
By the way, quick question.
Yeah.
Who leaves their watch on while they're having sex?
Casey does.
Do you?
He just said he did.
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah.
An Apple Watch, because it's, recording your heartbeat and everything.
Yeah.
I missed that whole
Wear
part.
it differently.
So now this kind of sidesteps the whole texting and using your phone. 23% said they have had sex while their roommate was in the room. Definitely have done that. 8% didn't care that their roommate was awake during that whole thing. So that's the whole dorm.
That's a different thing, yeah.
That's the dorm room.
On your way to being a cuck.
Cuck testing. Yeah, cuck training.
You know you passed. There's a couple things I would have liked you to be a little better on.
But the idea of actually texting or scrolling or whatever during...
Or woodworking.
Wow. Okay. Yes.
Oh, God. I didn't.
Oh, you're going to admit something?
Oh.
Marissa's
You
going to
have to
share
now.
something?
Yeah.
All right, how many men?
Ladies and gentlemen, give us some dramatic music or something, some kind of... Yes. This just in.
Going out to the Department of Sex at WMMR, where Marissa McDowell is about to make an admission that will scar her mother for life.
Now we go to Marissa. Marissa?
I've been in the middle of something at like 5:59.
Oh.
When we do our call at 6.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You've been getting it on while we're...
And so here's the deal. Let me bring you into the fold here. We do a conference call at 6 p.m. every night. And when you're on hold and you're waiting for everybody to join, you'll hear this little bing, like this little noise that says somebody just joined the conference call. Most of the time, when Marissa's little bling happens, we don't hear anything. The rest of us are, hey, guys, it's me. Hey, it's Press. I'm here. And then Marissa, like you were saying last night on the call, Marissa just jumps in and doesn't say anything. So you could easily do that.
Yes. And to be fair, I wait because a lot of times you guys are in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, but I'm
So
not
it's
talking about then.
yes.
I'm talking about the time you're having sex when you call this. I'm talking about when you could easily just slide in. Wait, did you mute that?
Is it muted? Hang on.
So
Hang on.
how many times that happened, would you say?
Maybe just once.
All right,
maybe.
okay.
Maybe.
And
We've
also-
been together. We've been doing this for 20 years, guys.
Long time. Don't wait. Just the second you hear the just say I'm here. I do it. I don't care who's
I do it.
talking.
Yeah. I'm getting it on.
I'm just polite. That's just who I am.
Say hi to Matt.
Drop it. All right. Dude, that's fun. Okay, one more. From this survey, there was a Gallup poll on professions that Americans consider the most ethical and honest.
The most ethical and honest profession.
Yeah, every year since 1976, they've asked adults across the country about how they see various occupations, from doctors to teachers, police officers, and it gives us an idea of the public's views. And while many professions get record low ratings this year, one continues to be highly rated year after year. If you guys were to pick a profession that is considered ethical that might top a Gallup poll, and by the way, it's tracked a core group of professions consistently over the past 4 decades, including 11 that have been on this list since 1999. What would you say?
Case?
Yeah, I'm going teacher probably. You know,
Okay.
like when you say that, like I immediately went through like all the people that I know in my life that I feel like are the most ethical, and like I would say like people who work in charities, but like like I don't know what profession you would call that, right?
Well, yeah. How about a content curator for an adult site?
Right. I mean, they have ethics.
Yeah, you got to have ethics.
Anybody else want to guess, Chris?
Doctor, lawyer, but then I thought like a priest or rabbi. Like
Okay.
in the religious fields.
Steve, any idea?
You hit all the ones I would have gone with.
Okay.
You
guys are hitting
military.
You're hitting around these.
Yeah.
But number one, and I think this is great, nurses are
There you
considered
go.
the most ethical profession.
Right.
According to this particular poll. They work so hard.
They're the ones that really, if you've ever had any sort of situation where you've been in the hospital or being treated, or they're the conduit. They're the human face that really handles everything.
The doctors, on a few occasions, and we love what doctors do because they're in the top 5 as well. But the nurses are the ones that are there tending to the people and making sure no matter what they have what they need. Mm-hmm. Every now and then you get a crappy nurse. I've definitely had run-ins where I've had like a mean person.
That one, Ratchet.
Yeah, totally. Nurse Ratchet. But they, for the most part, I've heard people say they run the hospital.
Yeah.
They're the ones that run the hospital. Nurses are number 1. Number 2, military veterans.
There we go.
Number 3, medical doctors.
Yeah.
Number 4, pharmacists.
Okay.
Which I found kind of interesting on this list. And number 5 are high school teachers. So, Casey, you got in the ballpark on that one.
So we have the lowest?
What's that?
No, is there the list?
We have the lowest.
All
So
right.
the 5 least ethical professions according to the poll. Number 5, advertising practitioners. We have a whole bunch of them here.
Yeah.
They're very ethical.
They're really good at what they do.
They are. They're tremendous.
Number 4, stockbrokers.
Yeah.
Number 3, and they always get a bad rap, car salespeople.
Though we know a number of phenomenal car salesmen.
Yeah,
women.
I think it was more of a stereotype. Well, apparently this says people still fall for that.
The used car salesman is kind of the slimy, right? That's the guy, and what's it going to take to put you in this? It's like a vacation with Eugene Levy.
Number 2, members of Congress.
Yeah.
Least ethical professionals. And the number 1 least ethical profession, according to this Gallup poll, telemarketers.
I mean, listen, man, I did telemarketing. I didn't do telephone marketing sales. But, I wouldn't necessarily say it was an unethical position. I just was...
There are some people just by the lot in life have ended up having to do that.
I was just doing surveys. And honestly, it was a summer... in between maybe junior, senior year of college or sophomore. Either way, I was a lifeguard and I broke my wrist playing baseball, so I couldn't lifeguard that summer. And I just had to quick pivot and I just did this gig. It was like, I worked 5 to 10 every night.
Okay.
I just did surveys with people.
I don't think so. I think when people take that or they use that as a profession, I don't think they're just saying the person on the phone.
Right.
I think they're saying the whole idea of pressuring you by calling you at home and then putting the number on you.
And
I don't think it means the kid that's calling in for surveys.
And because I did not give a rat's ass about that job, I did not care if people would curse me out. I'm like, okay, it didn't bug me like that.
I'm actually really a lifeguard, but I broke I don't want to hear it.
I didn't care if people were mean to me. I didn't care if you did the survey. I actually didn't want to do the surveys. My main goal was just making sure I made a ton of calls. Right? You have your call list. Let's say I need to make 100 calls and, that's all I really even gave a rat's ass about. I really didn't care.
I did telemarketing briefly years ago. Just to kind of close a gap. Mm-hmm. It was hours, seemed like days. It was horrendous. Mm-hmm. Horrendous. And exactly the thing. You wanted to be as pleasant as you could, but people were, that's why I try to always be as kind as I can to someone who's calling.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you. You know, that's it. There's no reason to jump down the throat of the person on the phone.
Yeah.
All right, but according to that survey, they're the least ethical. All right, we're wrapping it up. Well, we have time for Survey Says this morning. I would like to give away our last opportunity of the day for you to join us for Galentine's Day, which is going to be Thursday night.
Thank you for being
Parks Casino. The ladies are all getting together for a little soiree that we have. And we will not only be having some cocktails and some great food. The first drink is on Parks. And then they have a great buffet with wonderful food that you'll be able to participate or to partake upon. What you will be able to participate in is our bingo rounds that we're going to be doing. And we are going to be giving away some great prizes. We got tons of concert tickets to give away for the event. We are going to have VIP nights at Parks Casino, slot play. Oh, and by the way, everybody gets $25 in slot play, too, while you're there as well. So we'll take caller number 16, 610-660-9333, 21 and over event. Ladies only. It is Thursday, and it's from 6 to 8, and we will be hanging out in a wonderful part of Parks, which is the Liberty Bell Beer Garden.
Satan. So let's have you join the Sisters of Pi, Zeta Eta Pi, as we're doing Galentine's Day, and we'll all get together and have a good time. We'll have some stories to share. So call now if you're interested in going. If you want to go to PrestonandSteve.com, there's another chance for you to win over there. We'll be back in just a moment. Now, I also did some really stupid stuff while being high throughout the years, especially in those earlier days, because when you first start trying it, it's augmented in its effect. I mean, and of course, they have strains now that'll still get me baked out of my mouth. One of the highest I've ever been. And I'm not going to retell the story here because I've told it 1,000 times, was when we went to Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
And went to this couple's house, and I smoked some local stuff. And I'm like, I am so high. I couldn't believe it.
Pierre's mentioned that over the years about how now they can be more specific and the strains are more powerful. And,
oh my God.
And our good friend of ours, Steve McLean, I guess he took a gummy or something at a wedding.
Yeah, it was a gummy. It was an edible, and he had a reaction.
And just said, let's try
had
this.
to go to the hospital.
We had to be brought out on a gurney.
When I went to my very first meeting as soon as I got my medical card and went to a dispensary, and I met with the pharmacist who sat me down to walk me through the process. It's funny because he goes, all right, so, just to find out what your tolerance level is, he goes, what you do is you take a hit of this, and he goes, and you wait 15 minutes and see how you feel. And he turns to me and goes, and really wait 15 minutes. Like a real 15 minutes. Because the mistake everybody makes, especially with edibles, is they take this half hour, 45 minutes later, they're like, I'm not feeling anything. Let me take another one. And then
they're gone.
They didn't realize that it takes an hour and 15 minutes for it to kick in. You've got to wait.
Yeah,
you have to wait.
End up curled up.
So you find out what your level is.
In the fetal position. I am pro weed. I do think that when it comes to teenagers, you really have to be cautious.
Yes.
It affects teenage brains differently than it affects adult
absolutely
brains.
does, yeah.
And so I think that needs to be, you have to be really, really cautious if you're younger than 18. Preston, have you ever been to Amsterdam?
I have not.
I have. And it's beautiful. And when I went there, it was like 96 or 97. The fact that weed culture was legal there really changed my perspective on a lot of things. And I think you would enjoy it.
Okay.
It's fun to get high and go to art museums.
Steve, I just out of nowhere just started getting like really paranoid on it. And so like
that's a common side effect, is it not?
Well, it can be, and so, but and I had a friend who stopped because she was getting paranoid on, and I didn't get that. It didn't register with me until it started happening to me in Preston. One time, we partook, and then we were at a bar, and it was on the same day as the Kentucky Derby, and there was a guy at the bar who was just taking bets for the Kentucky Derby. So, like, no harm, no foul.
Right.
It's not some big gambling ring or anything like that. So I placed a bet for a trifecta and then I sit down and I see these guys sitting at a table, and I was convinced that they were the FBI and they were going to
Oh my God.
and that they were going to bust the place for illegal gambling. I called my wife and had her pick me up. I was like, get me out of here. Well, we're going to get arrested.
To be arrested by the FBI.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right? I swear to God.
Homeland Security's here. They're going to arrest me. That's why, honestly, I've never been drunk and I've never been into this, but I have no issue with it whatsoever. My thing is that paranoia and fear of losing control.
Paranoia, anxiety.
Anxiety.
Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be the first person that dies of a heart attack from smoking pot.
I think I'm too much of a puss.
Yeah.
I think the NBA just took steps recently to decriminalize it amongst players because it's so prevalent among NBA. I mean, a lot of athletes.
They haven't been testing for years.
Right, but you could get fined or suspended for it. And then, I think a lot about hockey players because they beat the crap out of each other every night, and then they turn to opiates or coke or alcohol.
Yeah,
and there's a strong movement in the NHL to make weed legal in that sport because it can treat players a lot. Riley Cote, man, that guy's an interesting dude, and his perspectives on marijuana are fascinating.
He made a whole cottage industry out of it.
When I go to a dispensary, almost always you will see people sitting in the waiting room. Sometimes you have to wait to get back.
Preston!
To go in. No. Well, actually, they do. Sometimes they welcome me like that. But you'll see people who clearly need pain
management, and they're with canes and just look like they're there to get medicine.
I've told you this many times before, so I don't use pot. I have no desire to. However, in my own life, I've said this story about my mother battling the pain of cancer. She was in late stages of her life. The only thing that alleviated the pain at the end there was pot that we were able to get for her. So yes, absolutely, I can see that.
Well, it is indeed 420, and thank you for the calls. By the way, some that I didn't get to, one of them, Jessica, said she had a bartender and a bud tender at her wedding.
Wow. She's going to.
Oh, she's going to. Oh, that's a pretty sweet deal. And Joe, who called in, he worked at a deli, and their phrase to go smoke weed was check the roof. Because apparently they'd go and I guess go up on the roof and get stoned and come back. So, but anyhow, indeed, it is 420. So thought a little discussion was warranted. What we're going to do is take a break, come back in a second, and have your chance. Your first chance to win $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. We'll get the bizarre file as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Kathy, so ladies and gentlemen, today we honor a man who has a very special way of speaking, of announcing his presence, and that is our boss, Bill Weston. Yeah. Today is Talk Like Bill Weston Day, and in honor of Talk Like Bill Weston, it's like Talk Like a Pirate Day. At some point, you might
think
go
it's better.
You don't have to talk about it all day long, but if you do throw a little homage to Bill Weston, it's great. And in as much, we are going to do a contest called Who Said It Bestin'? Talk Like Bill Weston. If you are interested in winning some great prizes and you think you do a pretty good Bill Weston impression, text Bill to 39333. Right now, we are going to randomly select people to play, and we're going to text you a line that you will have to read in conjunction with someone else. So we're going to have two people reading the same Bill Weston line in their best Bill Weston impression. We will vote amongst us here. We will pick a winner, and then we have prizes like Dave Chappelle tickets.
Which is amazing.
Casey, what all do we have to give away? And by the way, don't call.
Right.
Text Bill to 39333. We are going to text. We're going to randomly choose people through the text, and we're going to send you the line, and we're going to call you and get you on the air with us. So you don't have to dial us at all. Just text the word Bill to 39333. What all do we have to give away, Case?
Yeah, so in addition to the Chappelle tickets, which go on sale tomorrow, we also have tickets to go see Fantastic Beasts. As well, with that, the Philly Orchestra is performing Harry Potter at the Man in July. So we have, basically two pairs of tickets there.
And by the way, the Chappelle show is going to be Saturday, May 28th at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City.
We have Cases of Loverboy, which is a sparkling hard tea, and we also have the Batman. We got the Batman on digital.
Awesome.
The Batman.
He's like a bat.
All right, so text word Bill to 39333, and we will see if you've got what it takes to talk like the best in Bill Weston.
Would you explain the origin again? Because it was simply by happenstance.
Yeah, we were talking to actor Ed Begley Jr., who you know from Christopher Guest movies and all kinds of stuff, and he had used the phrase low-hanging fruit. That's one of Bill's favorite refrains.
Yes.
And so afterwards, Nick had said, I didn't know today was Talk Like Bill Weston Day. And then immediately we said, well, we have to create that now. And so therefore we have done it. So April 21st is Talk Like Bill Weston Day.
There are countless arbitrary national this and that days. There's no reason this should not be a national day.
The funny thing is it takes place on Dr. Mike's birthday, where we could clearly do a Talk Like Dr. Mike Day, too. Because all you have to do is talk like that.
Well, in a weird twist, the reason why we started saying privileged was because of our association with Dr. Mike.
That's true.
That's weird.
Let's share the origin of that for a moment, because we all have Dr. Mike is our doctor at Penn Medicine, and we were talking about, I don't know, just seeing Dr. Mike or whatever, and Bill told us that we should not talk about that often because it makes us seem privileged. And
because we go to the doctor.
Because we go to the doctor. And so we thought that was hilarious. And so therefore, privileged became
part of the vernacular.
I think
And
because-
generated a very successful line of T-shirts.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
I think because we were saying Penn Medicine, and it wasn't like, oh, we went to the doctor, because it was this big, I don't know, conglomerate. We sounded like we were privileged because we went to Penn Medicine.
Right. It was just one of those little Bill concerns.
It's okay.
And so
many of those are represented in these Billicisms.
Yep. So that was born. And then, obviously low-hanging fruit, third leg of the stool, and the barn door, and all these
Hom
little
Yonkel.
things. Hom Yonkel.
The best part is that Bill now gets it. He'll come in and go, I actually do talk like that.
Right. Well, it's funny. He doesn't speak like that all the time.
Yeah.
But
It's greeting people.
Bill it doesn't have the ability. You know how if I see you, Case, yo, dude, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, that's my delivery. Hey, man, how are you?
Yeah.
Or good morning, or whatever it may be. Bill
Totally.
makes an entrance. He opens the door, and he usually does it like he almost kicks it open. Like he'll open it very big. Morning show, people. And he does it that way. And then he settles into more normal,
very casual
conversation. Yeah, totally.
Good morning, everyone.
And it's great. It's hilarious. And sometimes
And even he chuckles.
Sometimes it starts with, in our meeting, it starts with this, okay? And I have to. He comes in with his book, with his notebook, and he'll go like this.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Are we ready for the meeting? Like he'll slam stuff down on the desk. There's just something about, and it's great.
Yeah.
And it's not mean spirited.
Not at all.
It's just his and now time to get to work, people. It's like his indicator that we're
starting.
we're beginning, or a slap like that.
Yeah.
He'll do some
How
kind
can
of
he slap?
How can he slap? But anyhow, it's an endearing quality that Bill has. It's very funny, and we have fun with it.
The thing is, it's so similar to Ted Knight, and his delivery is very similar.
All right, so Talk Like Bill Weston Day. We're getting people on board to play Who Said It Bestin'. And we have sent the lines to you. All you have to do is text the word Bill to 39333, and we will randomly choose you and send you the lines, and you will have to say them against another person. So that's what we're going to do now. I don't know what they're going to say. Steve had written down these lines. They've been sent to him. I don't know which lines are going to be delivered to us, but I'm going to get two callers on the line. We're going to start with Steve. Hey, Steve, good morning to you.
Hi.
Hi. All right, Steve. You're going to be going against Brian. Let me get Brian on board. Brian, are you there?
All right. Hello.
Hello, Brian.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. All right, so let's get started. First, we're going to have Steve read his line. Then we're going to have Brian read his line in their best Bill Weston. And then we'll take a vote amongst the five of us here in the studio and determine who our winner is. So, Steve, we're going to start with you. Give us your best Bill Weston.
Privileged. Not everyone has access to doctors.
All right. That was really good. Brian?
Because it's not. Yes. I'll explain after. Go
Brian,
ahead.
let's hear your delivery, please.
Privileged. Not everyone has access to doctors.
Okay.
You tried a different riff on it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Nick, who do you vote for?
The first guy.
And Kathy.
First guy.
Steve. Yep.
Steve.
It's unanimous. Steve is our winner. Sorry, Brian, we got to let you go. Steve, that was a wonderful Bill Weston, by the way.
Thank you.
And therefore, we have this prize for you.
Well, Steve, privilege. You just won yourself a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle.
Oh, not
Isn't
everyone can make it to a Dave Chappelle show.
Isn't he in that awfully Billy Bob Thornton movie?
See, the thing is that you come out big with that privilege, and then you go.
Right.
All right, so the Chappelle show that you're going to go see, by the way, is going to be May 28th at the Hard Rock Live Edis Arena. That's in Atlantic City. And tickets for both Chappelle shows, which is May 28th and 29th, are going to go on sale this Friday. That's tomorrow. And all the details are at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
This Chappelle show,
Got to go.
the Chappelle show came out of the blue. I didn't hear any this is very cool.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, we're going to get two more callers on the line in just a second, and we will see what line they're going to deliver to us. So Marissa and Connor are now contacting the people that we have sent the texts to. They'll get them up a couple at a time, and we need to make sure this is coordinated so they have that they're saying the same
Well,
lines.
during the time, I'd like to give some advice on whittling, Preston. So that
Whittling?
Yeah, the blade goes away from you as you're carving the wood.
All right, let me get our callers. We have Kenny that is there. Hey, Kenny.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How about you?
Good, wonderful. Hang on. We're going to get you up against Brad. Hey, Brad, are you there?
Yes.
All right, Brad, we're doing our best Bill Weston. It's Talk Like Bill Weston Day. So, Brad, we're going to start with you. Give us your best Bill Weston line.
All right. Being local is the third leg of the stool.
All right. Being local is the third leg of the stool. Kenny, let's hear your Bill Weston.
For MMR, being local is the third leg of the stool.
All right. Casey, who are you going to vote for? Kenny or Brad went first?
Brad did go first. I'm going to give the slight edge to Brad there.
All right. Steve?
I'm going to slight edge to Brad.
How about Kathy?
Brad.
And Nick?
Brad.
Yeah, same here. Goes to Brad.
Hey, look at the big green on Brad.
All right. What do we have for Brad, please?
All right, Brad, you are... I'm not going to do the Bill Weston. You got a case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie, zero-sugar sparkling hard tea, and you can enjoy Loverboy at Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, which is located at 1549 Spray Garden Street in Philly.
Some people call her Annabelle.
The funny thing is that Santa impersonation is almost like Bill trying to do an impersonation of himself.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, B5 brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop in King of Prussia. And if you find yourself in an accident, go to the pros at ProTeamCollision.com. Well, it's a bad day. 52-year-old fisherman died after being attacked by a crocodile while fleeing a herd of elephants.
And your time is up if that happens.
This was in eastern Zambia.
Come on!
Dean Narenda was returning from a fishing trip with two friends on Wednesday when they bumped into the elephants. They ran away, with Narenda diving into a stream near the Luanga River. And the police chief said that is when he was attacked by a crocodile by biting his right thigh. The southern African country has a thriving elephant population, and clashes between humans and wildlife have claimed many lives in recent years.
My guess is the elephants and the crocodiles teamed up for this one.
Police said Narenda had managed to escape the crocodile by hitting it with a stick, which he had in his hands. The chief said he dragged himself from the stream. His two fellow fishermen who had been watching from a distance went to help him and carried him from the riverbank while he was bleeding heavily. They tried to stop the bleeding, but unfortunately he died. Wildlife officers later visited the scene and found deep bite marks on the fisherman's right thigh, which had led to the fatal bleeding.
Jeez.
The Luanga River is home to one of the highest concentrations of Nile crocodiles in Africa.
No.
Of the 26 wildlife-related deaths recorded in 2023, 15 were caused by crocodile attacks.
So,
most of them along the Luanga River.
Your preference, stomp to death or chew to death?
Oh, stomp.
I think
I kind of think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Quicker.
It's also like I know this is going to sound dumb, but crocodile and alligator teeth look really blunt. They don't look like they're not like a shark's tooth. Do you know what I mean?
I haven't spent a lot of time.
rounded.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I haven't really spent a lot of time looking at them, so I know they hurt.
Yeah. A bizarre brawl outside of a Melbourne strip club had ended with a man being knocked unconscious by a chair thrown by his own buddy in a shocking case of friendly fire.
Sorry about that.
The incident unfolded Friday night after two men were ejected from Bar 20 for allegedly being offensive to dancers and other staff. Security footage showed the pair scuffling with bouncers before being pushed out into the notorious nightlife strip. One man grabbed a bollard, but appeared to change his mind after using it as a weapon change his mind about using it as a weapon after a bouncer moved in. His mate initially surrendered to the decision, sitting down on the footpath, but moments later, he was back at the front door, apologizing and pleading to be let back inside. Unaware of his friend's actions, the other man walked into a restaurant next door, grabbing a chair from the dining room. A restaurant worker tried to stop him. They said he just suddenly asked for a chair. I tried to stop him saying, "That's our top chair. You can't take that."
That's our best chair.
But the man was determined for payback. He took the chair outside and he flung it down the street toward the bar entrance, apparently aiming for security staff. The bouncer on the door saw it coming. He ducked inside, but the chair struck his friend, who was back down on the footpath, hitting him square in the head.
I saw this, and I don't know if it was this or something that was very, very similar, but like, dude doesn't even see it coming, man. It sucks.
Security guard could be seen laughing at the disastrous miscalculation, suspecting that the missile was meant for them.
He was awful funny.
Despite the hard hit and fall, the victim soon regained consciousness, and it's understood that no one called police or an ambulance after the incident.
It's a tough breed down there.
A 44-year-old man was handed a suspended sentence and fined after pleading guilty to biting his partner's finger and cultivating 12 cannabis plants. Police Inspector Christian Kochi told the court that on January 23rd, the police station was informed of an argument. Officers went to the scene where they found a woman in need of medical assistance after her partner allegedly bit her finger. The officer went inside the house and found 12 cannabis plants as well as glass jars containing green substance believed to be cannabis.
Not a finger!
The woman explained that the previous day they had argued because he had wanted her to sign a power of attorney, but she had refused. He then sent her a series of voice notes insulting her. And on the day of the incident, the woman called the police, but her partner snatched her phone away. When she tried to get it back, he bit her finger in front of their children. The man eventually returned to the residence where he was arrested. He then claimed that he wanted to die by suicide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not having a good day, are you, pal?
Taken to a hospital and discharged, and he was rearrested and arraigned before the court. The man pleaded guilty to causing his partner fear that violence would be used against her, causing her slight injuries and more. He also admitted to cultivating more cannabis plants than it is allowed by the law. In Los Angeles, a wild police chase ended bizarrely on Wednesday night when the driver got out and started dancing before surrendering. The pursuit began around 8:30 p.m. Officers with the L.A. Police Department were responding to reports of a suspected DUI driver. The driver, who was not identified, remained mostly on surface streets throughout the pursuit, going through Koreatown and Hollywood.
I love to dance.
The chase ultimately ended in a parking lot in a shopping center. Video captured the driver getting out of the car and dancing before they were taken into custody. No further information from police has been released.
We're watching it.
Yeah, actually.
It's like La La Land.
Yeah, dude's really going to town. Enjoyed himself. All right, we'll do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. So, domestic disputes that require police intervention are never a laughing matter, unless, of course, two siblings are threatening to kill each other over who ate the last sticky bun.
Oh, yeah.
Police responded Monday afternoon to a Williamsport, Pennsylvania residence to handle a domestic in progress. No weapons, no intoxication.
If it was a Mr. Sticky bun, I'd burn the whole place down.
It was.
Was it?
Oh.
Officers were told the confrontation is between siblings over who ate the last sticky bun, and now they're threatening to kill each other. Records requests had been denied by the Williamsport Bureau of Police, so no further information about the confrontation was available.
I mean, what if you're heading home, long day at work, you're heading home, whatever, you want that last sticky bun and you show up and it's gone. You're going to go out of your friggin' mind.
Additionally, specific sticky bun details were lacking. However, if the gooey treats were not homemade, it appears that they likely came from Mr. Sticky's, a Williamsport favorite.
Yeah.
That is a short drive from where the siblings clashed. So they were having it out over that, and I can totally understand it.
They're insanely good.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, when we return, we'll ask a question about today's program. Let's see if you know the answer and can win a prize. We have our lesson question coming up next. We'll tell you about what it is when we get back. Stay down.
Yes.
Because he starts to talk like this with a little bit of John Wayne.
Yeah. He's doing a wonderful riff on Santa Claus, and it does sound a little John Wayne-esque.
I can't believe that Bill doesn't like that because it's so funny. The comedy is I know it makes him cringe a little bit, but it's for me, that's the shining Bill Weston moment.
Yeah.
That call is the best.
That he just, listen, he knows he thinks I'm full of crap when I say that, but I think that's a big indicator that you call up your boss and without even indicating what you wanted, he plays along. That's pretty cool.
I thought so too. You know, on top of a Talk Like Bill Weston Day, a Talk Like Dr. Mike Day, we could even do a Talk Like Gary Lauer Day.
God.
Wow. God.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
If that's even possible.
Remember, the Gary Lauer prank phone call?
No. Did you call him?
Yeah, well, so we said Gary, we had him call Gary because Gary was being inappropriate, like at an event.
Oh, we had Bill call Gary.
Right.
Do you have that?
Hang on. I got to find it. But yeah.
And it was you, was it not?
It was me.
Yeah.
So again, we had him It was like a reverse prank phone call because he was the one who made the phone call. He called
the studio. Didn't realize
he might have called the studio line, but yeah.
Wait, I don't follow. What happened?
All right, so the prank phone call, we had him call Gary because
we had Bill call Gary.
Yeah.
Oh, what he thought was Gary.
What he thought was Gary.
Oh, and it was actually
Casey.
Gary.
So Gary's not actually involved in
Not
this
at all.
Right.
No.
Okay.
Because you answer the phone, you go, Bill Weston, Bill Weston's on my phone or something like that.
This is it right here.
Okay, all right, hang on a second here. Here we go.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
I'm looking for Gary Lauer.
This is Gary.
Gary Lauer, this is Bill Weston at WMMR.
Bill Weston! Hey, Bill! Hey! Nightmare Bill Weston!
Hey, settle down. We need to
Settle down.
This is kind of a serious call.
Oh, Bill Weston! You're calling my phone.
Well, I had to chase it down from a couple different people to get to talk to you. It's about what happened at the Preston and Steve mixer at Parks.
Oh, I had such a great time last night. I forgot my teeth. I didn't have my jam.
Yeah. Hey. Well, here's
Hey. It's not even a gross impersonation. It's terrible.
I love it.
Oh, and by the way, was he not calling the studio line?
That's it. Because Casey gave him the studio line, and we couldn't believe that Bill didn't recognize the studio line.
We're gonna do a two-parter on that. We're gonna come back.
We have
to
a
that.
contest to complete.
And plus, it'll help kill some time in between our contestants. So, let me get our next callers on the line and talk like Bill Weston Day. Who said it best? And I have Ryan to start with. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, buddy? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for someone to open with something like that. Keith, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, Keith, we're going to do Talk Like Bill Weston, Who Said It Best? And I will start with Ryan. Ryan, please give us the line that we gave you.
Don't compromise show quality just because you can't see the barn door.
That's pretty good.
All right, Keith,
That's where the barn door comes from.
Keith, you got to beat that. Can you give us your line?
All right, do not compromise show quality just because you can see the barn door.
Wow, those were pretty good. Yeah.
All right, let's start with Kathy. Kathy, the first one to go was Ryan, and the second one was Keith. Who's it going to be?
Ryan.
All right, Ryan. Steve, who do you think?
They were really good, but I'm going to have to say Ryan just by a little bit.
All right, Casey?
I agree with both of you guys. Ryan.
All right, Nick?
Yeah, Ryan as well.
And Ryan as well. It's a clean sweep. Thank you for your call, Keith. We appreciate it. But
Good
Ryan
job.
is our winner. And what do we have for Ryan, Casey?
Ryan, you have the Batman on digital. The Batman is caught in yes, you are privileged, in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. And you can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th or on digital right now.
By the way, it's not just a signal, it's a warning.
Yes. All right, here's a little bit more of Casey pretending to be Gary Lauer when Bill had called him to talk him. I guess he had to chastise him a little bit.
Yeah, he acted up inappropriately a little bit at one of the mixers.
Here we go.
It's about what happened at the Preston and Steve mixer at Parks.
Oh, I had such a great time that night. I forgot my teeth. I didn't have my jam.
Yeah. Hey. Well, here's the problem, Gary.
Wait, is there a problem?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't bring my camera. I had a picture taken with Kathy Romano, but I didn't get a camera and I don't have email. Can Kathy print me out a picture? Because I got a picture with her and I got a picture with Marissa. I couldn't find Casey anywhere, but I got a picture with them and I don't have email.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
I want to hear that last part again. Hang on there.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
All right, we have to come back for part 3. We'll continue with the stammering.
All right, we will go to our next two callers. We are going to have Horace. Hey, Horace, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Horace. All right, hang on. We're going to have you on board with Chris. Chris, good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
All right, so whoever said it bestin is going to be our winner. Horace, we're going to begin with you. Give us your Bill Weston line, please.
This humyuggle thinks she's some kind of Susie Cream Cheese.
This homie uncle thinks he's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, let's hear yours, please.
This homie uncle thinks she's some kind of Susie cream cheese.
All right, we need to vote. Casey?
The first one.
Horace.
Yeah.
All right, Steve.
Though Chris did a fine job, because it's hard to hit that tone, I'm going to have to go with the first one.
And Kathy.
Horse.
Yep. And
Horace, yeah.
And Horace on me, too. It's a clean sweep. Chris kind of ended with a question in the voice, and therefore not quite Bill Weston-esque. So, Horace, here's what we have for you, my man.
Horace, you have the Batman on digital. The Batman is caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. By the way, this movie is Steve Morrison approved, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And you could own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th or on digital right now.
All right, a little bit more of our Gary Lauer conversation with Bill Weston. Here we go.
And I don't have email.
Gary, I need you to stop talking and listen to me. All right?
Bill's trying my
All right, okay.
How you behaved at the mixer is causing problems. It was reported that you were either inebriated, high, or a combination of both.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Pause. Ready? Here it is.
Wait.
Is this Casey?
You just called the hotline. I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Everything except the asshole part.
Yes. I want to hear that pause again because that is priceless. Hang on, here we go.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Is this Casey?
Oh my God!
Oh my God! You just called the hotline.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Oh, that is.
Oh my God!
That is absolutely priceless.
You know,
that is so
he's
good.
a good boss.
He's a great boss.
He gave us some of the best audio.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get our next callers. You can't see that. I'm sure you can find that whole performance on online somewhere. We are moving right along, though. We have a lesson question to ask today, and the prize for today and this week is a 4-pack of tickets to the Greater Philadelphia Pet Expo. It's the weekend of March 6th to the 8th at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. And if you answer this question correctly, you can win those tickets. Along with Clayface, what fake DC character is also getting a film? There were 2 of them that were mentioned, fake DC characters, at about 7:56 this morning. And if you happen to catch either one of those, you can give us one or both. Call now, 610-660-9333. Call now. Why you call them? We'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston actor Daniel Stern getting some good news on Friday after a judge dropped a charge of soliciting a prostitute. Stern says this whole thing would be a non-issue if hookers did it for free. Austin Butler will play Lance Armstrong in a new biopic of the controversial cyclist. Butler says he plans on making this his strongest bid for an Oscar and therefore will be cutting off a nut.
Wow.
And finally, Kiefer Sutherland is currently in legal trouble for threatening to kill his Uber driver a few weeks ago, but he's still managing to get to use the service. Apparently, Uber now has a Platinum Plus package that allows you to give death threats to your driver.
You're just allowed to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're allowed to do it now.
All right, I'm going to go to a caller and see if we can get the answer, along with Clayface, what fake DC character is getting a film. We're going to go to Andrew and see if we can get that answer. Andrew, morning, my man.
Morning.
All right, so what fake DC character is getting a film?
Asshat.
Asshat. We would have also accepted Vajumic. But asshat is correct. So, Andrew, hang on the line. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Greater Philadelphia Pet Expo the weekend of March 6th to the 8th at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. And you can get discounted admission tickets today at FamilyPetShows.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, a few things to mention in music news. We hit this earlier this morning. Sad music news. Brad Arnold, the lead singer of Three Doors Down, has died. He was only 47 years old. He had been diagnosed with stage 4 kidney cancer last year, and the band canceled their summer tour. The band wrote in a statement, as a founding member, vocalist, and original drummer of Three Doors Down, Brad helped redefine mainstream rock, blending post-grunge accessibility with emotionally direct songwriting and lyrical themes that resonated with everyday listeners. He died peacefully at home, surrounded by his wife Jennifer and other loved ones, according to the band's Instagram post. The band recorded 6 studio albums, 4 extended plays, 29 singles, 1 video album, and 1 compilation album. The Better Life album sold more than 7 million copies.
Wasn't the story that their first introduction to snow?
Yeah. It was his day off on the slopes.
Yeah,
they were all excited about that, that they actually got to see snow because they're from down south.
There's a photo of it hanging right outside of our doorway.
Oh, is
it's
it?
really pretty.
Oh, wow.
Ryan shared this weekend.
And Brad's the one that wrote this song, as I said earlier this morning, Kryptonite. He wrote it when he was like 15 years old, just jotted it down while he was in class, and became their biggest hit. So that was sad news to see.
Very
and I think
sad.
He was the last original member of the band.
Really?
From what I understand. Yeah, I think the band had gone through changes throughout all the years. But he's the only one that was there from the very, very beginning. They may have switched out, early on. But
always heard he was a nice guy.
Yeah, 47 years old. So sad news to pass along there. There's also another death in the world of music. Founding member and lead guitarist of the band Cake, Greg Brown, passed away. His bandmates honored him on a social media post.
I'm a Cake fan.
And they wrote, it is with a heavy heart and that we share the news of Greg Brown's passing after a brief illness. Greg was an integral part of Cake's early sound and development. His creative contributions were immense, and his presence, both musical and personal, will be deeply missed. In fact, he wrote this song, by the way. He wrote, he wrote The Distance.
Okay.
So his creative contributions were immense, they said. His presence, both musical and personal, will be deeply missed. Godspeed, Greg. It is with heavy hearts that we share this news. He helped co-found the band in 1991 with singer John McRae, trumpeter Vince DeFore, drummer Frank French, and bassist Sean McPhelson. John. Let me try this again. Sean McFessel. And he wrote The Distance as one of the band's greatest hits. Brown and bassist Victor Demaney had left the group in 1997, and they formed the band Death Ray with Dana Gumbiner, I guess is how you say the name.
Names there, man.
Yeah, Todd Roper joined on drums, and a few years later, Brown had collaborated actually with Weezer members Rivers Cuomo and Matt Sharp on several side projects as well. So sad news to pass along on that. And this, while it's not a death in the world of rock music, this was sad to see too. Twisted Sister's longtime lead singer Dee Snider and former former
DJ.
Yeah, the word I was looking for was
personality.
Yeah, I guess so. Personality. Dee
Star
Snider
of Pee-wee's Big Adventure
is bowing out of the band, canceling all upcoming shows for their highly anticipated 50th anniversary celebration performance. In an open letter posted to the Twisted Sister website, Snider gives fans a rare glimpse into the personal life of the rocker. He said, a lifetime of legendary aggressive, or this is what the band said, and then he responds, a lifetime of legendary aggressive performing has taken its toll on Dee Snider's body and soul. He can no longer push the boundaries of rock and roll fury like he has done for decades. They revealed how the now 70-year-old musician has been living with degenerative arthritis and is unable to perform without experiencing pain.
It's so sad.
He's also undergone several surgeries in the past regarding his chronic pain and recently discovered separate underlying heart issues. Now, as a result, he is stepping down from his position as Twisted Sister's frontman. And he said, the idea of slowing down is unacceptable to me. He said, I'd rather walk away than be a shadow of my former self. Twisted Sister began performing in 1972. Dee Snider joining as the band's lead vocalist and soul songwriter in 1976. The band gained critical acclaim in 1984 with the release of their multi-platinum album Stay Hungry, and that featured both We're Not Gonna Take It and I Wanna Rock. Through multiple breakups and separations, Twisted Sister continued performing on and off again through the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, leading up to the 50th anniversary celebration performance that was slated to begin this April in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Fellow bandmates and founding members J.J. French and Eddie Ojeda had announced the cancellation of all upcoming shows in a separate statement alongside Snider's open letter. And they said, due to the sudden and unexpected resignation of Dee Snider, brought on by a series of health challenges, the band has been forced to cancel all shows. The 2026 tour would have been their first since 2016. And while Snider has officially hung up his microphone, it's unclear if the other bandmates will continue without him. The future of Twisted Sister will be determined in the next several weeks. French and Ojeda's statement concludes saying, stay tuned for updates.
How do you continue without him?
I know.
I mean, he's Dee Snider, for Christ's sake.
I mean, he is as big of a front man as you could possibly get. And Steve and I will take this moment to remind you to watch the documentary We're Effing. Is it We're Effing Twisted Sister or This Is Effing Twisted Sister? It's one of the two.
It's right here.
It is.
We are Twisted Effing Sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's excellent. Even if you're not a fan of the band.
Doesn't matter. It is a quote-unquote quasi-rags to riches. Against all odds. And they knowingly and lovingly and laughingly make note of all the people who just hated them.
Oh, yeah.
Record execs who just despised them, and they still did it, hung in there, and made it work.
It's unbelievable how many times they almost got to the dance and something happened, and at that point you would just quit.
Yeah, that's it.
But they kept going, and eventually they hit. It's definitely worth seeing. Shinedown has pulled out of Kid Rock's Rock the Country touring festival, saying their purpose is to, quote, unite, not divide. The band posted a statement on social media saying that they don't want to take part in something that they believe will create further division. They joined Ludacris, Morgan Wade, and Carter Faith, who also left the lineup. Creed's name has also quietly disappeared from the festival's website. It's not just a show protest either, as the backlash is having real consequences. Enough acts pulled out of the event that the stop in South Carolina on the tour has been canceled entirely. So we'll see if any more of those cancellations come up. And then finally, here's a little plug for our buddy Sammy Vile. He reached out to me, and his band, Vile Bread, has a Valentine's show coming up at 118 North in Wayne. It's going to be Saturday night. And he said they expanded our band to make it super sexy, a super sexy group with members of the Primaries, John of the Dead, Bee's Knees, and Stargazer Lily.
Oh, get out.
Which we were talking about not too long ago. Yeah. He said it's a plethora of love songs spanning many genres from the likes of Garbage, Bowie, Spin Doctors, Harry Nilsson, and much more. And we've even got some goodies in custom 80s and 90s style Valentines to give out. Doors at 9, show around 9:30. Love Yous. Sammy Vile, and he actually made a card for us today, a Valentine's Day card in honor of, I don't know how we got on this. Oh, yeah. He says here, your con will freeze before you reach the first marker. And it's a play off of Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, that's great.
With Jodie Foster as the Tauntaun.
Con.
And he says, and then I'll see you in Nell. Thank you, Sammy. And good luck with the gig. Wanted to pass that along. So that show is coming up 118 North in Wayne. Saturday night, special Valentine's Day show with Vile Bread and others. All right, and that's it in music news. Let's take a break, come back, and wrap up the program. We'll get the leather of the day, the word of the week prize, tell you all about it when we return. We have Justin, who is there. Hey, Justin, good morning. Yeah, very well done, Justin. All right, let's go next to Vinny. Vinny, are you there?
Oh, my family.
Yes.
My family.
All right, we're going to start with Justin. Justin, please give us your best Bill Weston.
Despite the inclination, avoid going after low-hanging fruit.
All right. And let's see how Vinny can deliver that. Vin, go for it.
Despite the inclination, avoid going after low-hanging fruit.
Okay. This is close. I'll vote first. That was neck and neck.
Yeah.
But I think Justin gave it just a little bit more, so I'm going to vote for Justin. Casey?
Wow, this is our first dissenting vote here. I'm going to go with Vinny on this one. His voice is a little bit deeper, which I think was a little bit more in line with the Bill Weston impersonation.
Steve, what do you think?
In the delivery, all right, I'm going to have to give it to delivery because that's what it's about, though Vinny did a good job as well. I'm going to give it to Justin.
All right, Kath?
Justin was the first guy?
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like Vinny could have, if he gave it a little bit more effort.
Yeah, he could have nailed
but
it.
I'm going to go with Justin.
And Nick?
Well, I'm going Vinny.
All right, but it's a winner, 3-2. Justin! Sorry, Vin. Appreciate it, but we are going to set Justin up with a prize. And Casey, what are we giving him?
Justin, you have a pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle Saturday, May 28th at Hard Rock Live Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Now, tickets for the both Chappelle shows, actually May 28th and 29th, go on sale tomorrow. And all the details you can be found at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
You should see the number of texts of people that are just dying of laughter right now, and they're loving the audio of Bill and Casey. They're just absolutely eating it up. All right, let's get some more callers on the line. Who said it best? And I've got Chris. Hey, Chris, are you there? Is it? Well done. All right, Chris, hang on. We've got. I'm going to put him on hold because you can hear me
Talking
on a walkie-talkie.
Yes.
Let's go to Rich. Hey, Rich, are you there?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Rich. All right, we're going to start with you, Rich. Give us your best in Bill Weston.
All right. Of all the foods invented by mankind, none is more inappropriate than soup.
Ooh. Well done. All right, let's try Chris now. All right, Chris, let's... Okay, stop. All right, Chris, go for it.
Okay. Of all the foods invented by mankind, none is more inappropriate than soup.
All right.
That was pretty close. That was pretty close.
Dude.
Did Rich say it's got to be me?
Rich just goes, it's got to be me.
I'm going to vote for Rich. Casey?
You talk about delivery. I thought Chris gave a great delivery. I'm going to go with Chris.
All right, Steve?
Chris did give a good delivery. I'm going to have to go with Rich, though.
All right,
Yeah.
Kathy?
Yeah, the walkie-talkie threw me off. I'm going with Rich.
And Nick? Rich is our winner.
Let me tell you,
Thank you, though,
everyone's
Chris.
neck and neck at this point.
Appreciate it. Hang on, my man. We are going to set you up with this.
A pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle. Saturday, May 28th at Hard Rock Live Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets for both Chappelle shows go on sale tomorrow. And both shows are May 28th and 29th. And all the details can be found at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
Santa's got to go.
All right, let's get another pair on the line. We will go to Mike first. Yo, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Mike. All right, we're going to have you play against Cole. Let me get him on the line. Cole, are you there?
I am. How you doing?
Wonderful. All right, let's begin with Mike. We want to know who said it best in Talk Like Bill Weston. Mike, go for it.
Excellent guess. Riveting banter. I give today's show a D.
All right, Cole, let's see if you can deliver that line as good or better than Mike. Go for it.
Oh, excellent guess. Riveting banter today. I give today's show a D.
Okay. So we have Cole and Mike. Mike went first. Kathy, who you want to vote for?
Ooh, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to go with Mike.
All right, Nick, how about you?
Yeah, they were both really good. I think Cole's just kind of petered out at the end a little bit, so I'm going to go with Mike.
And Steve, you?
For that same reason, I'm going with Mike.
And then Casey?
For both of those reasons, I'm going to go with Mike.
And I go with Mike as well. Thank you, though, Cole. We appreciate it. But Mike gets the prize. What do we have for him?
A case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series, Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie, zero-sugar sparkling hard tea. And you can enjoy Loverboy at Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, located at 1549 Spring Garden Street in Philly.
I hear they make a great patty melt.
All right, I think we have 3 more of these that we can get away with. So let's do that right now. We're going to get listener Bill on. Morning, Bill.
Good morning, Preston.
Nice delivery. And his name is Bill, so we got to keep that in mind. Hang on, Bill. We're going to have you go up against Alex. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ed. All right, you both have a line in front of you. Let's see who delivers it better on Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Alex, we want you to go first.
Kathy seems out of sorts today.
She must be on her period.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Dear God.
Yes.
That's good, though.
All right. Now we go over to Bill. Same line. Bill, go ahead.
Kathy seems on it. Dang it.
Do it again.
Start over.
That's all right. All right, restart.
Today. She must be on her period.
All right. This is a close one. I'll start this time.
Nervous here.
Wow. I did like the way Bill went at the beginning, but I think Alex got it a little bit more closer to the mark. So I'm going to give my vote to Alex. Casey?
I agree with you, Preston.
All right. And Steve?
I'm feeling Bill on this one, actually.
All right.
Yeah, I like Bill too.
All right. So, Nick, you're the tiebreaker.
Wow. Well, I'm going to go with Bill.
Bill! All right, thank you, Alex. You did a great job, but Bill won the vote, and here's what we have for him.
You won the Batman. On digital, the Batman is caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. You can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th, but you could own it on digital right now.
Here's vengeance.
Somebody texted and said we need a woman versus woman version of this. I think we've already chosen our contestants, and I don't think we took gender into consideration at all. But in fact, we did have a girl earlier. I think Chris.
I thought we had a couple of girls.
Okay, I don't really know.
Two
But
girls.
anyhow, it would be nice to see lady against lady.
Because I hear
that.
a number of women do Bill Weston impressions.
But if we can't do that now, maybe we can do like a one-off later on. I don't know. We'll see about that. All right, so we're getting our other contestants ready. A reminder as well, with all this giving away that's going on, that the MMR Feel All Right 93.3 WMMR. Tomorrow we'll do some more giveaways for Galentine's Day Party, and that will be a get-together and feel all right evening for certain. We hope that you will be there. So you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. More chances to win over there should you feel the need to do that. So why not?
Been a while, right? When was the last Galentine's event we had?
Been a while. Well, I don't remember the last Galentine's
sorority
Day.
event,
Last
I
sorority
should say.
party was when we did the square dancing.
Yeah.
It's been a while, so we're overdue, and we're very much looking forward to it. Today was a fun day. Today, I would like to thank several people this morning, starting with Celebration Fireworks.
Yay!
As we said goodbye to our prized Mylar eagle, like this three-dimensional eagle that we had. And the Eagles' reign is over, whether we like it or not. The championship boast ended last night. And so we had this one last memento left over from last year's celebrations. I mean, we'll always have BirdBot.
Yes.
But we had this inflatable bird, and we wanted to do away with it. And so we had our friends from Celebration Fireworks bring out this gigantic explosion device. It uses black powder and gasoline. And we blew it up in a fantastical way in our parking lot. And thank you, by the way, to Lower Marion and Union Fire Departments who gave us the go-ahead on this.
And Rodney for hooking everything up.
Rodney was
everything.
amazing.
Amazing. So what it was, again, we released, as you called it, the juju from the balloon to hopefully revisit the same luck and a return to the Super Bowl next year.
Yep. It was a huge plume of fire that shot into the sky.
It's in daylight, too, when you see that plume. Yeah.
So you can check that video out on our social media accounts and of course YouTube. We did it live on the air this morning, so you can follow that. And then thank you to Louie Vito.
Yeah,
Louie Vito, Olympic snowboarder. He's competing for Italy's team. But he was also on Dancing with the Stars also. He was great, man. We had spoke to him for like a half hour, 40 minutes or whatever, and he brought us in on the whole Olympic field.
Great peek behind what's going on and all the sights and sounds. And then we also learned that his wife is like a professional top-level golfer.
Well, I think she's like a teaching pro or something along those lines, but she's an influencer.
Yeah.
And she's
like a Paige Sporanic.
Very, very popular in her own right. So it was cool having Louie on this morning, which is great. So getting set for all the Olympics with snowboarding coming up. What's up, Matt Cord?
What's up, Presbo?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, man. Did you have a good weekend?
I did.
Excellent.
You've been bare knuckle boxing.
I
with
went to
Mike Jerk.
WrestleMania. No, Knucklemania 6.
Bare knuckle.
Yeah, it was a trip.
Yeah?
Oh, my gosh.
Did you get blood? As I'm leaving, Friday, Matt says to me, he goes, by the way, they told us not to wear white because they're right by the...
That's funny.
Jarrett got good seats. And we were right on the little walkway where they walk out.
Yeah.
We were right next to that.
Yeah.
But it was
pretty brutal.
Well, I've been to boxing matches and I've been to MMA. In boxing, they clutch and grab and hold each other a lot. It can get boring.
Yeah.
This thing, as soon as that bell rings, they just throw punches. It's just like nonstop.
Wow.
And there's an actual doctor in scrubs that gets into the ring after every fight and checks
Jesus.
out. Yeah.
So the two ladies you met here, did you saw that fight?
Oh,
as well?
yeah. Jade beat Crystal.
Okay.
Or Jod.
Yeah, Jod is how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's how the ring announcer. Yes,
Yeah.
but you could tell they they weren't trying to kill each other, but it went 5.
Yeah,
and they were
wow.
their faces afterwards are just beat up.
Damn.
But Cannoli won.
Yeah.
Heard.
Yeah, and he obviously he had the whole crowd behind him.
Yeah.
Every seat had a rally towel that said Johnny Cannoli on it.
So that was did he get a TKO in the 5th round?
Yes, it was a TKO in the 5th.
How many knockouts?
There was a bunch.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
And the
there were fights in the crowd. There was a bunch of fights.
Yeah.
Too many.
And I know the event staff guys there, and they're not in the best shape. Like they're used to fights at a Sixer game. Like we were sitting, 2 guys behind us were actual Knucklemania guys that weren't on the card.
Okay.
And they were just badass. Like I was looking at them like,
yeah.
And I kept asking them questions because one guy got poked in the eyes. And I said, "Is
Three Stooges style?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I said, "Isn't that?" He goes, "Well, the second time they do it, they take points off." Okay, good.
He's explaining it to you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of nice.
But it was like they all have walk-up songs, and it was like the MMR format. Like one guy came out to Volbeat, Warriors Call.
Oh, there
One
you
guy
go.
came out to Boom, POD. Another guy came out to the Stones. Cannoli comes out to Eye of the Tiger, and
It's great, man.
yeah.
Nice.
But I saw
And
who
packed,
else?
right?
Yeah, Ed Bassmaster was there.
Oh my God.
Shane Gillis. Jamie, the sports guy, Philly sports guy.
yeah.
Maniac Malloy. Todd Harriman's Little Snuff.
So E-Rock was there.
Hey, Jamie was at the Super Bowl all last week.
Yes,
Probably part of the fan experience.
He came back for this.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So now you're a fan. You're a bare knuckle fan.
I'm a total fan. Yeah. But it was funny, like when you're walking through the crowd, like it's all dudes.
Yeah.
Like I ran into some guy, I'm sorry. Like,
No one wants to piss anybody.
yeah.
Wow.
A lot of True Religion jeans, Ed Hardy shirts.
18,000 people.
Wow.
It was the biggest.
That's packed.
Yeah. Good for, is it David Feldman?
Yeah.
Yeah. David. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
anyway.
All right, dude. Well, before we find out what you got going on, let's do the letter of the day.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in sponge.
All right, and we will give away this week a pair of tickets for Stained. It's a pair of pit tickets, by the way. It's the Break the Cycle 25th Anniversary Tour featuring Seether and special guest Hoobastank and Hinder. Wednesday, September 16th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, so we'll give that away on Friday. Get prepared for that. All right, you got a full day? What's going on,
Yeah,
man?
we're going to do a block of obviously Three Doors Down. That was sad.
Very sad.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Sonic session they did?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
I've been doing all the singing now. It's time of year.
Yeah,
You guys to
and I
sing.
remember
Yeah.
I think Marilyn had her kid and Lynn Bruder, and I knew it was a big song when all the kids knew the chorus to Kryptonite.
Yeah.
If I go crazy, you could hear the kids call me Superman. So anyway, block of that, block of Motley Crue and 311 and Pierre's Vinyl Cut, Poison.
Oh, wow.
I got this from Sam.
Look what the cat dragged in.
Yeah, look at their on the way they looked and how young they are. Brett Michaels and
When I was in my band,
You
it
look
was,
like
it was
this?
around that era, and we were totally trying to, with the pursed lips and all that
Yeah.
stuff in pictures. Oh yeah,
That's why Steel Panther is so friggin' funny.
the thing to do back then.
1986.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You're
So I think
graduating
I'm going
from
to
high
play.
school.
I don't know. Talk Dirty to Me, I guess, the big hit on this.
That's a big one. Yeah. Nice. All right, well, stick around. Matt's got you, friend, and we want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show.
Oh, crud.
Brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Virtua Health, here for good, and by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, voted best casino in Pennsylvania by Casino Player Magazine. Tomorrow we celebrate Valentine's Day a little bit on the early side because our friend Steven Singer is going to be coming by here.
We have
And
to do
he's
something.
Going to bring the gold dip roses and maybe a few other prizes. We'll have to see what he feels like giving away. But in conjunction with that, our buddy Kyle Mack will be here, and guitarist Mike Ian will be joining as well from Minute by Minute.
Yes.
And something we did last year, we're going to do again. It was so much fun. that they're getting on board for. So listen up for your chance to win some freebies from Steven Singer Jewelers. And we'll have more Galentine's Day party invites and a bunch of other stuff. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day in the morning. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.